Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
51, Chapter 51, Shattering Limits. As dawn broke over Rusukaina Island, the once serene landscape turned into a battlefield of sweat, resolve, and relentless ambition. William, the Boa sisters, and Robin gathered at the clearing where Rayleigh, their mentor, awaited them. The island, with its dense jungles and unforgiving terrain, was the perfect setting for their journey into new realms of power. This morning marked the start of a grueling period of training that none of them would ever forget. Today, we begin with the basics, Rayleigh said, his tone as firm. Every one of you is strong, but to face what lies ahead, you need to be even stronger. To prepare for advanced haki, you'll first build up your bodies. Rayleigh held out a small collection of dull, silver bracelets. For all of you except Marigold, these sea stone bracelets will be your training companions. With them on, you'll feel the weakness that comes from being stripped of your demon fruit powers. Hancock, Sandersonia, and Robin exchanged wary glances, but William stepped forward without a hint of hesitation. He picked up one of the sea stone bracelets and locked it around his wrist, feeling the immediate drain of his power as his body grew noticeably heavier. Think of it as the ultimate resistance training, Rayleigh explained, chuckling as he saw the resolve in William's eyes. This weakness, this fatigue, it'll test you. The moment you can move normally with the bracelet on, only then will you be ready for the next stage. The initial days were brutal. William and the girls stumbled and sweated, their once graceful movements now clumsy and labored. Hancock, prideful as she was, grit her teeth each time her legs wobbled. Robin was determined, studying her movements to adjust to the bracelet's effect. Sandersonia and Marigold worked with equal intensity, though Marigold, without a demon fruit ability, took on other physical drills that Rayleigh designed just for her. Months passed, and their progress was evident. Muscles toned, stamina strengthened, and resolve deepened. Even under the weight of sea stone, their bodies began to adapt. Rayleigh kept a watchful eye on each of them, offering guidance but never easing up. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, William finally pushed through the last barrier. Rayleigh watched with a glint of pride as William sprinted across the training grounds, his movement so fluid that it seemed he wore no sea stone at all. Rayleigh approached, clapping him on the shoulder. "You're ready, William. Advanced haki is next." William smirked, wiping sweat from his brow. "About time. What are we starting with?" Rayleigh's gaze grew sharp. "Observation haki. You're going to learn to see beyond the present, glimpses into the future itself." The training was unlike anything William had faced. Rayleigh began with simple combat exercises, testing William's reflexes while gradually urging him to sense movements before they happened. Days of failed attempts stretched on, but William's frustration only fueled his determination. One humid morning, Rayleigh threw a punch without warning. But William dodged, his body moving a split second before Rayleigh even threw the punch. His eyes widened with realization as he glanced at Rayleigh, who wore a knowing smile. "There it is," Rayleigh said. "The door's open. Now, step through it." With each passing day, William's ability to predict attacks sharpened, giving him a level of confidence and precision that only heightened his already formidable fighting prowess. The world around him seemed to slow, his vision crystallizing into moments of clarity that extended just beyond the immediate. The next step, Rayleigh explained, was armament haki, or, as he called it, the art of destruction. Basic armament hardens your body and strengthens attacks. Advanced armament, however, is a weapon of its own. William listened intently as Rayleigh demonstrated. A soft glow surrounded Rayleigh's fist as he gently tapped a nearby boulder. The rock cracked and then shattered from the inside out, crumbling into dust. "This haki penetrates its target," Rayleigh explained. "It strikes not just the surface, but within. When mastered, it's unstoppable." Eager to learn, William began practicing, channeling his haki to direct its energy inward. The process was taxing, requiring both precision and restraint. Yet, William's patience was fierce, and his progress swift. Within weeks, he could shatter stones with a touch, his mastery over the technique becoming second nature. Hancock's training was equally intense. After William, she was the first of the sisters to master her movements with the sea stone bracelet, her physical prowess as sharp as her will. Rayleigh wasted no time guiding her through the advanced haki forms. "You've got the strength, Hancock, but true power comes from precision," he instructed, observing her with an approving nod. Hancock practiced for hours on end, her form beautiful yet deadly. She moved with a deadly grace, her strikes precise, and when she struck with armament haki, it was with the poise and force of a queen in battle. Sandersonia and Marigold completed their training not long after Hancock. They took to haki in their own unique ways, incorporating it into their fighting styles. Sandersonia's observation haki grew sharper, and Marigold poured her all into mastering armament, determined to be a pillar of strength for their future kingdom. For Robin, the journey was longer. Her body adjusted to the sea stone at a slower pace. A year and a half passed before she could move freely with the bracelet, and Rayleigh finally began teaching her haki. Everyone has their own path, he reassured her, noting her diligence. Yours might be slower, but that doesn't make it any less valuable. Under Rayleigh's guidance, Robin discovered the subtleties of haki, learning to harness her will and channel it with intention. Her journey was quieter, yet her growth was undeniable. She was developing the tools she needed to stand alongside William and the others. Throughout the training, William grew restless. He felt the power building inside him, a storm of determination and fury. Yet, Rayleigh hadn't spoken a word about the most elusive of all haki conquerors. Frustrated but not deterred, William pressed on, honing his skills, waiting for the day Rayleigh would finally address it. One evening, as the stars appeared overhead, Rayleigh called William aside. Conqueror's haki, he began, isn't something you can train like observation or armament. It's part of who you are, a force that can bend the wills of others. Rayleigh's eyes met William's, his gaze intense. But, there's an advanced form that takes it even further. You can learn to channel it into your attacks, infusing each strike with your will. Few possess this power, but those who do, they're practically untouchable. William's lips curved into a grin. That's exactly what I'm after. The training was unlike anything he'd done before. Rayleigh demonstrated by unleashing a strike filled with red and black lightning into the air, the ground around him trembling under the sheer force of will. William watched, captivated. The strength, the authority in Rayleigh's attack resonated with something deep inside him. From that day forward, William practiced tirelessly, pouring his resolve into each punch, each slash. The first time he managed it, an aura of crimson and black lightning encircled William's fist, and with a single punch, he shattered a line of trees as though a wave of power had rippled out from him. William felt invincible, his attacks charged with an overwhelming presence. Hancock, Sandersonia, Marigold, and Robin each completed their training in turn, emerging stronger and more skilled. Together, they had reached new heights, bonded by their shared journey. Rayleigh watched the young warriors with pride. Their journey was just beginning. Thanks for reading. If you like this story, please consider leaving an honest review. 52, Chapter 52, The End of the Training. 2 years on Rusukaina had transformed them all, inside and out. The once barren camp now buzzed with strength and camaraderie, forged by the relentless training they endured under Rayleigh's guidance. Now, as they gathered one last time with him, each felt the weight of their accomplishments. Rayleigh looked at each of them, his pride evident. You've come a long way, he said, his voice steady. William, you've mastered the advanced form of the 3 types of haki. Hancock, you've mastered the advanced form armament haki, and you're close to conquering conquerors. Your observation haki may not be advanced, but it rivals the best. Hancock gave a nod, her hand resting on her hip, eyes fierce with pride. Rayleigh's gaze shifted to Sandersonia, Marigold, and Robin. You 3 are solid too. Advanced armament you can hit as hard as anyone on these seas. Your observation haki might not see the future, but it's more than enough to keep you alive. The sisters exchanged glances, eyes lit with silent gratitude. 2 years ago, except of William and Hancock, this island's beasts gave you trouble, Rayleigh continued with a wry grin. Now, you're each capable of taking them down with ease. Even you, Robin, he added with a chuckle, giving her a reassuring nod. She smiled, proud of how far she'd come. Rayleigh paused, his voice dropping into a more serious tone. Now, it's time for you to push the boundaries of your demon fruit powers. I've taught you all I can. Develop your abilities and make them unstoppable. A ripple of excitement went through the group. They'd trained their bodies, hardened their minds, and pushed their spirits to the limit. Now, they would truly become forces to be reckoned with. That evening, they celebrated. A wild feast of fruits, meats, and laughter, their last night together as master and students. They recounted every misstep, every small triumph, and Rayleigh's countless lessons that had become part of who they were. As the fire crackled, Rayleigh clapped a hand on William's shoulder, his voice low. You're ready for what's ahead, boy. Use your power wisely. The world won't forgive a mistake. William gave him a lopsided grin. I'm not planning on giving it a choice. Rayleigh laughed, shaking his head, and the night went on, full of stories and light-hearted jokes, sealing a bond they'd carry into the coming storm. The next morning, Rayleigh handed them a small den mushy. I'll contact you when Shucky finds any trace of the Golden Lion. Until then, keep honing your abilities. With a last look, Rayleigh turned and headed off, leaving them standing in silence, the den mushy resting in William's hand. For a moment, nobody spoke, the weight of the farewell settling over them. Then, Hancock lifted her chin. We've got work to do, she declared, breaking the spell. They nodded in unison. Rayleigh had given them the tools, but now, they would carve out their own strength. Over the following weeks, William dedicated himself to refining his elemental abilities. He spent days practicing his control over fire and ice, pushing himself until the 2 elements no longer felt like separate powers, but extensions of his own will. One day, after endless trial and error, something clicked. He managed to merge fire and ice, the two forces twisting and melding into an intense blue flame he named Ice Fire. As he unleashed it, the ground before him froze solid, encased in a wall of sparkling frost that burned on the edges. The fire crackled with an otherworldly chill, and William grinned, feeling the fierce power in his grasp. Hancock and the others also focused on their abilities. Hancock's practice brought out the latent powers of her love fruit, her attacks becoming more potent with the fierce precision she'd honed under Rayleigh. She could now petrify with an intensity that far surpassed anything she'd used before. Sandersonia had taken her basilisk powers to frightening new heights. Her gaze alone could petrify anyone who met her eyes, a terrifying ability that worked without requiring the target to feel attraction. Those with strong haki could resist turning to stone, but even they had to break her gaze quickly or risk becoming statues. Her poison abilities had also grown formidable. She could now control poison at will, a lethal weapon against any who dared cross her path. When she transformed into her 50 meters massive basilisk form, she became an unstoppable force. In her hybrid form, her tough, dark green scales served as nearly impenetrable armor, making her a powerful defensive force. Robin's power grew quietly but no less remarkably. She could now create clones of herself, armed with haki, capable of defending her from all sides or even launching attacks with staggering force. Each clone was nearly as strong as she was, and with their coordination, she could overwhelm foes with sheer numbers and strategy. She worked tirelessly, perfecting each movement and refining her haki so it flowed seamlessly through her creations. Marigold, who had no demon fruit powers, had devoted herself entirely to her haki training. Her observation and armament haki reached formidable levels, and she could now read movements with startling accuracy, dodging attacks and striking with devastating force. But the most dramatic change came with William's space abilities. Through months of practice, he developed his power until it exceeded his wildest expectations. No longer confined to small pockets, his spatial dimension grew vast enough to contain 2 entire islands, and he could open portals to move across any place he'd visited. And he can teleport instantly without opening a portal in a 1-kilometer radius. His mind burned with the possibilities as he tested this power, envisioning the advantage it would give him in the chaos of battle. Then came his most ambitious goal, freezing the very space around him. He'd tested it countless times, pouring every ounce of his space ability into halting the air itself. But each time, it slipped through his grasp. Yet, each failed attempt only made him more determined, his desire to unlock this power pushing him harder each day. A year passed since Rayleigh's departure, and their progress was clear. One night, as they gathered around a campfire, William looked at his companions, pride gleaming in his eyes. "I think it is time for us to leave this island." Sandersonia smirked. "I hope the world's ready for us." Marigold added, "They won't know what hit them." Just as the conversation turned to their plans, the faint ring of the den mushy cut through the night air, startling them all. They turned toward the device. William reached out, his hand pausing just above it, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. "Well," he said, casting a glance at each of them, "looks like we're about to find out what's next." Thanks for reading. If you like this story, please consider leaving an honest review. 53, Chapter 53, The Hunt for the Golden Lion. The den mushy clicked on, its snail eyes brightening as Rayleigh's voice crackled through, accompanied by Shucky's calm tones. The group had a cheerful exchange at first, with Rayleigh's chuckle echoing across the line as he heard about their progress over the past year. But when William asked for news about Shiki, Rayleigh's tone turned serious. "We finally got word. Shiki's holed up on a floating island above the calm belt near East Blue," Rayleigh said, his voice deepening with caution. "But be careful, William. He's old and injured, but he is a legendary pirate after all." William grinned, undeterred by the warning. "Don't worry, Rayleigh. You know how strong I am." Shucky chimed in, her voice smooth as ever. "Remember, he's not called the Golden Lion for nothing. Don't underestimate him, William." "I won't underestimate him, Shucky. Don't worry," William replied with a smirk. He exchanged farewells with Rayleigh and Shucky, and the call ended. "All right, girls," he said, looking around at Hancock, Robin, Sandersonia, and Marigold. "Time for a little hunt." The girls raised their eyebrows as they listened, knowing exactly what he meant. William, however, turned serious. "Now, Shiki's a slippery old lion. I don't want him disappearing before we even get there. Since I'm the only one of us Oh, no, you're not leaving us behind," Hancock interrupted, folding her arms and giving him a challenging look. "We've trained alongside you for 3 years, William. We're not weak, and we will not stay here while you go and face a legendary pirate alone." William chuckled, reaching out to touch Hancock's head, knowing exactly what she was thinking. "It's not what you think, I promise. I'm not trying to be overprotective, I know better than anyone how strong you girls are. Besides, it's just an old lion. Any one of us could kill him." Robin looked at him with curiosity. "Then why even suggest leaving us behind?" "Because, Miss Detective," he replied, "I'm the only one who can fly, so I can get there quicker and lock down his position. Then, I'll open a space portal for you girls to join me once I'm there. This way, we don't lose him." Hancock's arms relaxed, and she huffed, though her eyes softened. "Fine. But if you'd told us that in the first place, we wouldn't have had to argue. William laughed, knowing full well Hancock had cut him off before he could explain. Wasn't it you who jumped to conclusions first? He teased before turning serious again. So, you're all good with the plan. They each nodded, agreeing to wait on Rusakaina until William opened the portal for them. With that, he said his goodbyes, then with a powerful beat of his dragon wings, took to the skies, leaving them with a reassuring smile. The calm belt stretched beneath William like an endless expanse of still water, broken only by the occasional sea king rising from the depths. He flew onward for a whole day, scanning the skies for Shiki's elusive fortress. Finally, in the early morning of the second day, he saw a massive floating island with an ancient Japanese palace at its center, suspended over the calm belt by Shiki's levitation powers. With a determined smirk, William landed on the island's edge and immediately opened a portal, connecting the floating fortress to Rusakaina. Moments later, Hancock, Robin, Marigold, and Sandersonia stepped through, each one carrying a look of anticipation. William led them boldly toward the palace, not bothering to hide their presence. Shiki's minions approached, but William unleashed his conqueror's haki, sending them to the ground before they could lift a finger. They fell away like leaves in a storm as William and the girls strode forward, the halls of Shiki's fortress eerily silent in their wake. At last, they entered the grand hall, a vast space adorned with lanterns and banners that whispered of Shiki's pride and arrogance. In the center of the room stood Shiki himself, dressed in a tattered yellow coat over his traditional black and red robes, his golden mane spilling down his back. A wheel was lodged in his head, a grim souvenir from his battle with Gold Roger. He clenched a cigar between his teeth, watching them with a keen, calculating gaze that sparked as he sized them up. Shiki exhaled, his voice gruff and sharp. "Who are you, and why are you here?" William stepped forward, his posture relaxed but his eyes sharp. "The name's Kale.D. William, and I'm here for the head of a legendary pirate," he replied with a smile. "Your head, Golden Lion Shiki." Shiki's brows furrowed in confusion before he barked out a laugh. "So you think you can just waltz in and take my head? Do you have any idea who you're dealing with, kid?" William tilted his head, unfazed. "Someone who's long past his prime. Someone who clings to an old world that's already dead. And someone who's about to be reminded that the new era doesn't have a place for fossils." Shiki's brow furrowed, but before he could respond, William turned to the girls with a grin. "Hey, while I deal with this fossil, how about you girls go see if he's got any good treasure lying around? I'd bet a pirate like him has some interesting loot." The girls exchanged looks, amused, but before they could agree, Shiki's face contorted with rage. His legs swept up in a vicious arc, creating a powerful air slash aimed directly at them. To his shock, William didn't protect them. Instead, Hancock stepped forward, her leg enveloped in haki. With a fierce kick, she shattered the slash into harmless fragments, her calm eyes fixed on Shiki as she stood unwavering. Shiki's face twisted into an ugly scowl as he realized he wasn't dealing with ordinary challengers. These weren't mere kids, they were monsters. William's gaze darkened, his playful demeanor vanishing as his conqueror's haki flooded the room. Red and black lightning crackled around him, and the palace trembled as cracks snaked along the walls and floor. "You seem to be impatient, old lion," he said, his voice low and dangerous. Shiki's eyes widened, feeling the full brunt of William's haki. But pride wouldn't allow him to back down. He straightened, and his own conqueror's haki surged forth, attempting to push back against William's force. The air buzzed with the clash, but it quickly became clear that William's haki was stronger, more brutal, more tyrannical. Shiki's attempt crumbled, his haki smothered by the sheer power William commanded. William stepped forward, his voice calm but laced with power. "It's time for the old to give way to the new. You've had your time, Shiki. Now, it's ours." William grinned, his hands crackling with haki as he prepared to fight Shiki. But before the fight started, Shiki paused mid-motion, his eyes narrowing with a sudden realization. "Kale.D. William," he murmured, as if tasting the name. "So you're that kid who's been causing trouble for the world government 3 years ago?" William smirked. "Yes, that was me." "You've got guts, kid. But you've walked into a lion's den, and you don't even realize it," Shiki sneered, flexing his fingers as he readied his next attack. "I'll show you that legends don't die so easily." William's grin widened, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "I'm counting on it, old lion." The stage was set, and as the first sparks of battle lit up the hall, it was clear that neither side would hold back. The legend and the rising star stood face to face, both unyielding. Thanks for reading. If you like this story, please consider leaving an honest review. 54, Chapter 54, Fighting the Golden Lion. The grand hall echoed with tension as William turned to the girls, who stood behind him, ready for any move. William flashed a confident grin at Hancock, Robin, Sandersonia, and Marigold. "Ladies, I think it's time for a little treasure hunt. Why don't you go see what this old lion's been hoarding all these years? I'll take care of him here." Hancock nodded, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. "Have fun." "Oh, I would," William replied with a wink. With one last glance, the girls disappeared down the hall, leaving William alone with the golden lion. Shiki's eyes narrowed as he watched them go. "You really think you can just come in here and take what's mine, kid?" William rolled his shoulders, his muscles shifting in anticipation. Well, considering what I've seen so far, it doesn't look like there's much you could do to stop me. Let's see what you're made of, old lion. With a furious roar, Shiki launched himself forward, the twin swords Odo and Kagurashi gleaming as he swung them in powerful, precise arcs. Although they served as his prosthetic legs, the swords didn't hinder his movement in the slightest. Instead, they made him appear all the more fearsome as he spun and struck with the precision of a seasoned swordsman. William, however, moved like water, sidestepping each slash with ease. Shiki's attacks seemed to be in slow motion, and William knew instantly he was toying with a relic, though one whose spirit hadn't dulled with age. With a grunt, Shiki swept his legs in a circular slash, unleashing 2 golden air blades toward William. The projectiles tore through the air with a furious speed, cutting deep grooves into the walls around them. William extended his hand, his haki enveloping it in a dark glow. With a single swipe, he shattered the air blades, leaving them to dissipate into harmless particles. Shiki's eyes widened briefly before narrowing into a glare. "You brat!" he growled, frustration dripping from his voice. But there was something else in his gaze, a flicker of excitement. William could tell Shiki hadn't faced someone this strong in a long time. The air around them thickened, as Shiki used his ability to summon a wave of floating debris, forming enormous lion heads made from rocks and metal that roared as they rushed toward William. William's eyes lit up with thrill. Channeling his fire ability, he conjured a massive dragon made of searing red flames that hurtled forward, colliding with Shiki's attack. The heat and energy engulfed the hall, reducing the lion heads to molten rubble in an instant. Shiki scoffed, though a bead of sweat slid down his brow. "You think a few tricks are enough to take me down, kid? I ruled the seas before you were even born." He moved with renewed ferocity, using his power to make massive boulders levitate. He hurled them at William, then followed up with another round of air slashes from his sword legs, filling the space with lethal strikes from every angle. But William maneuvered effortlessly, the thrill of the battle making him feel more alive than ever. Meanwhile, deep within the fortress, the girls navigated the winding halls, searching for the treasure. As they turned a corner, they encountered a bizarre clown, a man with colorful attire and a ridiculous cackle. "Welcome, intruders," he sneered. It was Dr. Indigo, Shiki's eccentric scientist, and by his side stood a large, hulking gorilla named Scarlet. The moment Scarlet's eyes landed on the girls, particularly Hancock, his eyes transformed into hearts, and he beat his chest with a loud roar, his expression infatuated and unabashed. Indigo adjusted his goggles, attempting to look intimidating as he sneered. "Prepare to be crushed by Shiki's greatest allies." Sandersonia smirked. "This guy seems like he has a screw loose," she muttered, while Marigold tightened her grip on her weapon, rolling her eyes at Indigo's attempt to look intimidating. Hancock stepped forward, unbothered by Scarlet's obvious adoration. "This is a waste of time," she said coolly. With a flick of her wrist, she released a pink, heart-shaped wave that washed over the gorilla. Scarlet froze mid-beat, his love-struck expression becoming even more exaggerated until his whole form solidified into stone. The statue of the infatuated gorilla toppled to the ground, and Hancock barely spared it a glance. Indigo's confident smirk wavered, and he stammered, "What? How did you?" Before he could finish, Robin activated her ability. 6 giant arms, coated in haki, sprouted from the ground around Indigo, each forming a fist. With one swift movement, the fists pummeled him from all directions, burying him in the floor. "His life or death is unknown." "That was quite disappointing," Robin muttered, dusting off her hands as her summoned arms faded. The girls continued onward until they reached a large chamber filled with treasures of all kinds. Gold coins glinted in heaps, weapons lined the walls, and priceless jewels lay scattered across tables. But Robin's gaze was drawn to 3 sheets of paper in the corner, carefully inscribed with the same ancient carvings as the poneglyphs. "Now this is interesting," Robin whispered, her fingers tracing the intricate writing. The thrill of uncovering more historical secrets was evident in her eyes. Marigold grinned, inspecting the treasures around them. "Well, William's going to be thrilled when he sees all this. He'll be able to store everything in his dimension easily." Hancock nodded. "We'll wait for him here. Once he's done with Shiki, we'll gather everything and head out." Back in the Grand Hall, the clash between William and Shiki had intensified, the air humming with their combined energy. Despite Shiki's ferocity, he was growing frustrated. Every one of his attacks, every strategic move, was met by William's unbreakable defense. The steering wheel embedded in his head seemed to weigh on him, a constant reminder of the past and an ever-present weakness. Shiki lunged, bringing his sword legs down in a powerful strike aimed at William's head. But William caught the blow with his bare hand, his haki shimmering as he pushed back, forcing Shiki to stumble. "Why won't you fall?" Shiki snarled, desperation creeping into his voice. William looked at him, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. "You're weak, old lion." Shiki's face twisted with rage, and he unleashed a new barrage of attacks, his sword spinning in a frenzy as he created a whirlwind of slashes. But William weaved through them, his reflexes sharp, his expression unyielding. Suddenly, Shiki summoned an entire segment of the floor to rise, forming another series of snarling lion heads. Without flinching, William braced himself, channeling his advanced haki through his arm. He brought his fist down with precision, a powerful haki-infused shockwave erupting from his strike. The force shattered Shiki's lion heads into dust, the remains scattering across the hall. As the smoke began to clear, Shiki shielded his face, peering through the haze. William stepped forward, completely unharmed, his eyes glinting with calm intensity. "You're not bad, old lion," William admitted, a rare note of respect in his voice. "But you're weighed down by that steering wheel." Shiki's eyes flashed, and for a moment, his fury seemed to fade, replaced by a tired resignation. "You think you know it all, kid," he muttered. "But you don't understand what it means to lose everything." William didn't respond. He could see the weight of years, the battles fought and lost, and the stubborn pride that kept Shiki clinging to a past that no longer existed. Yet, he didn't feel pity, only respect for a warrior who refused to fall quietly. He took a step back, then spoke, his voice calm but charged with finality. "Old lion, you're going to die today anyway. So why don't you get rid of that steering wheel in your head and show me what you're truly capable of?" Shiki blinked, surprised by the suggestion, before a faint smile tugged at his lips. "You're crazy, kid, but that's a good way to go." With a roar, Shiki reached up, gripping the steering wheel embedded in his skull. With a powerful yank, he ripped it free, blood trickling down his face as he grinned wildly. His energy surged, his conqueror's haki flaring with renewed intensity. "All right, kid," he growled, his voice filled with a terrifying vigor. "I'll show you the true might of the Golden Lion." William's eyes gleamed with anticipation, his heart pounding as he braced himself for the battle to come. The air thickened with energy as the two warriors faced each other, both ready to clash once more. Thanks for reading. If you like this story, please consider leaving an honest review. 55, Chapter 55, The Golden Lion's Final Roar. 55, Chapter 55, The Golden Lion's Final Roar. As William faced Shiki, the intense aura radiating from both of them promised a battle of legend. The removal of the steering wheel lodged in Shiki's head left the Golden Lion revitalized, bringing him nearly back to the peak of his power. Now, with a fierce gleam in his eye and an imposing stance, Shiki prepared to unleash his full strength, the power and experience of an era etched into every move he made. William smirked, feeling a familiar surge of excitement. He clenched his fists, letting his haki radiate outward, filling the battlefield with his unyielding conqueror's haki. "Old lion," William said, grinning, "this is what I've been waiting for. Show me everything you've got." Shiki's fierce laugh echoed around them. "You're as bold as you are strong, kid. But you have no idea who you're up against." With a swift movement, Shiki summoned massive waves of water from the island's nearby lake, shaping them into monstrous, roaring lion heads. Each lion surged forward, maw open wide, as if ready to devour William whole. Shiki's mastery over his ability was unmatched, and he controlled the liquid lions as though they were extensions of himself, hurling them at William with ruthless precision. William didn't hesitate. He drew upon his dragon powers, channeling intense cold through his hands and launching a stream of ice at the water lions. Instantly, they froze in midair, transformed into towering sculptures of ice that shimmered under the sky. But Shiki grinned wickedly and manipulated the frozen lions, turning them back against William. The frozen beasts charged, snapping and lunging. "Not bad," William murmured, his eyes glinting with excitement. Without missing a beat, he clenched his fists and coated them in haki. With a powerful strike, he shattered the ice lions into pieces, fragments falling like glistening hail around him. Shiki didn't relent. He shot forward, launching himself at William with his prosthetic leg swords. As he moved, he sent razor-sharp air slashes in a deadly whirlwind. Each slash was like a guillotine, aimed to strike William down. But William met each of Shiki's attacks head-on, using his haki-coated fists to deflect the slashes, countering with strikes of his own. As the two clashed, the intensity of their conqueror's haki began to alter the battlefield itself. The ground cracked beneath them, stones and dust lifting into the air from the sheer pressure of their presence. Sparks of black, gold, and red lightning crackled in the air around them, filling the area with a fierce, suffocating intensity. "Impressive, kid," Shiki called out, a hint of admiration mixed with defiance in his voice. "But let's see how you handle this." Summoning all his strength, Shiki pulled debris and rubble from the floating island, crafting an army of massive, snarling stone lions again. They leapt forward, each one aimed to crush William under its weight. Shiki hovered above them, arms spread wide in triumph as he controlled each creation. William's eyes narrowed as he watched the advancing attack, and with a single deep breath, he channeled his haki. His entire arm glowed with the power of his armament haki, and he brought his fist back, gathering red and black energy around it. With a decisive blow, he punched forward, releasing a massive shockwave that tore through the stone lions, reducing them to rubble before they could reach him. Finally, after what felt like hours of battle, William took a step back, his eyes burning with determination. It was time to finish the fight. William's fists crackled with red and black lightning as he channeled both his advanced armament and conqueror's haki into a single, devastating blow. Across from him, Shiki braced himself, gathering his remaining strength, haki surging around his body. Their eyes met William's filled with fierce confidence, and Shiki's with the hardened resolve of a seasoned pirate. With a roar, they struck. Their fists didn't even touch, but the sheer force of their haki clashed in the air between them, sending out a shockwave so powerful that the island beneath them cratered. Shiki, already dying from the steering wheel's removal, felt the force of William's haki overwhelm him. And after a few moments, Shiki lost the confrontation and was hit hard by William. Shiki fell to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. His breathing was labored, and he knew he was nearing his end. William approached, looking down at the legendary pirate with a mixture of respect and satisfaction. "That was a good fight, old lion." Shiki coughed, a weak laugh escaping him. "It seems it's time for me to meet Roger again." His gaze turned serious as he looked at William. "Kid, what is your ambition?" William's eyes glinted as his conqueror's haki flared, filling the air with his raw resolve. "I'm going to take down the world government, and change this rotten world." Shiki's laugh was faint but genuine. "A wild ambition, but with a haki like yours, I'd expect nothing less. Go for it, kid. Do what we old fools couldn't." His voice faded, his breath slowing as he closed his eyes, his final thoughts drifting back to the old days of adventure. Watching Shiki slip away, William felt a rare moment of solemnity. But he had no time to waste. He quickly placed Shiki's body in his space dimension near the fruits he had prepared. The ground around him trembled as Shiki's floating island began to descend, the effects of the Fuwa no Mi fading with Shiki's life. William sprinted back to the main hall, where Hancock, Robin, Marigold, and Sandersonia were waiting amidst a hoard of treasure. "Time to go," William called, waving them over as he put away the treasure. Robin held up 3 paper copies of poneglyphs with a grin, and Hancock gave him an approving nod. "Let's hurry," Hancock said. "This place is about to drop." With a flick of his wrist, William opened a portal, leading directly to Shuki's bar. One by one, the girls stepped through, and William took a last look around Shiki's floating fortress as it continued to tremble. Satisfied, he stepped through the portal, leaving the legendary base behind as it began its final descent to the ocean below. They emerged on the other side, the familiar sight of Shuki's bar greeting them. Shuki looked at them with a bemused smile. "Well, seems like you all had an adventure." William laughed, ruffling his hair. "Just a little fight with the golden lion. Nothing too crazy." The group laughed, the weight of their battle easing into a sense of satisfaction and victory. For William, it was another step on his journey, one that fueled his ambition to change the world. And as they settled into the warmth of Shuki's bar, he knew that this fight with Shiki would only be one of many legends they would encounter on their path forward. Thanks for reading. If you like this story, please consider leaving an honest review. 56, Chapter 56, Legacy of the Golden Lion. The air in Shuki's bar was lighthearted as laughter and chatter filled the room. William leaned back, a slight smirk on his face as he watched Rayleigh and Shuki swap stories. Robin was skimming through her notes, Hancock was stealing glances at William, and Sandersonia and Marigold were enjoying their food. Rayleigh, eyes sharp but warm, looked over the young adventurers and chuckled softly. Rayleigh took a deep sip of his drink and set his cup down with a heavy sigh, grabbing their attention. "Another legend left the sea. Let me tell you more about him, the golden lion Shiki," he said, looking at each of them in turn. The room fell silent as everyone turned to listen. Rayleigh began, his voice dipping into a more serious tone as he recounted. 15 years ago, 2 years before we reached Laugh Tale, Shiki learned that Roger had located an ancient weapon. He paused, watching as the mention of Roger brought a spark to everyone's gaze. Seeing an opportunity, Shiki went to Roger, proposing they join forces. With his massive fleet and Roger's knowledge of that weapon, Shiki believed they could take over the world. He wanted Roger as his right hand. Rayleigh's smile was tinged with nostalgia as he went on. But Roger refused. Said that there was no point in being a pirate if he couldn't live freely, on his own terms. Robin leaned forward, intrigued. "And that was it? Shiki just backed down?" she asked. Rayleigh chuckled. "Not a chance. That golden lion was stubborn. We clashed at what will be known later as Ed War, and both sides went at it with everything we had. But as fate would have it, a storm hit during our fight, and Shiki's fleet took the brunt of it." He paused, his eyes distant. Half of Shiki's fleet was destroyed, and worse yet, he ended up with a steering wheel lodged in his head. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, and Sandersonia whispered, "So that's why he had that strange wheel." Rayleigh nodded. "It nearly killed him, but somehow, he survived and even came to respect Roger. But when he heard that Roger had been captured, Shiki couldn't believe it. He stormed into Marineford alone. He fought his way through, demanding to see Roger." Rayleigh's gaze grew intense, his voice almost reverent. "Sengoku was there. Garp, too. They told him Roger would be executed in Logue Town, and that was meant to break the hearts of all pirates. Shiki was furious, saying it was an insult that Roger would die in the weakest sea. And then the battle that followed destroyed half of Marineford. Shiki lost that day and was thrown into Impel Down." Everyone listened in stunned silence, envisioning the fierce battle and the Golden Lion's indomitable spirit. William looked down, his respect for Shiki growing. Even in defeat, Shiki had shown an iron will. "And that wasn't the end for him," Rayleigh continued. "Impel Down couldn't hold him. He was the first prisoner to escape, hacking off his own legs to break free. He replaced them with his swords, and then he vanished." Hancock frowned. To escape from Impel Down like that, he must have been relentless. William nodded, feeling an odd kinship with the Golden Lion. Shiki had fought to be free, no matter the cost. It was the kind of spirit he could admire. Shiki was a madman, but he was also a man of vision, Rayleigh concluded. And in the end, he didn't get to fulfill it. You've honored him just by giving him a fight worth remembering. Rayleigh's story settled over them like a heavy blanket, a reminder of the lives that had fought and died in the pursuit of freedom. William reached into his dimension, retrieving the fruits he had set near Shiki. He looked through them until he found the newly formed demon fruit, its swirling patterns unmistakably unique. He turned to Marigold with a grin. As promised, Marie, the fuwa no mi. Marigold's eyes widened, and she took the fruit with a reverence she couldn't hide. She looked at William with gratitude, and he placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice full of confidence. Now, you've got to master it. Our future kingdom depends on your strength. Marigold nodded with determination, biting into the fruit and feeling its strange power surge through her. She closed her eyes, focusing, and opened her hand. The table next to her floated a few inches off the ground, and she gasped, realizing the incredible power at her fingertips. Not bad, William teased. With practice, you'll be moving mountains in no time. He patted her shoulder and turned back to Rayleigh. Rayleigh, Shiki deserves a final resting place, he said, his voice firm but respectful. Rayleigh nodded, leading them out of the bar and into the quiet backyard. With care, they dug a modest grave, and William laid Shiki's swords alongside him. There was something humbling about a final resting place for one of the sea's great legends, watched over by those who respected his strength, even if they had been on opposite sides. As he looked down at the simple grave, William's thoughts drifted back to the battle they'd had, the fierce determination Shiki had shown despite knowing he couldn't win. Good fight, old lion, he murmured softly. Hancock stood by his side, placing a hand on his arm in quiet support. Sandersonia and Marigold, inspired by William's respect for Shiki, stood solemnly as well, while Robin clasped her hands together, honoring the legend in her own way. Rayleigh and Shucky exchanged glances. There was a sadness in Rayleigh's eyes as he looked down at Shiki's resting place. Farewell, old friend, he muttered under his breath. As the sun set, casting a golden glow through the bar's windows, Shucky poured drinks for everyone, raising her glass. To the Golden Lion, she said. And to new legends. They raised their glasses, toasting the past, present, and future. William leaned back, feeling the warmth of camaraderie and the fire of ambition burning within him. Let's make some history of our own, he declared, a sly grin lighting up his face. The others nodded, each feeling that same drive and excitement for the road ahead. They may have paid their respects to a legend of the past, but now it was time to forge their own legend that, one day, the world would remember. Thanks for reading. If you like this story, please consider leaving an honest review. 57, Chapter 57, A Date with Hancock. The morning sun was bright, filtering through the windows of Shucky's bar as everyone gathered around for breakfast. William was in high spirits. After breakfast, William stretched and looked at Hancock with a smile. Hancock, how about I take you out today? Hancock's eyes sparkled, her cheeks turning pink. Is it a date? She asked, her voice tinged with excitement. Yes, it's a duh, William started, but before he could finish, Hancock let out a little gasp, her hand flying to her mouth. Is this a proposal? She exclaimed, her voice rising in a dramatic fashion. She darted over to him, took his hand in hers, and looked into his eyes, brimming with a mix of excitement and nerves. Can I call you husband now? A wave of laughter swept through the bar, but Hancock didn't notice. Instead, she started daydreaming, holding William's hand as if they were already married. What should I do? I'm not ready for this. She mumbled to herself, her cheeks burning as she imagined their wedding. William chuckled, a spark of amusement in his eyes, and shook his head. Robin, watching the whole scene with a smirk, took the chance to jump in. Well, it seems Hancock's not ready for this, she said in a teasing tone. William, how about you take me out instead? Hancock snapped back to reality, her eyes blazing as she glared at Robin. No. She reached over, grabbing William by the arm, and practically dragged him to the door, throwing one last look at Robin. Let's go, William. We're not even married yet, and that vixen Robin is trying to take you away from me. The whole bar erupted into laughter, and William couldn't help but join in as Hancock pulled him outside. Once they were alone outside, William handed Hancock a sleek black mask that covered her eyes and nose. Put this on, he said, donning a similar mask on his face. Hancock looked at him with a curious tilt of her head. Why are we wearing these? William's voice turned low and playful. I want a peaceful, romantic date with my lovely Hancock, he replied, the words making her blush. I don't want the Navy or the world government to ruin our date. Besides, with your beauty, the only way to enjoy our date is if you petrify everyone on this island. Her cheeks turned an even deeper shade of pink at his words, and she put the mask on with a sweet smile, hugging his arm. I see, she murmured, happiness sparkling in her eyes. They started their morning by exploring the shops scattered across the groves. Hancock would try on new outfits, twirling around for William to see. Each time she stepped out of the dressing room, William gave her his opinion, often making her blush with compliments that came easily to him. That dress is perfect for you, he'd say, or, you look even more beautiful than I thought possible. Hancock bought several outfits, picking some for him as well, wanting him to look his best too. They laughed and joked, teasing each other. As noon approached, William led her to a fancy restaurant tucked away in a quieter part of Sabayati. They were shown to a private room, and after the waiters brought their food, they took off their masks. William slid his chair closer to hers. "There's too much distance between us," he said with a grin, making her heart race. She blushed, looking down at her plate, but her gaze lifted when he gently held a piece of steak to her lips. "Open up," he murmured, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Hancock obeyed, her cheeks warm as she allowed him to feed her. Summoning her courage, she cut a piece of steak for him in return, feeding him with a shy but pleased smile. They shared a quiet, tender lunch, savoring every moment and every bite as they fell deeper into their emotions. After lunch, William rented a bubble bike, gesturing for Hancock to hop on behind him. She wrapped her arms around his waist, holding on tight as they glided smoothly across the groves. Arriving at Sabayati Park, William took Hancock's hand, and they wandered through the amusement rides and attractions, laughing like children. They rode the Ferris wheel together, and as it lifted them up, Hancock leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder. They gazed out at the breathtaking view, the islands of Sabayati stretching out beneath them. "We've come a long way, haven't we, Hancock?" he said softly. She looked up at him, her blue eyes filled with warmth. "Yes," she replied. "It feels like just yesterday I met this cold kid with only hate and destruction in his beautiful green eyes." William laughed, shaking his head. "You hated me back then, didn't you?" "Yes," she admitted, a playful smile on her lips. "I didn't have a good first impression of you, but you have to understand, the first time me and my sisters saw men in our lives, they kidnapped us and sold us, so we hated men, and you are a man too." Hancock reached out, her fingers lightly brushing his cheek. "But you took care of us. You taught us how to survive. Even when you acted cold and distant, we knew you cared. I hate what happened to us, William, but if given the choice, I wouldn't change it, because if I did, I might never have met you. And I can't imagine a life without you." Her words touched him deeply, and he placed his hand over hers, his eyes softening as he looked into her eyes. "I can't imagine a life without you either, my silly princess." He leaned closer, his voice barely a whisper. "Hancock, I love you." Then, gently, he kissed her, a kiss filled with all the emotions they'd held back for so long. Hancock's heart soared as she melted into his embrace, feeling happier than she'd ever felt. When they finally pulled away, she looked at him, her cheeks flushed. "I love you too, William," she said softly, her voice filled with sincerity. As the evening approached, William suggested they head back to the bar, but Hancock hesitated, her gaze shifting to the ground as she asked shyly, "Can we not go back? Let's find a place to spend the night, just the two of us." He gave her a warm smile. "Anything you want." They found a beautiful suite in one of Sabayati's finest hotels, with a view of the sea from their balcony. As they entered, Hancock took a deep breath and turned to him, her cheeks flushed with a mixture of courage and nerves. "William," she murmured, "can you marry me now?" William chuckled, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "Wait until we build our kingdom," he promised. "When that day comes, I'll marry you and hold a gorgeous wedding for you." She nodded, her heart fluttering. "All right, we can hold the wedding then. But can we sleep together tonight?" William chuckled. "Are you sure that's what you want?" "Oh, I'm sure." Hancock gave him a provocative look as she remembered all the times she'd waited for this. "I was ready years ago, but someone was too small back then." William let out a wicked laugh, spanked her ass, and said, "I will not be a man if I stand this kind of provocation." With a mischievous gleam in his eye, William scooped Hancock up in his arms, her laughter echoing softly in the suite as he carried her to the bed. In the gentle glow of the moonlight streaming through the window, they found themselves wrapped in each other's warmth, every shared glance and touch conveying what words could not. Their hearts beat in perfect harmony as they embraced, allowing their love to guide them closer than ever before. As the night unfolded, they moved together in a rhythm only they understood, savoring each moment and creating a memory of love and joy that would stay with them forever. Sorry, my fellow men of culture, but there will be no lemons, so you can only use your imagination. Thanks for reading. If you like this story, please consider leaving an honest review. 58, Chapter 58, A Date with Robin. The first rays of sunlight crept through the window, casting a soft glow over the hotel suite. William woke slowly, feeling a gentle warmth by his side. Hancock lay curled against him, her head resting on his chest, breathing peacefully. Smiling, he reached up and softly ran his fingers through her hair, savoring the moment of calm. As Hancock stirred, her eyes fluttered open, meeting his gaze with a sleepy smile. "Good morning," she murmured. "Morning, Hancock," William replied, his voice low and warm. He grinned playfully. "How are you feeling? We were a bit wild yesterday." A soft laugh escaped her, and she blushed but looked content. "I've never felt better," she admitted, glancing at him with a warmth that made his heart race. They stayed there in comfortable silence for a while, just enjoying each other's presence. Then, finally, William broke the silence, looking at her with a small, apologetic smile. "You know I have to take Robin on a date today, right?" He chuckled. "We might not be coming back to the bar tonight." Hancock's gave him a light bite on the chest. "I'm not stupid. I know she's in love with you, too. And I know you have feelings for her." She looked up at him, a hint of seriousness in her eyes. Just don't ever abandon me, okay? Never, William promised, holding her close and planting a soft kiss on her lips. Then, with a mischievous grin, he picked her up in his arms, carrying her toward the shower. Laughter echoed between them as they shared another intimate morning together, lost in each other's company. After a leisurely breakfast, they returned to Shucky's bar, where Hancock went to chat with the other women, leaving William to greet Rayleigh. However, it didn't take long for him to notice Robin eyeing him with a mix of curiosity and something that looked like mild resentment. Finishing his conversation with Rayleigh, he made his way to the door. Turning back, he called out, "Hey, Robin, are you coming?" She looked at him, eyebrows raised. "Where are we going?" He grinned. "I'm asking you out on a date. You coming?" She crossed her arms, a playful pout forming on her lips. "I see. A pity date, is it?" William shrugged, his grin never fading. "Well, if you don't want to go," he started to turn back, but before he could take another step, Robin quickly cut in. "Who said I don't want to go?" She tossed her hair, shooting a triumphant look at Hancock, then followed him toward the door. The others in the bar laughed and waved them off, amused at Robin's sudden excitement. Once they were outside, William handed her a pair of sunglasses. "We don't need any attention from the Navy or the world government, so let's go incognito." Robin accepted the sunglasses with a smile, placing them on and adjusting them playfully. "Lead the way, William." They spent the entire morning visiting some of Sabaodi's finest bookshops and libraries. William delighted in watching Robin light up with every new discovery, picking up books with an enthusiasm that reminded him of their childhood together. At one of the pawn shops, he even found an old, rare book that made her eyes shine with joy when he handed it to her. It's incredible, William." "Thank you," she said, clutching the book to her chest. "You're welcome, bookworm," he replied with a grin, and she rolled her eyes at the nickname, though a smile tugged at her lips. For lunch, William took Robin to a cozy seafood restaurant overlooking the water, where they settled into a private table. And as the food arrived, William leaned in with a smirk, picking up a piece of fish with his fork and offering it to her. "Open up." Robin, caught off guard, blushed but leaned forward, letting him feed her. After swallowing, she playfully fed him back, and soon, they were laughing and chatting as if they were the only two people in the world. Afterward, he rented 2 bubble bikes, handing her one with a challenging smile. "How about a race to Sabaody Park?" She raised an eyebrow, giving him a determined look. "Prepare to lose." They took off, the wind whipping through their hair as they sped across the paths winding between the groves. William kept pace but let her take the lead, a grin on his face as she looked back and celebrated her victory with a triumphant laugh. Arriving at the amusement park, they spent the afternoon exploring every corner. Robin's eyes gleamed with excitement as they moved from one ride to another. Eventually, William led her to the horror house attraction, chuckling at her interest. They laughed and clung to each other in the dark, surprised by the occasional jumps and scares, and Robin enjoyed every moment in the horror house. Finally, they ended up at the Ferris wheel, where they climbed into a car and started their slow ascent. As they reached the top, William wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close as they looked out at the stunning view of the Sabaody archipelago. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, enjoying the peaceful moment, until William broke the quiet. "Robin, what do you think we'd be doing now if the Buster call hadn't happened?" She thought about it, a wistful smile crossing her face. "Well, I'd probably still be reading in the Tree of Knowledge's library. And you'd be right there beside me, pretending to read but actually dozing off." William laughed, shaking his head. "You're probably right about that." He sighed, looking off into the distance. "Those were good days." "Yeah," she murmured, a hint of sadness in her voice. "But the world, it's cruel, William. We weren't ready for it." Squeezing her shoulder gently, William gave her a reassuring smile. "Enough of those memories. Right now, I'm just glad I found you again. And that you're okay. Because I don't know what I'd do without you." Robin looked up at him, her eyes softening. He lifted her chin gently, gazing into her beautiful blue eyes. "I love you, bookworm," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. A smile spread across her face, and her voice was equally soft. "I love you too, William." They leaned in, their lips meeting in a deep, tender kiss, one that seemed to hold all their memories and feelings from the past. As they pulled apart, the sky had begun to darken, the first stars twinkling overhead. William stretched and took a deep breath. "So should we head back to the bar?" Robin shot him a look, crossing her arms and pouting. "Why? I want to do what you and Hancock did yesterday." A grin spread across his face, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Well, I'd be a fool to turn down such a request. Let's go." They found a beautiful suite in a high-end hotel, and as they entered, Robin's usual calm demeanor gave way to a shyness that William found endearing. He took her hand, pulling her close and gazing down at her with a warm smile. In the quiet of the night, William and Robin found themselves drawn together, each touch filled with a gentle intensity they had both held back for so long, a shared understanding in every gesture. With each embrace, the weight of the past seemed to lift, leaving only the warmth and closeness they now shared. Under the dim, peaceful glow of the room, they came together in a way that felt both familiar and new. Moments stretched, woven with affection and tenderness, until finally, they fell asleep in each other's arms, their hearts beating in a steady, shared rhythm that spoke of both promise and peace. Thanks for reading. If you like this story, please consider leaving an honest review. 59, Chapter 59, Secrets and Ambitions. The morning light filtered through the hotel room's curtains, gently waking William and Robin. They shared a quiet, loving moment, savoring the warmth between them before rising to begin their day. After a shared shower, full of laughter and soft touches, they dressed and enjoyed breakfast in the hotel restaurant, surrounded by the soft hum of morning life. When they were ready, they made their way back to Shucky's bar. As soon as they stepped inside, Hancock wasted no time, pulling William into a tight hug and pressing a deep kiss to his lips. He returned it with equal warmth, amused by her bold display. Robin, the Boa sisters, Rayleigh, and Shucky joined them around a large table, and soon, the bar was filled with lively conversation. When the talk turned to Robin's findings, she reached into her bag and pulled out her notes on the 3 copies of the poneglyphs she discovered among Shiki's treasure. One of the copies, she explained, just talks about the location of another poneglyph in Jaya Island. It mentions something about the Shandora people guarding it. Rayleigh's expression shifted thoughtfully, and he nodded. It's not there anymore, he said, his tone even. Robin's face showed a flicker of concern. Then where is it now? She asked, her voice hesitant. It's on Skypiea Island, Rayleigh replied calmly. William's brow furrowed. Where's Skypiea? Is it in the first or second half of the Grand Line? Rayleigh chuckled. It's in the first half, in paradise. Skypiea is up in the sky. William grinned, his eyes brightening with excitement. Perfect. Then Skypiea will be where we establish our kingdom. And this way, Robin can find her, stupid black stone, up there, too. Robin's expression sharpened, and she tugged William's ear, making him wince. Just because you couldn't read the ancient text when we were kids doesn't make it stupid. It just means you were too lazy and maybe too thick-headed to understand it. William chuckled through the tugging. Alright, I get the lazy part, but I'm not stupid. Then stop calling history stupid. Robin insisted, giving him a mock glare. You know that. Yes, William interrupted playfully. Those who forget their history are doomed to repeat it. I remember, Professor. The group burst out laughing, and even Robin smirked, clearly pleased. Rayleigh watched them with an amused smile. After the laughter had faded, Rayleigh turned serious. William, I actually know what happened during the Void Century. I could tell you the truth if you'd like. William paused, exchanging a glance with Robin before looking back at Rayleigh. Not really interested, old man. I think I can guess what happened anyway. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, and what do you think happened? William leaned back, his gaze intense but confident. There was probably a kingdom that ruled the world before the world government. They likely had people with the name D in their lineage, but they lost a great war to the current world government. That kingdom and its history got erased, just like they wanted to erase me, Robin and the scholars from O'Hara. As he spoke, a powerful wave of conqueror's haki rolled off him, and his eyes glowed with determination. But I'm not interested in a loser's history, he continued, his voice steady. I'm more interested in creating my own something that will be remembered for centuries. Everyone around the table watched him, momentarily awed. Hancock placed her hands over her heart, letting out a delighted sigh. Ah, that's my husband, she said dreamily. The others chuckled, and Shucky leaned in, smirking. What an ambitious kid, she remarked, admiration in her voice. Rayleigh gave William a proud look. You're really something, William, he murmured, clearly impressed. But then William glanced over at Robin, his face softening. But if my bookworm wants to know. William continued, Rayleigh, go ahead and tell her. Before Rayleigh could respond, Robin shook her head. Thank you, but no. The truth is important to me, but it's the journey to finding it that matters. I want to discover it on my own. William smiled at her words. Then that's what we'll do. Whatever you need, I'm here to help. Hancock wrapped an arm around Robin in a gesture of sisterly support. And I'll help you too, she added warmly. Both Sandersonia and Marigold reached over, each taking one of Robin's hands. Us too, they chimed in, smiling. Rayleigh's laughter filled the room, and he shook his head. You've got a good group here, William. Hold on to them. With a nod of gratitude, Robin shifted the conversation back to the poneglyphs, her eyes lighting up as she explained the other 2 copies. One of them mentioned someone called Joy Boy, or the Liberation Warrior. It's vague, but he might have been the leader of the people who fought against the world government. Rayleigh and Shucky exchanged glances, as though they recognized the name, but said nothing. And the last one? William asked, intrigued. Robin hesitated, frowning. The last one is strange. It talks about the world sinking or some great disaster. It's hard to make sense of without more context, but I think it's hinting at something that happened before or during the Void Century. William put a comforting hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, Robin. We'll find more poneglyphs. Someday, you'll have every piece of history you're searching for. Robin gave him a small, grateful smile. Thank you, William. Their conversation lightened, and everyone joined in as they discussed their plans and shared stories over a hearty lunch. Thanks for reading. If you like this story, please consider leaving an honest review. 60, Chapter 60, A Bold Declaration. After their lively lunch, William leaned back with a satisfied grin, glancing at the group around the table. "All right, everyone," he announced, "it's time for us to leave. But there's one more thing I need to handle before we leave the Sabayati archipelago." Everyone looked up, curious. William turned to Shucky, his gaze serious. "Shucky, tell me, where can I find the slave traders and the human auctioning houses?" Shucky raised an eyebrow, sensing the intensity in his tone. "What exactly are you planning, William?" He didn't hesitate, his eyes flashing with determination. "I'm going to slaughter them all." Shucky sighed, both surprised and impressed. "I see. Well, if you're serious, the lawless area in Sabayati archipelago is the place you'll want to focus on. Areas 1 through 29 human traffickers, pirates, bounty hunters, and criminals run wild there. And there is an auction going to be held tomorrow at the human auctioning house in Area 1. A smile crossed William's face. "Any celestial dragons attending?" Shucky nodded. "2 of them, actually. It's likely they'll be there bidding. But that also means more guards and attention from the Navy." Hearing this, William's grin only widened. "Even better. I have a great idea, and let's just say the world government won't be happy about it." His excitement caught the girls' attention, and he turned to them with a mischievous glint in his eye. "How about it, ladies? Want to stir up some trouble and make the world government enraged?" Sandersonia leaned in with a grin, intrigued. "What kind of trouble are we talking about?" William laughed mischievously. "How about we execute a celestial dragon, right in front of the whole world?" The bar fell silent, the weight of his words sinking in. Hancock was the first to break the quiet, a fierce determination in her voice. "That's brilliant. I'm in." Marigold and Sandersonia's eyes gleamed with excitement, and they nodded in unison. "We're in, too." Robin smiled and her gaze met William's. "Executing a celestial dragon in front of the whole world, we'd be the first to do it," she said thoughtfully. "We will go down in history." "I like that, count me in." Shucky, though impressed by their audacity, couldn't help but feel a tinge of worry. She gave William a pointed look. "You know this will bring the world government's wrath. They'll send everything they've got to hunt you kids down. I know you are strong, but you're not ready to fight the world government yet." William met her gaze without flinching. "I know, Shucky, I'm not ready to fight them head-on yet. But, if I want to escape, they can't stop me. Trust me, I have it under control." Still doubtful, Shucky glanced at Rayleigh, searching for his opinion. "What do you think, Rayleigh?" Rayleigh smiled, his eyes proud. "If William wants to escape with those space powers of his, there's not much anyone can do to stop him. If this is what you want, kid, then go for it. Just be careful." William gave Rayleigh a respectful nod, reassured by his mentor's support. Then he turned to Shucky with a mischievous glint. "Shucky, do you have a way to get in touch with Morgans?" She looked at him curiously. "I do, but why do you want to contact that stupid bird?" William chuckled, crossing his arms. "I need him to set up a live broadcast. I just don't know if he has the guts to do it." Shucky's eyes widened slightly, but she only smiled, walking over to a shelf behind the bar. She pulled out a small case and placed it on the counter. "Let me find his number for you." Rayleigh, meanwhile, folded his arms thoughtfully. "Once the world government and Navy get wind that you've captured a celestial dragon, they'll send an admiral, probably all 3 to stop you." Robin leaned in, her expression sharp. "Then we don't capture the celestial dragon until everything's ready." William smirked, nodding approvingly. "Smart thinking, Robin. We'll get everything set up first. Then, we'll grab him, go live, and finish it before anyone has the chance to interfere." Marigold's excitement was palpable. "It's decided then. I can't wait." William grinned, his confidence radiating as he looked over his crew. "All right, here's the plan. Tomorrow, we'll split up. Hancock, you'll go with Marie. Robin, you'll go with Sonia. I'll go alone. We'll hit areas 2 through 29, take out the slave traders, and free the slaves. Then, we'll regroup at the human auctioning house in Area 1 before the auction starts." The girls nodded, each of them already thinking ahead to what was coming. Just then, Shucky returned with a pair of Den Den mushies, one standard and a white Den Den mushie. She explained, "This white Den Den mushie produces a signal that neutralizes black Den Den mushie eavesdropping. You can attach it to the standard one to encrypt your calls. It takes a bit to set up, so it's not great for emergencies. But for this call, it'll keep the Navy out of your business." She handed it to William, who attached the white Den Den mushie as instructed. The line connected, and William dialed Morgans's number, holding the Den Den mushie close as it began to ring. After a moment, a raspy voice answered on the other end. "This is Morgans. Who is it?" William leaned forward, a smirk on his face as he began the call that would set everything in motion. Thanks for reading. If you like this story, please consider leaving an honest review. 61, Chapter 61, The Deal with Big News. Morgans. The Den Den mushie crackled, connecting William's call. Morgan's raspy voice came through. "This is Morgans. Who's calling?" William leaned into the receiver, a mischievous grin tugging at his lips. "This is KLD, William." For a moment, there was silence on the other end. Then Morgans let out a loud, surprised laugh. KLD, William, the tyrant. You've been out of the picture for 3 years. Where on earth have you been hiding? William chuckled, keeping the mystery alive. That's not important, Morgans. What matters is that I have something that'll make the front page of the World Economy newspaper. Something no one's ever dared to do. Morgan's curiosity was piqued, his eagerness practically vibrating through the den mushy. You have my attention, tyrant. Just what kind of story are we talking about? Oh, not just any story. William's voice dropped to a low tone. I want you to broadcast a live event, Morgans. Not just an article, something the whole world can watch in real time. Can you do that? There was a pause. Morgan's bird-like eyes narrowed as the den mushy reflected his suspicious expression. Depends on what this event is. And if it is as crazy as you say. William's grin grew even wider. How about executing a celestial dragon? Is that crazy enough for you? The den mushy's features morphed into a shocked expression. Morgan's was stunned, completely silent for a moment. Then, his voice came through, barely a whisper. Did I hear that right, tyrant? Did you just say execute a celestial dragon? William's tone was steady. Yes, you heard me right. Now, the question is, do you have the guts to broadcast it, Morgans? Morgans was quiet again, clearly weighing the risks of this massive scoop. Sandersonia nudged William's arm, chuckling, looks like he's chickened out. William chuckled. Well, he is an oversized chicken, after all. At that, everyone in the bar burst out laughing. But Morgan snapped back to life, loudly squawking, I can hear you, you know. And I'm not a chicken, I am an albatross. They laughed even harder at his squawk, but Morgans managed to calm himself, clearly wrestling with the weight of William's request. You do realize the danger, tyrant. The world government will come for my head if I broadcast this. I'm aware of the risks, William replied with a smirk. But I thought that you, a journalist known as Big News Morgans, despite the danger, will not miss this kind of big news. Morgan's eyes gleamed, his excitement overpowering his fear. You're right, tyrant. This is big news, bigger than anything I've covered. Alright, I'm in. But are you really sure you can pull this off? William's confidence never wavered. Just focus on the broadcast. I'll handle the rest. I need you ready by noon tomorrow. Morgans nodded eagerly, his voice steady with resolve. Where's this grand event going down? Sabayati Archipelago, human auctioning house in Area 1. William's tone was firm, final. Can I count on you, Morgans? Morgans chuckled, his excitement echoing over the call. Don't worry, tyrant. I wouldn't miss this for anything. Everything will be set by tomorrow. Good. William's grin was sharp. Let's make history tomorrow, Morgans. He hung up, a feeling of triumph washing over him as he turned back to his crew. Shucky watched him with an amused smile, her arms folded. You're one bold kid, William. Speaking of bold plans, have you thought about your organization? You're going to need some serious help for this kind of ambition. Believe me, I thought a lot about it. William nodded, then gave her an earnest look. How about this, Shucky? Want to be the head of intelligence for my kingdom, and be part of our dream? Shucky's eyes widened in surprise, and for a moment, she was silent. William leaned in, pressing on. If we're going to take down the world government, we'll need more than just strength. They've got over 900 years of foundation. We need information, strategy, and someone who knows their way around secrets. That's why I'm asking you, Shucky. You're the best for the job. He gestured to the girls, signaling them over. Come on, ladies. Help me convince Sister Shucky to join us. The girls exchanged glances, their expressions lighting up with playful enthusiasm. Sandersonia and Marigold moved in, gently massaging Shucky's shoulders, while Robin picked up her glass and filled it with her favorite drink. Hancock took Shucky's hand, giving her a warm, charming smile as she tilted her head and acted adorably. After a few moments, Shucky's cool facade cracked, and she let out a hearty laugh, clearly amused by their antics. Alright, you can stop. I'm in, William. I'll help you and I'll be part of this dream of yours. William's face broke into a genuine smile. Thank you, Shucky. We'll make sure you don't regret it. He turned to Rayleigh, who had been quietly watching the scene with his usual, easygoing expression. William tilted his head, grinning. What about you, old drunkard? Are you coming along, or are you going to keep drowning yourself in Shucky's booze? Rayleigh scoffed, shaking his head. What's with the insult, you stupid kid? I'm your teacher, show me some respect. Besides, what could an old guy like me possibly do to help? Hancock, standing beside William, narrowed her eyes in disdain. He's right, William. He is practically useless. William laughed, nodding in agreement. You know, honey, you're right. He is just an old stupid pirate after all. But, since Shucky seems to have a soft spot for him, I suppose we can take him along so she won't feel lonely. Rayleigh slumped, feigning defeat. You ungrateful brats. I'm not talking to you anymore. Then the whole group burst into laughter. We're just messing with you, old man. William took a fancy bottle of wine from his space dimension. He held it out to Rayleigh, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Here, this is for you. Rayleigh squinted at the bottle, then his eyes widened as he recognized the label. Where did you get this? Oh, some fancy wine we took from the stupid celestial pig Callan when we escaped. Totally forgot I had a few bottles, William said with a shrug. Rayleigh's face twisted in frustration, and he shouted, "You mean you had something like this, and you didn't offer it to me on Rusakaina? Do you have any idea how I spent those 2 years?" William chuckled, teasingly pulling the bottle back. "Stinky old man, if you don't want it, I'll just keep it for myself. Besides, 2 years of staying sober was probably good for your health. You should be thanking me." Rayleigh's hand shot out, grabbing the bottle out of William's grasp. "Who said I didn't want it, you cheap brat?" He popped the cork and took a long sip, sighing in delight. "Now this is what I call good wine." Then he looked at William. "I can join you kids, but you have to give me all your stock of this wine." Seeing Rayleigh's reaction, William grinned slyly. "Alright, old man, I'll give you the rest of the stock, 20 bottles in all." Rayleigh's eyes lit up, but William wasn't done yet. "But I'll be giving them to Shucky for safekeeping." Rayleigh froze, looking horrified. "No, you have no idea what she'll make me do to get those from her." William laughed, crossing his arms smugly. "Well, that's between you and your wife, old man." Rayleigh looked at him resentfully. "I hate you kid, yo." Before he finished speaking, Rayleigh felt a chill, then he turned to Shucky, who was staring at him with a cold smile. "What do you think I'll make you do, Ray-san?" Shucky said with a tone that sent shivers down Rayleigh's spine. Rayleigh's shoulders slumped. He gulped nervously. "Now, Shucky, let's talk about this reasonably." Shucky grabbed his ear with a firm grip, pulling him along. "Oh, don't worry, Ray-san. I'm sure we'll work something out." Rayleigh winced as she dragged him to the back of the bar, casting one last glare at William. "I hate you, kid. You're nothing but trouble." William and the girls burst into laughter, watching the legendary Dark King Rayleigh get dragged off, defeated by his wife. Thanks for reading. If you like this story, please consider leaving an honest review. 62, Chapter 62, The Live Broadcast. The early morning sun was still casting a soft, golden glow over Sabayati Archipelago as William and the girls gathered outside Shucky's bar, ready to start their mission. The bar was quiet, except for the fond, teasing exchanges between the group and Shucky and Rayleigh as they bid farewell. "Well, Shucky, Rayleigh, see you later," William said. "Today is going to be quite the spectacle. Hope you get a front row seat." Rayleigh chuckled, giving William a nod. "Go make a mess, kid. Just don't be surprised if the world starts shaking after this." Shucky patted Sandersonia on the shoulder. "Take care, all of you. And William, try not to bring this whole island down." "No promises." William smirked. "Let's go, ladies," and with a final wave, he led the girls away, setting off to hunt the slave traders that plagued the island. The morning was anything but calm as they hunted down the slavers, slipping between the various groves of the archipelago with silent ferocity. William was relentless, his gaze sharp and unforgiving as he killed the slave traders hiding in the alleys of Grove 12. A thin, wiry slaver saw him approach and attempted to flee, but William's hand shot out, catching him by the collar. The slaver's eyes widened with fear as William looked down at him with icy calm. "Your days of profiting off human suffering end now," William said, his voice cold as he summoned a whirlwind of flames that engulfed the slaver in an instant. The man's screams were short-lived, his form disintegrating into ash as William turned, moving on without a glance back. In another part of the grove, Hancock and Marigold moved through the slavers with ease, their opponents no match for their power. Hancock barely lifted a finger, sending slave arrows raining down on the slavers. Each one struck was instantly petrified, frozen in terror as their bodies turned to stone. "You're nothing but filth," Hancock said coldly, her eyes blazing with disgust. "This is the only mercy you deserve." Beside her, Marigold tapped the ground, channeling the power of her new demon fruit, the Fuwa Fuwa no Mi. In seconds, giant snakes crafted from the earth itself rose up and wound through the slavers. With a flick of her hand, Marigold commanded them to strike, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction as the serpents tore through the terrified men. Meanwhile, Robin and Sandersonia were unstoppable in Grove 18. Robin's demon fruit ability allowed her to sprout countless hands on the slavers, and expertly snapping their necks. Her movements were precise, almost casual, as she dispatched the men with a calm efficiency. Beside her, Sandersonia unleashed the full force of her basilisk powers. She fixed her gaze on any slaver who looked her way, turning them to stone in an instant. For those who tried to avoid her deadly stare, she spat venomous bullets from her mouth, each one lethal upon impact. Her cold smile deepened as she watched the slavers collapse, helpless before her power. By the time noon approached, William and the girls had left no stone unturned, clearing out the slave traders from areas 2 through 29. They gathered in front of the infamous human auctioning house in Area 1, their expressions hard with determination. William took out his den mushi, dialing Morgan's to make sure everything was prepared. "Everything ready, Morgan's?" William asked. "All set, Tyrant," Morgan's replied, sounding both nervous and excited. "Are you going to do this on the auction stage itself? That'll be quite the sight." "That's the plan," William said. "I'll let you know when it's time to start the broadcast." He ended the call with a smirk, looking at the girls. "Let's make our entrance." The auction house was buzzing with anticipation as the crowd waited for the bidding to begin. Nobles and wealthy buyers filled the seats, eager for the day's grotesque merchandise. The auctioneer Disco was moments from beginning the auction when the heavy doors swung open. William led the way, the girls flanking him as they moved toward the stage. Disco looked up, irritation flashing across his face as he started to shout for security, but the words died on his lips as William raised a hand. Ice-coated Disco's body within seconds, and with a single, casual kick, William shattered the man into countless frozen shards, scattering them across the stage. The crowd gasped, stunned into silence. Before anyone could react further, Sandersonia and Marigold moved, swiftly grabbing the two figures seated in the front row, St. Roseward and his son, St. Charlos. The celestial dragons barely had time to comprehend the danger they were in before Robin stepped forward, taking down the guards who rushed in with ruthless efficiency. The celestial dragons squirmed, their expressions quickly shifting from shock to indignation. St. Charlos, oblivious to his situation, glared at William and the girls. "How dare you touch us?" Charlos spat, his face twisting in disgust. "Do you know who we are?" "Yes," William said, his voice dripping with contempt. "You're exactly who I'm here for." The girls stood firm by his side, their expressions as unyielding as his. He gave a slight nod toward the video den mushy, signaling Morgan's. It was time to begin. Around the world, people gathered in the streets and bars, turning their attention to screens as the live broadcast began. Across the Grand Line and beyond, in every corner of the world, all eyes were on the infamous KLD, William and the company surrounding him. As the image sharpened, William's face filled the screen, flanked by Hancock, Marigold, Robin, and Sandersonia. In a corner of the new world, Whitebeard watched with a thoughtful frown, his eyes narrowing as he recognized the man in the broadcast. "What are you up to, kid?" he muttered to himself, his interest piqued. "Celestial dragons. Gururera, interesting." On Whole Cake Island, Big Mom leaned back in her chair, laughing as she watched. A live broadcast? And with the celestial dragons, no less. Ma, this is gonna be fun. Kaido, meanwhile, merely grunted, watching with mild interest, while Shanks gave a small, curious smile, wondering what the boy who'd made so many waves years ago would say to the world. Doflamingo grinned, his teeth flashing as he reclined with a wicked smile, muttering to himself, "This kid is crazier than I thought." Even the Revolutionary Army, scattered as they were, watched in silence, waiting to see what would unfold. In Marineford, the tension was palpable as Sengoku and the top Navy officials scrambled to react. They'd been in the midst of a high-level meeting when a junior officer burst into the room, his face pale with urgency. "Fleet Admiral, you're going to want to see this," he said, voice trembling. Sengoku turned, his brows knitting together. "What is it?" It's KLD, William, sir," the officer stammered. He's started a live broadcast." Sengoku's eyes widened, and he quickly moved to turn on the large den mushy monitor, feeling the room go silent as William's face appeared. His jaw clenched as he recognized the setting, the human auctioning house at Sabayati. The fleet admiral shot a sharp look at the officers around him. "We need to block that broadcast immediately. Do not let that message spread." But even as he issued the order, he knew they were too late. The den mushy relayed William's image with perfect clarity, and even the great fleet admiral couldn't stop the world from hearing what the tyrant had to say. Sengoku glared at the screen, his fists clenched as he watched William stand proudly before the people of the world. He knew that whatever William had planned, it would shake their foundations, and he was powerless to stop it. On the screen, William's gaze was sharp. He knew that every pirate, marine, revolutionary, and ordinary citizen had their eyes on him now, waiting for his next move. With a nod to the girls beside him, he took a deep breath, preparing to tell his story, the true story that the world government had worked so hard to bury. He was ready to confront the lies, expose the corruption, and show the world exactly who he was and what he stood for. And as he opened his mouth to speak, the world held its breath, captivated by the one man who dared to capture the celestial dragons and challenge the might of the world government. Thanks for reading. If you like this story, please consider leaving an honest review. 63, Chapter 63, Unmasking the Dragons. POV, William. The broadcast started as William stood on the stage of the human auctioning house. Around him stood Hancock, Marigold, Robin, and Sandersonia, each one steady and unflinching. "My name is KLD, William," he began, his voice echoing through the broadcast screens across the world. "Most of you know me as the Tyrant or the Demon of O'Hara. Today, I'm here to tell you my true life story." He took a deep breath, eyes darkening as memories of O'Hara flooded back. "I grew up on O'Hara, a peaceful island of scholars. They dedicated their lives to studying history. But the world government deemed this dangerous. They didn't just kill the scholars, they killed everyone. They burned the whole island to ashes, destroying not just lives, but knowledge. Children, women, elders, even the animals, nothing was spared. I watched as Admiral Akainu burned a ship full of refugees. He turned people into ash just because they dared to escape. I remember every scream, every life stolen." POV, Marineford. In his office, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's face was taut with anger as he took the call from the 5 elders. Their voices were livid. "Sengoku, do you see what William is doing? He's exposing everything. Stop this broadcast, now." Sengoku clenched his fists. Yes, elders, we're working on it. The broadcast will be shut down soon. The call ended, and he turned to the officers around him. Where is Kizuru? He's in the new world, sir, someone replied. Sengoku growled in frustration. Akainu, Aokiji, you too, get to Sabayati immediately and stop William. Now. Akainu and Aokiji exchanged glances, then nodded, hurrying out of the office to head for Sabayati Archipelago. Back to William's POV. As the broadcast continued, William met the camera's gaze again, the fire of his emotions clear in his eyes. He began to tell the story of his capture. After escaping O'Hara, I was captured by slave traders and sold to the celestial dragons. I was branded with the dragon's hoof, the mark of a slave. My owner, Saint Callan, used me in his fighting arena, where I had to fight to the death for the entertainment of those so-called world nobles. But that's not even the worst of it. His voice grew sharper, anger unmasked. In Marijoy, I saw firsthand how the celestial dragons treat their slaves. They work them to death, then punish them for being weak. Slaves are tied to walls and used as target practice. It's never a quick death, either. Their aim is terrible, so slaves bleed out slowly, suffering. Female slaves they're treated even worse. They're raped, then fed to the dogs when they're no longer wanted. And they do things so vile, I won't even speak of them. William paused, exhaling a heavy sigh. But then, one night, everything changed. The brave Fisher Tiger stormed Marijoy and caused chaos. During that confusion, me and the Boa sisters, who were fighter slaves like me before, killed the celestial dragon who owned us. And now, I'll show the world exactly what happened that night. He pulled out a Den Mushi with a video recording and hooked it up to the live broadcast. The screen shifted, revealing William's recording from that night in Marijoy. Flashback, the death match. On the recording, William appeared on the screen, his eyes fierce, voice cold. Today, I, KLD, William, am going to give you something the world has never seen before, the first ever death match between two celestial dragons. He turned the camera toward Saint Callan and his wife, zooming in on their terrified faces. On the right, he announced, almost mockingly, we have Master Callan, a pathetic excuse for a human who loves to buy slaves and make them fight to the death. And on the left, his equally pathetic wife, whose habits I don't even want to know. In the recording, William tossed a knife onto the floor between them, its blade glinting. The rules are simple, he said with a cruel smile. You're going to fight to the death, and I promise I won't kill the one who survives. Callan's face was a mask of disbelief. You can't be serious. We're celestial dragons. I'm dead serious, William replied coldly. Now pick up the knife. Or it'll be a lot worse for you. In the video, Callan's wife grabbed the knife first, and they began a brutal, desperate struggle. They clawed and scratched, blood splattering across the ground. Their pristine helmets cracked, their regal appearance unraveling as they fought like animals. William's voice echoed through the recording, his tone mocking, almost enjoying the spectacle. And here we go, folks. The first ever celestial dragon death match, brought to you live from the heart of Marijoy. The Boa sisters were visible in the background, watching quietly, their faces filled with disgust as the once powerful celestial dragons degraded themselves in a frantic, bloody brawl. Finally, Callan managed to stab his wife in the chest, and she crumpled to the ground. Callan looked up at William, breathless, his once arrogant face now filled with desperation. You promised I killed her. You said you wouldn't kill the survivor. In the recording, William smirked. I did promise. But then, a small heart-shaped bullet shot from Hancock's finger pierced Callan's chest. He gasped, looking at her in shock as his life faded. I didn't make any promises, Hancock said coldly. Callan collapsed, his body lifeless beside his wife. Reactions around the world. As the broadcast continued, people across the world watched in shock. Pirates cheered, laughing at the downfall of the two celestial dragons. Whitebeard let out a booming laugh, gripping his mug. Gururarara. What a brave kid, I should ask him to be my son. Big Mom grinned, clearly amused. Ma. Now that's entertainment, she cackled. Kaido laughed, a dark gleam in his eyes. Warororora. William the First wonder if he can kill me. Shanks, watching quietly, sighed. This is going to create more chaos than the seas have ever seen, he muttered to himself, a concerned look in his eyes. In a hidden base of the Revolutionary Army, leaders gathered around a screen, watching William's broadcast with growing interest. Dragon, the enigmatic leader of the revolutionaries, leaned forward, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. William, he's powerful, fearless, and openly defying the celestial dragons. The people will rally to him, Dragon remarked, glancing at the other leaders. Ivankov grinned, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Such spirit. He's just the kind of ally we need to shake up the world order. Karasa nodded, his gaze intense. We should reach out to him. With his strength and influence, he could be a powerful ally in our cause. Dragon's smile widened. Indeed. Let's contact him as soon as possible. In Marijoy, the five elders watched, seething. One of them slammed his fist on the table. This demon went too far. We need to end this now. POV, Marineford. Back in Sengoku's office, chaos erupted. The Marines scrambled to figure out how to cut off the broadcast, but Sengoku was watching, his face tense with anger. Garp, however, sat off to the side, chuckling as William's commentary echoed through the room. Look at Sengoku. Garp laughed, pounding his fist on the table. Two celestial dragons scratching each other's eyes out like spoiled brats. Sengoku shot him a glare. Garp, this isn't funny. Ignoring Sengoku, Garp continued laughing. Sengoku groaned, burying his face in his hands before picking up the den mushi. Akainu, Aokiji, hurry to Sabayati and stop William. Back to Sabayati. At the auction house entrance, a group of Marines stationed nearby began rushing toward William and the girls after receiving Sengoku's orders. But as they charged forward, Hancock and William exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. They unleashed their conqueror's haki together, a powerful wave that crashed over the Marines, knocking each of them unconscious in an instant. The auction house fell silent, the bodies of the fallen Marines sprawled across the floor. William smirked, turning back to the camera, his voice calm yet chilling. Now, where were we? He said, thanks for reading. If you like this story, please consider leaving an honest review. 64, Chapter 64, The Execution. The black and red lightning surrounding William and Hancock flashed ominously across the screen, a storm of unyielding resolve and power. Strong individuals from across the seas recognized the unmistakable aura of Conqueror's haki. Weak individuals watching could only wonder at the strange phenomenon, but Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and Shanks all knew what it meant and they were impressed. On Marineford, the atmosphere was tense. Sengoku and the higher-ups of the Navy had ugly expressions on their faces. Their connection to the Navy stationed at Sabayati had been cut off, the officers there rendered unconscious by the immense pressure of William and Hancock's haki. Sengoku slammed his fist onto his desk. Damn it, we're losing control of the situation. Akainu and Aokiji better get there before it's too late. Meanwhile, Garp sat in the corner, arms crossed, a faint smirk on his face. That brat has guts. You have to admit, Sengoku, he's quite the showman. Garp. Sengoku barked. This is no time for jokes. He's executing celestial dragons live. Back on Sabayati, William stood tall in front of the camera, his signature grin laced with venom. The red and black lightning crackling around him slowly dissipated, but the intensity in his eyes burned even brighter. The world government wiped out my people and burned my home. He began, his voice carrying the weight of his fury. They thought I'd cower, thought I'd disappear into the shadows. But they were wrong. Today, I declare to the entire world, I will kill every celestial dragon I meet. And one day, I will go to Mary Geosa and slaughter every last one of those pigs. And I will end the tyranny of the world government. The silence that followed his words was deafening. Even the strongest watching the broadcast felt the weight of his conviction. Then William gestured to Sandersonia and Marigold, who dragged St. Roseward forward. The fat celestial dragon stumbled, his fish tank helmet making a hollow thud as it hit the stage. Roseward struggled but couldn't escape the grip of the two women. Unhand me, you lowly humans. He screeched, his voice shrill and indignant. Do you know who I am? I am St. Roseward, a celestial dragon. I will send an admiral after you know, the entire navy will come for you. You are nothing but insects. Unhand me. Hancock's eyes darkened, her patience snapping. With one swift motion, she slapped him hard across the face. The sound echoed through the room, and the fish tank helmet shattered, glass shards raining down as blood and a few broken teeth flew from Roseward's mouth. William chuckled darkly, summoning a gleaming sword from his spatial dimension. Its blade shimmered ominously in the light as he walked toward Roseward. The celestial dragon's bravado vanished, replaced by the cold realization that he was about to die. Wait. Roseward stammered, his voice trembling. Two can give you money, all the money you want. I can make you a noble. Please, just let me go. William didn't even blink. He raised the sword, his expression unchanging. You had your chance to act like a human being, but you chose to be a monster. Monsters deserve to be slain. In one clean motion, William brought the sword down, beheading St. Roseward in front of the entire world. The body crumpled to the floor, blood pooling around it, as the head rolled to the side, the lifeless eyes staring into nothingness. The world was stunned. Reactions around the world. In Whitebeard's ship, the legendary pirate let out a booming laugh. Gururera. That brat has some backbone. Executing a celestial dragon. It's about time someone shook up this rotten world. On Whole Cake Island, Big Mom clapped her hands together, her cackling laughter echoing through her castle. Ma. Which one of you girls should marry him and bring him into our family? Or should I marry him myself? Mama, Prospero stammered, his face pale. Perhaps that's not wise. The world government will come down hard on anyone associated with him. Kaido, in a drunken stupor, lifted his sake cup and shouted, Wororororo. This brat has done what I couldn't, what none of us dared. Damn it, why couldn't I have had the guts to do the same? Then he started crying. Then Beckman exhaled a cloud of smoke. He declared war on the world government in the most public way possible. There's no going back for him now, and many people might attempt to follow his example. Shanks, leaning against the mast of his ship with a serious expression. This is going to turn the seas upside down. On Marie Geosa, the five elders were seething with rage. This is an insult we cannot tolerate, St. Marcus Mars growled. He has openly challenged our authority. St. Topman Warcury slammed his fist onto the table. We must make an example out of him. St. Ethan Baron v. Nusjuro, calmly cleaning a sword, remarked, this William is more troublesome than Dragon and his revolutionary army. St. Shepherd Jew Peter folded his arms. Should we send Garland to deal with him? St. J. Garcia Saturn shook his head. No, let the admirals deal with him. They are more than enough. Back on Marineford, Sengoku's face was a mask of fury. He turned to his officers. What's the status of Akainu and Aokiji? Have they reached Sabayati yet? They're en route, sir, an officer replied. But they won't arrive for a while. Garp, watching the broadcast, burst out laughing. That commentary on the celestial dragon was gold. Monsters deserve to be slain. He's got a point, Sengoku. Garp. Sengoku snapped. This isn't a joke. Stop laughing. Sengoku turned to his communications officer. Call Kazuru and tell him to stop whatever he's doing right now and to head to Sabayati immediately. Back at Sabayati, William turned to the camera, his wicked smile returning. Now, world, I promised you the first execution of a celestial dragon, and I delivered. But don't worry, this is just the beginning. There will be more to come. Thanks for reading. If you like this story, please consider leaving an honest review. 65, Chapter 65, The True Face of Celestial Dragons. William stood with a mischievous grin as the idea struck him like a bolt of inspiration. I still have that pig fruit, don't I? Why not make some good use of it? His wicked smile deepened as he pulled the demon fruit from his space dimension. Turning his back to the camera, he approached St. Charlos, who was groaning on the ground like the useless lump he was. Without hesitation, William smashed the celestial dragon's ridiculous fish tank helmet, shards of glass scattering. Charlos wailed, but before he could spew his usual nonsense, William shoved the fruit into his mouth. Eat up, noble one, he said with a smirk. Charlos swallowed the fruit instinctively. William, laughing inwardly, dragged him back in front of the camera. This, William began, pointing at the still gagging Charlos, is a celestial dragon, the so-called world noble you all kneel to in the streets. Let me show you what they really are. The world watched in silence as William slapped Charlos across the face. The celestial dragon whimpered, but something strange began to happen. His nose extended and turned into a snout. His ears lengthened, drooping into unmistakable pig ears. Then, his entire body began to swell and shift. Within moments, St. Charlos stood, or rather squealed, in his new form, a plump, pink pig wearing his fancy white celestial dragon outfit. For a heartbeat, the world froze. Then William burst into laughter. Oh, this is priceless. The girls joined in, unable to hold back. Hancock wiped tears of laughter from her eyes and turned to the camera with her most charming smile. Now you see the truth, world. These so-called celestial dragons are no dragons at all, they just pigs. So stop fearing them. Marigold couldn't resist, walking up to Charlos and delivering a solid kick. Squeal for us, you pig. Charlos, still dazed and confused by his transformation, let out a panicked squeal. The sound echoed across the broadcast, sending the world into chaos. South Blue. On an island in the South Blue, people gathered around a large screen showing the live broadcast. A man in the crowd shouted, Hancock-sama is right. They're just pigs. Another chimed in, everything Hancock-sama says is true. The crowd erupted in cheers, all shouting her name as they were utterly charmed by her beauty. Logetown. In Logetown, a young boy tugged on his father's sleeve. Dad, is he like the man who came to town last year? The one everyone kneeled for? You said he was a dragon. The father hesitated. Yes, son, he is. The boy frowned, pointing at the screen. But Dad, he's not a dragon, he's a funny pig. Why are we scared of him? Don't we eat pigs every day? The father panicked, looking around nervously. Shoo, don't say that. But to his surprise, others in the crowd were whispering the same thing. The 4 C's. People who had never seen a demon fruit before came to one unanimous conclusion. Celestial dragons must be a race of pigs. The New World. Whitebeard's ship, Moby Dick. Marco was laughing so hard he had tears streaming down his face. That William kid is pure evil. Now the whole world will think celestial dragons are actual pigs. Whitebeard roared with laughter. Gururarara. Children, let's have a banquet. Make sure to roast a few pigs tonight, Gururarara. The entire crew erupted in laughter, the sound echoing across the sea. Whole Cake Island. Big Mom was in a good mood, laughing as she ordered Strussen. Ma. Strussen, make me a cake shaped like a pig. Right away, Lin. Strussen replied with a grin. Anigashima. Kaido swayed, drink in hand, laughing loudly. Warororora. King, let's capture a few celestial dragons now, celestial pigs, and add them to our beast army. The beast pirates howled with laughter. The Red Force. Shanks couldn't help but laugh despite knowing the chaos this would unleash. Ha ha ha, guys, let's have a banquet. Lucky Roo grinned. Someone roast us some pigs. The red-haired pirates celebrated in high spirits. The Revolutionary Army base, Baltigo. Dragon leaned back, a rare smirk on his face. This will give us the perfect opportunity to sway more allied nations away from the world government. Ivankov threw his hands up in excitement. Yeehaw! I like this William boy. He's hitting the world government where it hurts. Marie Gosa. In the grand halls of Marie Gosa, the 5 elders were livid. This is bad, Saint J. Garcia Saturn said, his voice tight with anger. People around the world, especially those ignorant of demon fruits, will stop respecting us. They might even stop fearing us. Saint Shepherd Jew Peter looked uneasy. Should one of us step in personally? Saint Ethan Baron V. Nusjuro shook his head. No. First, we consult Im Sama on how to handle this. Saint Topman Warkuri frowned. Before that, call Sengoku. Let's see what those useless Navy dogs are doing. Marine Ford. Sengoku watched the live broadcast with his officers, his face growing redder by the second. On the floor, Garp was laughing uncontrollably, clutching his stomach. He turned him into a pig. I can't breathe. Suru, more composed, analyzed the situation. This William and his crew are smart. They've effectively destroyed the celestial dragon's image in the eyes of common people. Those who don't understand demon fruits will think the celestial dragons are an actual race of pigs. Sengoku slammed his fist onto the table. Damn that William. Damn that Hancock. Suddenly, the den mushi rang. Sengoku picked it up with a grimace. Sengoku, Saint Topman Warkuri's voice came through, cold and cutting. What is your useless navy doing? We're on it, sir, we. Sengoku began, but Warkuri cut him off. On it? It's too late. Even if you kill William and his crew now, the damage is done. Do you understand what he did means? Maybe the financial support for the Navy should be halved in the coming years. Sengoku panicked. No, sir. We'll stop William now. The admirals are already en route to Sabayati, and I'll send Garp immediately. Warkuri hissed. Kill William and his crew, and capture Nico Robin alive or else. The call ended abruptly. Sengoku, shaking with frustration, grabbed Garp's senbei and poured the whole bag into his mouth. Garp, he said through gritted teeth, head to Sabayati. Now. Garp, still chuckling, stood up reluctantly. Fine, I'm going. The World Economy News Headquarters. In the skies above the New World, Morgans danced with excitement. Big news. Hurry up and print these headlines. A reporter nodded. What headlines, boss? Morgan spread his wings dramatically. The first execution of a celestial dragon in history. The tyrant William declares war on the world government. And my personal favorite, the real face of the world nobles, are they really pigs? Print 3 versions of the paper, each with one of these headlines. As the crew scrambled to work, a sudden attack came from a rogue reporter. Morgan swiftly overpowered the assailant, revealing a CP agent. The world government orders you to stop the broadcast and suppress this news, the agent said, or face the consequences. Morgans laughed heartily. Quahahaha. Suppress this news? The biggest story in history? Never. As a reporter, I will share this with the world. With a sharp strike, Morgans ended the agent's life and tossed him from the flying ship. Keep the broadcast going, he commanded. This is history in the making. Thanks for reading. If you like this story, please consider leaving an honest review. 66, Chapter 66, The Message Delivered. William stood on the auction stage, his arms crossed, surveying the room as chaos from the previous events started to die down. His green eyes gleamed with mischief as an idea formed in his mind. The broadcast had done its job. People worldwide now questioned the fear and reverence they once had for the so-called celestial dragons. But William wasn't finished. It's time to end this broadcast, he thought, his lips curving into a confident smirk. Turning to Hancock, who stood beside him, he leaned close and whispered, Hancock, my dear, let's give the world one final masterpiece. Charm every one of these disgusting nobles and slave buyers. Make them tear apart this celestial pig themselves. Then, when they're in the height of their frenzy, turn them to stone. Hancock's crimson lips curled into a wicked smile. You are wicked, William, she said with a chuckle. I like it. The tension in the room shifted as Hancock stepped forward, her beauty radiating like a deadly weapon. She turned to the crowd of nobles and wealthy onlookers, many of whom had come to bid on slaves moments before. With a flip of her raven-black hair, she activated the full power of her Mero no Mi. The reaction was instantaneous. Every person in the auction house, whether man or woman, was mesmerized by her charm. Cries of Hancock-sama echoed through the room as the crowd, eyes glazed with obsession, lost all sense of reason. William and the girls stepped back from the stage, leaving Charles still in his pig form alone in the spotlight. Hancock's voice rang out, commanding and melodic, as she pointed at Charlos. Tear him apart. She ordered. The charmed crowd roared in unison, yes, Hancock-sama. Like a tidal wave, they surged toward Charlos. No one cared that he was a celestial dragon anymore. They only saw him as a fat pig, unworthy of the pedestal he'd once stood on. They clawed at him, tearing apart his once fancy white attire. His squeals of terror filled the room as flesh and fabric alike were ripped apart. As the frenzy reached its peak, Hancock struck. With a graceful flick of her hand, she activated her power once more. The entire room fell silent as every single person, including Charlos in his grotesque pig form, was turned into stone. William clapped his hands, a slow, deliberate applause echoing through the now still room. He stepped forward, turning to the camera with a triumphant grin. "What do you think about this work of art, world?" he said, gesturing to the statues. "Let's call it, the Celestial Pig. What a magnificent piece, wouldn't you agree?" He turned to Robin, who had been quietly observing. "Professor Robin," William said, his tone playful, "as a scholar, could you give us your thoughts on this artwork?" Robin stepped into the camera's view, her scholarly demeanor shining through. "As a scholar," she began, "I find this piece fascinating. The central figure, the so-called Celestial Pig, represents the wealth and decadence of the so-called world nobles. The surrounding statues capture the rage and frustration of the world, tearing apart the false image of these dragons. In my opinion, it's a perfect representation of the world's suppressed emotions toward the celestial dragons and their government." William nodded. "Thank you, Professor Robin. And, of course, a big thank you to our talented artist, Boa Hancock, for bringing this masterpiece to life." Hancock gave a graceful bow, though a playful smirk tugged at her lips. William turned back to the camera, his tone turning serious. "You've all seen it now. The so-called celestial dragons beg for mercy when their lives are on the line. They bleed red, just like the rest of us. They are no dragons, they're just pigs. So stop fearing them." He paused for effect, letting his words sink in. "Alright world, that's it for today. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Goodbye." With that, William gave the signal, and the broadcast ended. Around the world, on an island in the Grand Line, an unkempt pirate grinned. "You hear that, boys? Celestial dragons are just pigs. Let's go hunt some and get famous." On the Moby Dick, Marco smiled and said, "William and his crew are absolutely insane, and that piece of artwork is really priceless." Whitebeard's laughter booming like thunder. "Gururarara. Well said, Professor Robin. Gururarara." Big Mom, seated at her grand table on Whole Cake Island, laughing with delight. Ma, let's have a tea party." Kaido, on Onigashima, slammed his fist on the table, roaring with laughter. "Worororo. Now William Brat, let's see how you deal with the consequences of what you did." Meanwhile, Dragon of the Revolutionary Army leaned forward at the meeting table. "This is our moment," he said to his commanders. "The world is shaking. We need to act quickly and bring down some allied nations while people are still questioning the government." In Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office was in shambles. The desk was split in two, papers scattered everywhere. Sengoku stood amidst the chaos, his fist trembling with rage after delivering the blow that shattered the desk. "Damn William, damn Hancock, damn Nico Robin," he roared, his voice echoing through the halls. His frustration was palpable. The broadcast had done irreparable damage to the image of the celestial dragons and, by extension, the world government. In the heart of Mary Gosa, the five elders were livid. Their faces were twisted with fury as they marched through the grand corridors, their destination clear: an audience with him. "This cannot be allowed to stand," one of them hissed. "William has thrown the world into chaos," another added. Their anger burned hotter than ever, knowing that one of the foundations of their control, the fear of the celestial dragons, was crumbling. Across the seas, ordinary people stood in stunned silence. The broadcast had shown them the truth. The celestial dragons, long thought to be immortal and divine, were nothing more than humans who bled red like everyone else. For some, the revelation sparked a flicker of hope. But for many, fear of the world government kept their thoughts bottled up. They didn't cheer, didn't celebrate. Confusion and uncertainty hung heavy in the air. The fear ingrained in them for generations was hard to shake, even in the face of truth. Back in Sabayati, William and the girls stepped out of the auction house. "We really did a number on them," Marigold said, a grin on her face. "And the world will never forget it," Robin added, her tone proud. Hancock looked at William, her eyes filled with admiration. "As expected of my husband," she said. William chuckled. "We're just getting started." Suddenly, the atmosphere grew heavier. A wave of intense heat and chilling cold swept through the air. William's grin widened as he turned his head toward the horizon. "They're here," he said simply. Hancock, Robin, Marigold, and Sandersonia turned to look. Two figures were approaching fast, one radiating an infernal heat and the other exuding an icy chill. Akainu and Aokiji had arrived. William stood tall, his confidence unshaken. "Time to show the world that even admirals can bleed," he said, his voice steady and filled with resolve. The two admirals landed, their gazes locked on William and his crew. Thanks for reading. If you like this story, please consider leaving an honest review. 67, Chapter 67, Storm over Sabayati. The humid air of Sabayati archipelago grew heavier as the two admirals, Akainu and Aokiji, stepped into view. Akainu's molten magma dripped to the ground, hissing against the soil, while Aokiji exhaled a cold mist that chilled the air around him. Robin stiffened when her eyes met Aokiji's cold stare, her body betraying a slight tremor. Memories of O'Hara flooded her mind, the screams of her people and the Buster call that left her with nothing but ashes and pain. Sensing her distress, William placed a firm, reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Robin," William said, his voice calm. "We're not the weak kids we were back then. You're stronger now. Let's show them how strong we've become and make them regret what they did to our home. Robin took a deep breath, steadying herself. The trembling ceased, replaced by a calm determination. She looked up at William, her lips curling into a small smile. You're right, William. I won't show weakness again. She turned to Hancock, Marigold, and Sandersonia, who had been watching her with concern. With a reassuring smile, she said, "Sorry about that, girls. I'm okay now." The three sisters returned her smile. Sandersonia stepped closer and whispered something into Robin's ear, causing them both to exchange wicked grins that made Aokiji shift uncomfortably. Akainu's temper flared as he watched them completely disregard him and Aokiji. "Last time, I let you scum escape Marie-Joy," he growled, his voice filled with rage. "But this time, you won't get away." William glanced at Hancock, and they both burst into laughter as if Akainu had just told the funniest joke. "Enough!" Akainu roared, his magma bubbling furiously. The laughter abruptly stopped as William's expression darkened. A terrifying wave of Conqueror's haki erupted from him, shattering the ground beneath their feet. The skies over Sabayati darkened as if night had fallen, storm clouds swirling ominously. Black and red lightning snaked through the heavens, illuminating the chaotic sea, which churned in response to William's raw power. William began laughing again, each echoing chuckle reverberating through the air like thunder. This time, his haki surged to its full power, an unrelenting torrent focused entirely on the two admirals. With each laugh, a tidal wave of Conqueror's haki crashed into them, stripping them of the arrogance they had carried moments before. Instinctively, Akainu and Aokiji stepped back. Fear, raw and primal, clawed at their senses, a feeling they hadn't experienced in decades. They felt like prey standing before an apex predator, their lives dangling by a thread. Gone was their disdain for William, replaced by dread and the chilling realization that they were utterly outmatched. The truth settled like a weight on their shoulders. Even if they gambled with their lives, they could not defeat him. Both admirals bit their tongues, forcing themselves to regain composure. Aokiji broke the silence, his voice betraying a nervous chuckle. "Aharera. Looks like we're in big trouble this time." He glanced at Akainu, his usual cold demeanor cracking. "Sakazuki, we might not make it out of this one alive." Akainu's fists clenched, magma dripping to the ground as he gritted his teeth. William's laughter stopped, his piercing gaze locking onto Akainu. His voice was like ice. "Do you still think I need to run from your sorry ass, Akainu?" The magma admiral growled in response, but before he could reply, William vanished. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared inches from Akainu, his sudden movement leaving the admiral's observation haki in the dust. William's voice was low and dangerous as he spoke. "Then you're very much mistaken." Akainu barely had time to process the words before William's fist slammed into his chest, coated with advanced armament haki. The impact was catastrophic, a destructive energy tearing through Akainu's body, wreaking havoc on his internal organs. The energy continued its path, carving through the battlefield and into the sea, creating a massive explosion of steam and waves. Akainu didn't fly backward from the blow, his body simply gave out, dropping him to his knees. He coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth as he struggled to stay upright. His hands trembled, and his body convulsed from the shock of the attack. Aokiji moved to intervene, but Sandersonia intercepted him. Her eyes shifted into their basilisk form, locking onto the admiral's gaze. Aokiji's body began to stiffen, his attempt to use his ice abilities thwarted by her petrifying power. Just as he prepared to resist with haki, Robin appeared before him, her fist imbued with advanced armament haki. Aokiji, unable to defend himself, took the full force of her punch. He doubled over, blood dripping from his mouth, but Robin wasn't finished. She created two clones, one delivering a powerful kick to his neck that sent him flying, and the other appearing midair to slam both haki-coated hands down on him. The impact left Aokiji embedded in a massive crater, but even then, Robin pressed on. A 12-meter-tall clone materialized above the downed admiral, its colossal foot raised high, ready to crush him. Aokiji summoned a massive ice bird in a desperate attempt to defend himself. The bird shattered beneath the clone's stomp, buying Aokiji just enough time to escape. Using Soru, Aokiji appeared in front of what he thought was the real Robin and attempted to freeze her, only for her to dissolve into petals. He had no time to react as Marigold's spear struck him, sending him crashing into a mangrove tree, splitting it in half. Robin and Sandersonia shared a laugh. Sandersonia smirked. "See, Robin, I told you my plan would work." William, watching from a distance, nodded in approval. "Well done, girls." Aokiji emerged from the rubble, a deep gash running from his chest to his abdomen, blood staining his coat. Despite his injuries, he pushed forward. Meanwhile, Akainu, still kneeling and coughing blood, saw an opportunity. While William was distracted, Akainu gathered his strength and lunged, his magma-coated fist aiming for William's back. But William's eyes flashed red. His advanced observation haki revealed Akainu's intentions before he even moved. William sidestepped effortlessly, dodging the attack. "Future sight," Akainu muttered, his voice trembling. "You monster." William chuckled, seizing Akainu by the head. His knee, coated in haki, smashed into Akainu's face 3 times in rapid succession, each strike more brutal than the last. He released the admiral, who fell back, his nose broken and teeth missing. A sudden golden flash lit up the battlefield as Kizaru appeared behind William. "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light, tyrant?" Kizaru drawled. Before his attack could connect, Hancock's haki-infused kick struck Kizaru in the face, sending him hurtling through several mangroves. Red and black lightning crackled from her attack, a clear sign of Advanced Conqueror's haki. William grinned. "Oh, Hancock, you've mastered Advanced Conqueror's haki." Hancock smiled sweetly. I didn't even realize. I was just so angry because that yellow wretch tried to sneak attack you." William pulled her into an embrace. "That smile of yours is dangerous, Hancock. Are you trying to seduce me?" "Maybe," she teased, her eyes sparkling. William leaned in, kissed her deeply, and teased. "Let's finish these annoyances and find a place to have some fun." Before Hancock could reply, Akainu, regaining his composure, growled, "How dare you scum ignore me and flaunt your affection in front of me?" Sandersonia snickered. "Oh no." Marigold grinned. "He's doomed." Robin chuckled darkly. "As much as I hate Akainu, I almost feel sorry for him." Hancock, her eyes blazing with fury, stepped forward, her conqueror's haki spiraling out of control. Her hair flowed wildly, and red and black lightning surrounded her. "You dared to interrupt my moment with my husband," she said coldly. "You will pay for that, you ugly bastard." William joined Robin, Sandersonia, and Marigold, shaking his head. Robin laughed. "Crazy Hancock is out again." William chuckled. "You know how mad she gets when someone interrupts us or tries to separate us. Remember when Rayleigh joked about me staying away from women during training?" Sandersonia grinned. "She chased him all day, ready to turn him to stone until you calmed her down." Marigold glanced at Akainu and shook her head. "That idiot has no idea what he just unleashed." From a distance, Rayleigh and Shucky watched the fight unfold. Rayleigh sipped his drink and chuckled. "Poor bastard. Thanks for reading. If you like this story, please consider leaving an honest review." 68, Chapter 68, Crushing the Three Pillars of Justice. Hancock's piercing gaze locked onto the injured Admiral Akainu. Her aura radiated power, her conqueror's haki unleashed in full force, rippling through the battlefield. The fury in her eyes was unmistakable. Akainu had interrupted her cherished moment with William, and for that, he would pay. The Admiral, though battered and barely standing after his clash with William, mustered his resolve. Magma bubbled around his fists, his fury no less potent. "You pirates think you can toy with justice?" he growled. "I'll crush you all, no matter the cost." Hancock didn't flinch. She had spent 3 years sharpening her abilities, her strength now nearing that of a Yonko. Her demon fruit powers are deadly, capable of charming anyone, man, woman, or child, while her mastery of armament and conqueror's haki made her a force to be reckoned with. She moved first, closing the gap in an instant. Her long legs lashed out in a series of rapid kicks, each one infused with advanced armament haki. Akainu raised his magma-covered arms to defend, but her strikes shattered his guard, forcing him backward. "You're too slow," Hancock said disdainfully, her movements fluid and precise. Akainu roared, hurling a massive wave of molten lava at her. The ground hissed and cracked as the magma surged forward, but Hancock was unfazed. With a graceful motion, she summoned her fruit ability, launching a volley of arrows that struck the magma mid-air. The fiery torrent solidified into stone and crumbled harmlessly to the ground. The battle continued, Hancock's speed and power overwhelming the Admiral. Her kicks were relentless, striking with such force that even Akainu, known for his durability, struggled to keep up. Every time he attempted to counter with magma, she turned it to stone, rendering his attacks useless. Finally, Hancock decided to end it. She stopped and tilted her head slightly, her expression softening into an adorable pout. Her voice took on a sweet, almost innocent tone. "Oh, Admiral Akainu." She cooed, "Are you really trying to hurt me?" Akainu froze, his face reddening. For a moment, his unwavering resolve faltered, his magma flickering weakly. Realizing what was happening, he bit down on his tongue, blood dripping from his mouth as he tried to shake off her charm. "Witch!" He spat, his voice laced with hatred. But it was too late. Hancock spun with flawless precision, delivering a devastating kick infused with advanced conqueror's haki. The sheer force of her attack sent a shockwave through the air, striking Akainu square in the chest without even making direct contact. The Admiral flew backward like a ragdoll, his body smashing through the air before plunging into the sea. A cry went up from a nearby warship. "Quickly, help Admiral Akainu. He can't swim." Marines scrambled to dive into the water, desperate to rescue Akainu. Hancock stood tall, her long black hair flowing in the breeze. Her piercing gaze swept over the battlefield, her victory clear. She muttered under her breath, her voice dripping with disdain, "Disgusting scum." With a flick of her hair, she turned away, her focus shifting back to the one who mattered most, William. Meanwhile, not far away, the battlefield saw another shift. Kizaru, with a broken nose, returned to the fight. Blood dripped from his face, and his once pristine sunglasses were shattered. "That was quite scary," Kizaru muttered, rubbing his face. He spotted Aokiji struggling in the distance and prepared to assist, but his path was blocked. William appeared in front of him, arms crossed and a mischievous grin on his face. Going somewhere, Sparkles? William asked, his tone playful yet challenging. How about you stick around and see who's really the fastest? Kizaru sighed. This is going to be troublesome. Without warning, he fired a barrage of laser beams. But William dodged them effortlessly, moving so quickly it was as if the beams were on slow motion. Kizaru flashed behind him, aiming a kick at William's back, but William was already prepared. Using his space manipulation ability, he teleported, reappearing directly behind Kizaru. Boo! William teased, grinning wickedly. Kizaru's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively flashed into the sky to create distance. But to his dismay, William was already waiting for him, a dangerous gleam in his eye. Before Kizaru could react, William delivered a thunderous kick to his chest, breaking several ribs and sending him hurtling toward the ground. Kizaru's impact left a massive crater, dust and debris flying everywhere. When Kizaru struggled to stand, William was already in front of him, watching like a predator playing with its prey. Getting tired? William asked mockingly. Kizaru tried to create distance again, but William didn't give him the chance. With a fiery punch coated in advanced armament haki, William struck Kizaru's gut. The attack sent a destructive wave of flames and haki through Kizaru's body, bursting out of his back in an explosion of energy. Kizaru coughed blood, smoke rising from his body as he crumpled to the ground, unconscious. At the same time, Aokiji found himself in an increasingly desperate situation. He was facing not one, but three fierce opponents, Robin, Marigold, and Sandersonia. Aokiji attempted to freeze the battlefield with his Ice Age attack, but the trio avoided his attack effortlessly. Marigold transformed the ice into giant snakes using her demon fruit ability, each snake's head coated in armament haki as they lunged at Aokiji. He tried to dodge, but Robin's ability came into play. 10 massive hands, each coated with haki, appeared from the ground around him, forcing him to defend himself. A few snakes and hands managed to land hits, their haki-infused attacks breaking through his defenses. Aokiji turned to ice to escape, but every time he reappeared, the trio was ready. The battlefield was a relentless dance of attacks, leaving him with no opportunity to counter. As he fought, one of Sandersonia's poisonous bullets struck his arm. The corrosive poison burned through his skin, forcing him to turn his arm into ice and shatter the affected area. But the damage was done, and he grimaced in pain. Robin seized the opportunity, summoning 2 massive hands coated in haki. They appeared in front and behind Aokiji, clapping together with crushing force. The impact broke several of his ribs, and blood sprayed from his mouth. Sandersonia, in her hybrid basilisk form, delivered the final blow. Her punch, infused with advanced armament haki, struck Aokiji's chest with all her strength. A shockwave rippled through his body, and he collapsed to the ground, barely conscious. William and Hancock approached. William looked down at Aokiji, then turned to Robin. "It's up to you, Robin," he said gently. "Whatever you want to do with him." Robin knelt beside Aokiji, her expression unreadable. "You let me escape back then," she said softly, "so I won't kill you this time. But now, I owe you nothing. If you stand in our way again, you'll die." With that, she stood, turning away. William grinned and knocked Aokiji out with a casual kick before pulling Robin into a warm hug. Just then, a voice boomed across the battlefield. "Ha ha ha, you kids sure know how to cause a ruckus." Everyone turned to see an old man landing nearby with incredible speed, using moonwalk. He had a wide grin on his face and an unmistakable presence. Garp, the hero of the Marines, surveyed the scene. His sharp eyes took in the battered forms of Aokiji and Kizaru, then rested on William and his group. "You did quite a number on those two," Garp said, chuckling. "I like what you did to those celestial pigs, but as a Marine, I can't just let you walk away. I have to take you to Impel Down." William laughed, his confidence unshaken. "You're strong, old man. Who are you?" "Monkey D. Garp," the man replied proudly, pounding his chest. "And you're not bad yourself, kid. How about it? Want to have a fight with this old man?" William's grin widened. "Why not? Let's see what you've got, old-timer." Thanks for reading. If you like this story, please consider leaving an honest review. 69, Chapter 69, Clash of Titans and Family Bonds. William's dragon wings unfurled from his back, their black scales shimmering faintly under the fractured sunlight. He looked at Garp, a grin tugging at his lips. "All right, old man, let's take this fight to the sky. I don't want to destroy this island." Without waiting for a reply, William took off, soaring above the mangroves of Sabayati. The powerful beats of his wings stirred the air, leaving the ground trembling in his wake. Garp laughed heartily, his voice booming. "Good thinking, kid. Let's see if you're worth all this hype." With a quick leap, he propelled himself upward, using moonwalk to follow William into the sky. The two faced each other high above the archipelago, the clouds forming a dramatic backdrop to their imminent clash. Garp crossed his arms, smirking. "This high up, there's no one to get hurt." William grinned. "Hope you can keep up, old man. Let's get started." In a flash, the two collided mid-air, fists clashing in a flurry of armament haki-infused blows. Shockwaves rippled through the clouds, creating massive gusts of wind. They exchanged blows, testing each other's strength. William landed a heavy strike that made Garp grin. "Not bad, kid. You're almost as tough as me in my prime. Almost. William chuckled. Let's stop playing around, old man. Should we get serious? Garp's expression hardened, though his grin didn't waver. Alright, let's see what you've got. A burst of Conqueror's haki erupted from both of them, clashing in the sky and creating a crackling storm of black and red lightning. The sheer pressure of their wills rippled across Sabayati, shaking the island to its core. The seas below churned violently, and the trees on the mangrove island quivered as if bowing to the battle above. The intensity of their strikes increased as both began using advanced armament and Conqueror's haki in every blow. Garp's punches carried a force that could shatter mountains, while William's strikes were precise and destructive, amplified by his immense strength. You're tough, old man, William admitted as they exchanged another set of devastating blows. And you're making this old dog work harder than I'd like. Garp responded, his grin now edged with determination. After several minutes of intense fighting, William hovered back, his wings beating steadily. Time to wrap this up, Garp. He shifted to his hybrid dragon form, his towering 5-meter frame cloaked in gleaming black scales streaked with gold. His tail swayed behind him as his glowing red eyes fixed on Garp. With a deep growl, he unleashed his full Conqueror's haki, sending a wave of oppressive energy through the air. Garp's playful demeanor faded. He felt the weight of William's haki pressing down on him like a tidal wave. Impressive, kid, Garp said solemnly, but don't think an old man like me will back down. Gathering all his strength, Garp prepared his ultimate move, Galaxy Impact, a punch infused with his advanced haki that carried enough power to obliterate entire islands. William's dragon claws clenched into a fist, infused with Conqueror's haki and his space element energy swirling around it. Let's see if your fist can match mine, old man. Their attacks collided with an earth-shaking roar. The air itself seemed to crack, and though their fists never touched, the clash created a shockwave that rocked Sabayati archipelago. Trees snapped, buildings trembled, and the sea roared as waves crashed onto the shore. For a moment, the two were locked in a stalemate. Then, with a mighty roar, William's strength overcame Garp's, and the legendary marine was sent hurtling downward at incredible speed, crashing into the sea with a tremendous splash that sent waves crashing against the warships. William shifted back into his human form and descended gracefully to his companions. Hancock rushed to him, throwing her arms around him. As expected from my husband, she said, smiling up at him. William smirked, wrapping an arm around her. Robin approached with her usual calm demeanor, but the warmth in her eyes was unmistakable. William pulled her into the hug as well, holding both women close. You were amazing, William, Robin said softly. Sandersonia clapped her hands, grinning. That was awesome. Marigold nodded in agreement. A great fight, William. That old man was strong, though. William chuckled and patted Hancock and Robin's backs before letting them go. Yeah, he's strong, but so are we. Still, we can't stop here. If we want to make our dreams come true, we have to get even stronger. The girls nodded in agreement. Now, William said, turning serious, there's one more thing to do before we leave this place. He vanished in a flash, reappearing next to the severely injured Akainu, who lay on the ground, unable to move. The Marines aboard the warship froze in fear as they saw William approach. Despite their terror, a few tried to protect their fallen admiral, but a burst of William's Conqueror's haki knocked them all unconscious. Vice Admirals Doberman and Momonga charged forward, but Hancock and the girls intervened. Hancock's kick sent Doberman flying into the warship, shattering parts of it and leaving him badly injured. Meanwhile, Marigold's haki-infused slash caught Momonga off guard, sending him into the sea with a grievous wound. William stood over Akainu, his gaze cold. Look at you, he said, his voice dripping with disdain. Lying there, beaten and broken like the dog you are. But don't worry, I won't kill you. No, I want you to tremble in fear every time you hear my name. I want you to lose everything before you die. Akainu growled, blood dripping from his mouth. Damn you, scum. I'll kill. Before he could finish, William unleashed his ice fire, a devastating combination of his fire and ice elements. The flames crept up Akainu's leg, freezing it painfully and slowly. William said coldly, every time we meet, I'll take another piece of you. Damn you, you evil scum. Ah! Akainu's screams echoed across the battlefield. His curses turned into incoherent cries of pain as the ice fire crept higher. Suddenly, Garp emerged from the sea, bloodied but standing tall. He grabbed a fallen Marine sword and severed Akainu's leg above the knee, stopping the ice fire from spreading further. You're cruel, kid, Garp said, his tone heavy with disapproval. William's expression remained indifferent. No, old man. Your navy is cruel. You destroyed my home, killed everyone I cared about, especially him. He pointed at Akainu. Garp sighed, his eyes filled with regret. I'm sorry, kid. Truly, what happened to O'Hara wasn't justice. It was a tragedy. William could sense the sincerity in Garp's voice. He placed a hand on Garp's shoulder. I know not all Marines are bad. People like Vice Admiral Saul showed me that. I won't kill every Marine I meet, but I won't spare the ones who deserve it. With that, William opened a space portal and disappeared with the girls, leaving Garp standing over Akainu's broken form. Garp looked out over the sea, his shoulders heavy with sorrow. What have we done? He muttered. Back at Shucky's bar, the group found the place empty. William turned to the girls, noticing their somber expressions. "What's with the sad faces?" he asked, grinning. "What happened to O'Hara sucks, but right now, I couldn't be happier. I've got you all as my family. I love you all." Sandersonia crossed her arms and pouted. "Are you sure you love us all, or do you just love Robin and Hancock?" William looked at her exaggerated sulk, then at Marigold, who turned her head away, trying to hide a faint blush. Grinning mischievously, he pulled them both into a warm hug. "I'm sorry, Sonia, Marie. How about I take both of you on dates too?" Marigold froze, her face turning red, while Sandersonia gasped, her voice cracking as she said, "Who wants to go on a date with you, you pervert?" Feigning sadness, William let out a dramatic sigh. "So, you don't want to, then?" Marigold's voice faltered as she cut him off. "No, that's not it. It's just," she glanced nervously at Hancock, hesitating. Hancock smiled. "Don't worry. If you two want to marry William, I have no problem with it. But just so you know, I'm the first wife." Robin chuckled softly. "I don't mind either." Sandersonia and Marigold exchanged glances before throwing their arms around Robin and Hancock in gratitude. "Thank you." William blinked in disbelief, pretending to clutch his chest in pain. "Wait, why are you hugging them? I'm the husband-to-be here." Robin gave him a wicked smirk. "Sisters, I think William looks far too pleased with himself. Shall we teach him a lesson before he tries to marry every beautiful woman he meets?" Hancock's smile turned icy. "He dares." "Hey, hold on now," William said, backing up. "Didn't we just agree to be happy together? Why beat me up?" Before he could finish, all four women pounced on him, their laughter filling the room as they beat him playfully. William flailed dramatically, fake groans spilling from his mouth. "Ouch. Stop, please. Robin, Hancock, shouldn't you be beating Sonia and Marie? They're the ones trying to steal your sweet husband." Hancock glared at him. "Scum. Hit him harder, girls." At that moment, Shucky and Rayleigh walked in, taking in the lively chaos. "Seems lively in here," Shucky remarked, raising an eyebrow. Rayleigh burst out laughing at the sight of William on the floor, surrounded by the girls. "What did you do this time, kid?" William twisted around to glare at him. "Stinky old man, don't just stand there. Help me." Rayleigh smirked. "Help you? Not a chance. Girls, beat his stupid ass. Hit him harder, he deserves it." William groaned. "I'll remember this, old man." "Ouch. Who's biting?" "No biting." "Ah. You got me in trouble with Shucky yesterday." Rayleigh leaned against the bar, grinning with glee. "This is what you get, kid. Karma." As Shucky chuckled beside him, the girls continued their playful assault, their laughter echoing through the bar. It was a chaotic, heartwarming end to a day full of battles. Thanks for reading. If you like this story, please consider leaving an honest review. 70, Chapter 70, Justice in Question. Garp was sitting on the deck of the damaged marine warship, staring into the vast horizon. His usual carefree expression was replaced by a heavy, contemplative look. The den mushi in his hand rang loudly, breaking the silence. With a sigh, Garp answered it. "Garp, what is going on there? Did you catch William and his crew?" Sengoku's voice echoed from the receiver. Garp let out another sigh. "Sengoku, you're in big trouble this time." Sengoku's voice turned impatient. "What do you mean, Garp? What happened? And why aren't the three admirals answering their calls?" Garp leaned back, his voice unusually heavy. "Of course, they're not answering. They're all unconscious." "What? Garp, tell me everything," Sengoku demanded, his tone rising with panic. Garp stood, his gaze dropping to the still recovering Vice Admiral Momonga nearby. "I wasn't there for the start of it, so let Momonga tell you what happened." He handed the den mushi to Momonga. Despite the deep slash on his torso, Momonga straightened, wincing as he held the receiver. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku," he began, his voice strained but steady, "when we arrived, Admirals Akainu and Aokiji were already engaged with William and his crew. And?" Sengoku prodded. Momonga continued, his tone filled with disbelief. "It wasn't a fight. Admiral Akainu was severely injured by William with just one punch. Admiral Aokiji, he was outmatched. Nico Robin, Boa Marigold and Boa Sandersonia overwhelmed him. Their physical strength and demon fruit abilities are on a completely different level." "Demon fruits? What are their abilities?" asked Sengoku. "Boa Marigold manipulates the ground, turning it into giant snakes made of earth. Boa Sandersonia transforms into a snake-like form with green scales and spits poison bullets. Nico Robin, she can create clones of herself, all capable of using haki. She even created a giant clone over 12 meters tall. The three of them fought like an unstoppable team." Suru's voice cut through. "What about Boa Hancock?" Momonga's voice faltered slightly. "Stronger than all three combined, ma'am. She fought Admiral Akainu after William injured him. Her speed, strength, and haki were terrifying. She turned Akainu's lava into stone. Her final strike defeated him without even touching him and sent him flying into the sea." Sengoku's frustration grew. "Damn it, she mastered Advanced Conqueror's haki. What about Kazuru?" Momonga hesitated before replying. "Defeated in 2 moves by William, sir." A heavy silence fell. Then Sengoku growled, "Damn that boy, pass me Garp." Momonga handed the Den Mushi back to Garp. "Garp, why didn't you stop William?" Sengoku demanded angrily. Garp snorted. "Do you think I didn't try? That kid is a monster, Sengoku. He's stronger than me. Even when I used my full strength, I couldn't win. His mastery over all 3 advanced forms of Haki is extraordinary. And when he transformed into his hybrid dragon form." Garp trailed off, the memory still fresh. "And what do you think about the strength of his crew?" Sengoku asked. Garp sighed. "Boa Hancock's strength is nearing Big Mom's level. Boa Sandersonia's power rivals an admiral, and Boa Marigold and Nico Robin aren't far behind." Sengoku's voice was a mixture of frustration and disbelief. "Damn it." Garp sat down heavily, his voice carrying a rare seriousness. "Sengoku, what the Navy did to O'Hara, do you think it was justice?" Garp. Sengoku barked, anger rising. "Stop spouting nonsense and remember your position." Garp's tone turned bitter. "The Navy and the world government created 5 monsters. And now, they're coming for us. No one can stop them. Justice will prevail," Sengoku shot back. "Get your ass back to Marineford." Garp stood, looking at the Navy soldiers struggling to treat Akainu's wounds. "I'm not coming back right now, Sengoku. I'm hurt, and I need to heal. Send Bogard to pick me up. I'm heading to East Blue to see my grandson." Garp. "The admirals are seriously injured. We need you here." Sengoku shouted, but Garp's reply came in a rare, firm tone. "I'm tired, Sengoku. I need some rest." Sengoku sighed, his frustration giving way to resignation. "Fine, go see your grandson, old friend, but hurry back." He ended the call. Garp looked at the recovering Navy soldiers. "After you get Akainu stabilized, take the admirals back to Marineford for treatment," he ordered. "Yes, sir." They responded, moving swiftly to obey. As Garp watched the Navy ships leave, his mind replayed his earlier clash with William. The boy's strength and determination were unlike anything he'd seen in years. "Justice will prevail," Garp muttered under his breath, his voice heavy with doubt. "But which side is the real justice?" Marineford, Sengoku's office. Sengoku sat alone with Tsuru, his hands pressed against his temples. Tsuru broke the silence. "William and his crew never claimed to be pirates. Their only apparent goal is revenge on the Navy and the world government. By executing 2 celestial dragons, they've likely gained the support of many, especially the Revolutionary Army." Sengoku's jaw tightened. "We must get rid of them. Once the admirals recover, we'll gather our elites, the 7 warlords, and every available force. They can't survive that." Tsuru shook her head. "William isn't reckless. If he were, he wouldn't have stayed hidden for 3 years before making his move. And even if we wanted to bait him, we have nothing to lure him in." Sengoku slammed his fist on the desk. "Damn it. I hate being forced into a passive position." Marijoy, the sacred chamber. The 5 elders knelt before the shadowy figure of Im. "Your Majesty," Marcus Mars began, "William executed 2 celestial dragons in a live broadcast and declared war on the world government." Im's voice, icy and calm, pierced the room. "Does he possess the Nika fruit?" Marcus Mars shook his head. "No, Your Majesty. He wields a mythical dragon Zoan." Im's tone remained detached. "Then do not intervene yourselves. Let the Marines deal with him. The time of the war between us and the new Joy Boy is near. We must not reveal our strength prematurely." "As you wish, Your Majesty," the 5 elders responded in unison, rising and leaving the chamber. 71, Chapter 71, The World Reacts. In the newsroom of the World Economy newspaper, Morgan spun around with excitement, flapping his wings as he shouted, "Big news! Big news!" The reporters in the bustling room watched as Morgans danced with glee. He turned toward them, his eyes sparkling. "Write the headlines. Let the world know that the so-called tyrant, KLD William has done the impossible. Here are the titles. 1. The tyrant who toppled legends, William defeats Garp and Admiral Kazuru. 2. Boa Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the world, crushes Akainu. 3. Aokiji falls to the might of Nico Robin, Boa Sandersonia, and Boa Marigold. Morgan slammed his hands on the desk. "This will sell like wildfire. Make sure every corner of the world sees it." Grand Line, a random island. A scrappy pirate crew sat around a campfire, a copy of the latest newspaper in their hands. Their captain, a scrawny man with a crooked hat, stood up and waved the paper dramatically. The 3 admirals and the marine hero Garp were defeated by a kid and a bunch of little girls. "Ha ha ha." The captain roared with laughter. "Boys, if they can take down the strongest force in the Navy, so can we. Let's attack a marine base and make a name for ourselves." The crew cheered, raising their weapons in the air. "Yeah, Captain. Let's go." Another pirate crew. On a ship that had just entered the Grand Line, a fat, greasy pirate captain named Hogg smirked as he held up the newspaper. "This William kid thinks he's hot stuff, huh? Listen up, boys. Let's find him and take his women." The crew erupted in agreement. Captain Hogg puffed out his chest. "I'm Captain Hogg, the only man worthy of the beauties around that kid, especially Hancock-sama." The pirates roared in excitement. "Yeah, Captain. Let's kill that tyrant and rescue Hancock-sama." Around the world, the news spread like wildfire, igniting ambition in countless foolish pirates. Across the seas, crews underestimated the might of the Marines and rushed to attack Navy bases, only to be crushed. While the Navy held its ground, the sudden surge in attack stretched their resources thin, leaving a trail of chaos and casualties in its wake. Back to Captain Hogg again. Captain Hogg's ship sailed confidently toward a Marine warship. As they approached, Hogg grinned when he saw the ship's commander, a beautiful woman standing tall on the deck. "That's Vice Admiral Guion," Hogg said, his eyes gleaming. "She's mine. Before we kill William and marry Hancock-sama, we'll capture her first. Boys, you can have the rest of her crew." The pirates cheered. "Long live Captain Hogg." Guion looked down at the filthy crew with disgust. Her sharp eyes locked onto Hogg, and her voice was icy. "A fat pig like you wants to kill William and marry Boa Hancock? Have you ever looked in a mirror?" Hogg's face turned red with anger. "How dare you insult me? I'm the great Captain Hogg, with a bounty of 40 million bellies." Guion burst into laughter. 40 million? That's hilarious. Thank you, I needed that laugh. Unsheathing her sword, Compra, she swung it effortlessly, sending a massive flying slash toward Hogg's ship. The attack cut the ship clean in half, sending it and Captain Hogg's ambitions into the depths of the sea. Hogg's final words were a pathetic shout. "No. I can't die. I haven't married Hancock-sama yet." Guion spat overboard. "Disgusting scum. Let's move. We're heading back to Marineford." In the New World, the news reached the major players of the seas. Unlike the naive and stupid pirates in the Grand Line, the seasoned pirates recognized the magnitude of William and his crew's strength. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard held the newspaper, his booming laughter shaking the deck. "Gururarara. Marco, how old do you think that kid is?" Marco, perched nearby, shrugged. "Less than 20, I'd guess." "Why do you ask, Pops?" Whitebeard grinned. "He's not even 20, and he's already defeated Garp. Imagine how strong he'll be in a few years. That little girl Hancock, if she's mastered Advanced Conqueror's Haki at her age, she's on a path few have walked. Even I, Lin, and Kaido didn't reach that level so young. And that red-haired one. I'd bet my ship she has Shiki's demon fruit." Whitebeard's grin widened. "I really want them as my children. Gururarara. Whole Cake Island." Big Mom slammed the newspaper on the table, her laughter echoing through the castle. "Ma, Tamago. Go tell that boy William that I want him to marry into my Charlotte family." Tamago adjusted his pince-nez glasses, and replied in his smooth, French accent, "Oui, Mama. Soir." Prospero paled. "Mama, we can't." Not only did he beat Kizaru, but he also defeated Garp. Big Mom's expression darkened. "What? Do you think I'm afraid of some kid, Prospero? I'm Big Mom." Panicked, Prospero quickly backpedaled. "No, Mama, that's not what I meant. How about we invite him to a tea party instead?" Big Mom's mood shifted instantly, her mouth watering at the thought. Mama, a tea party. That's a wonderful idea. Tamago, send the invitation immediately." Tamago bowed. "Bon, considérez c'est la fête, Mama." On the Red Force, Yasopp held up the newspaper, laughing. "I think that William kid is stronger than you, boss. Last time Garp chased us, all we could do was run. Ha ha ha." Lucky Roo joined in. "Look at the boss, he's blushing. His face is as red as his hair." Shanks scowled, his face indeed flushed. "You guys knock it off. We didn't fight Garp because I didn't want to, not because I couldn't." Yasopp smirked. "Sure, boss. Whatever you say." Shanks shook his head, grabbing a drink. "Enough about that crazy old man. Let's keep the party going." Ahahaha. The crew roared with laughter and clinked their mugs together, continuing their celebration. On Onigashima, Kaido sat on his throne, holding a massive jug of sake. He read the headlines, a wide grin splitting his face. "Worororora. That kid William, I want to fight him." Moments later, Kaido slammed his jug down and began sobbing uncontrollably. "But when will he come to the New World?" Shuki's bar. Back on Sabayati, William, Shuki, Rayleigh, and the four girls sat around a table, enjoying a hearty dinner. William leaned back in his chair, grinning. "Shuki, you should pack up. We're leaving tomorrow. Actually, I can take the whole bar with us if you want." Shuki smiled warmly. "Alright, take it. There are a lot of memories here." William nodded. "Consider it done. By the way, do you girls want to sail to Jaya Island first, or should I go straight to Skypiea and open a portal for you?" Marigold spoke up. "How about I take us there on a flying ship?" William raised an eyebrow. "You can do that, Marie." Marigold smirked. "I can't make an island fly yet, but a ship, easy. Once I make it float, controlling it is no burden." Hancock clapped her hands. "Then it's settled. We'll fly to Skypiea." Rayleigh, holding his empty glass, grumbled. "Hey, kid, you still owe me that wine you promised." William chuckled. "I'll give it to Shuki when we get to Skypiea." Rayleigh frowned. "Fine, but can you spare a bottle now?" William smirked. "Didn't I give you one last night?" Rayleigh sighed. "I already drank it." William shook his head, pulling a fancy bottle of wine from his spatial dimension. "You've got a problem, old man. You need help." Rayleigh snatched the bottle, grinning. Mind your business, kid. 72 Chapter 72 The New Bounties. Marineford. Night fell heavily over Marineford. In the hospital, Sengoku and Tsuru stood solemnly near the beds of the admirals, their faces grim. Doctor. Sengoku began, his voice weighted. What's their condition? The doctor sighed, adjusting his glasses. Admiral Aokiji is the least injured. He has several broken ribs, a shattered arm, a dislocated shoulder, and a fractured leg. He'll need about a month to recover, provided he doesn't push himself. And the others? Tsuru asked, her tone calm but tense. Kizaru and Akainu, their conditions are severe. Both sustained heavy internal damage. Most of their ribs are broken, and their organs are bruised. Akainu also lost a leg above the knee. We'll have to wait until he wakes up to see if he wants a prosthetic from Dr. Vegapunk. Sengoku's fists clenched. How long until they're battle-ready? A minimum of 8 months for basic recovery, the doctor replied, but ideally, they shouldn't fight for a year. As Sengoku and Tsuru left the room, Sengoku grumbled, this is a disaster. The 5 elders have already called, demanding immediate action against William and his crew. But with the admirals out of commission, how are we supposed to deal with them? Even if Garp and I fight William together, what about the rest of his crew? Tsuru placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. For now, all we can do is wait. When they've recovered, we'll strategize. Sengoku sighed heavily. The 5 elders also want new bounties issued, as if that will solve anything. Shuki's bar. The morning sunlight filtered into the cozy bar as William stirred awake, sandwiched between the 4 girls. He smirked, brushing some hair from his face. Girls, wake up. It's time to leave. All the girls started acting lazy, asking for more time to sleep, and Hancock pouted, her voice soft and sleepy. Can we sleep a little more? William chuckled, resigned to their antics. Fine, you can sleep a little more, but can you at least let me go? No, they all replied in unison, hugging him tighter. Robin said with a sleepy voice, how can we sleep without our pillow? William could only give up, letting them use him as their pillow. Downstairs, Shuki was preparing breakfast. Rayleigh leaned against the counter, his face grumpy. You know, Shuki said with a smirk, helping these kids isn't such a bad thing. Don't you want to do something meaningful instead of gambling and drinking all the time? I want to see how they'll change the world, and I want to be part of it. Rayleigh grunted. You don't understand, Shuki. That hateful kid William is going to drive me insane. He's too much trouble. Shuki shook her head and smiled. Oh, stop it. I know you better than anyone. You love that kid, even if you won't admit it. If I didn't know better, I'd think you two are a father and a son. Rayleigh's lips twitched into a reluctant smile. At that moment, William came downstairs. He spotted Rayleigh's expression and grinned mischievously. What's with that creepy smile, old man? You look like a pervert. Rayleigh snapped back to reality. Respect your elders, brat. Why are you nice to Shuki but not me? William leaned closer, whispering, are you saying Shuki is old? Before Rayleigh could retort, William turned to Shuki and said loudly, hey, Shuki. Rayleigh just said. Rayleigh cut him off. Don't you dare finish that sentence, kid. You have 4 women to worry about. Don't start something you can't handle. William smirked. Are you threatening me, old man? Rayleigh gave a triumphant grin. What do you think? Rolling his eyes, William walked to Shuki. Good morning, Shuki. Need any help? Shuki smiled warmly. Good morning, William. Set the table for breakfast. She glanced at Rayleigh. Unlike some people who only know how to eat and drink like pigs. William grinned. Shame on you, old man, letting Shuki do all the work. Rayleigh glared as William helped Shuki, leaving him to stew in his irritation. Soon, Hancock, Robin, Sandersonia, and Marigold joined them for breakfast. The atmosphere was light-hearted as they joked and ate together. After the meal, Shuki handed them a newspaper. Look at this. William unfolded it, revealing their new bounties. The worst criminal in history, KLD, William, the tyrant 6 billion berries. The most beautiful woman in the world, Boa Hancock, the Empress 3 billion berries. Boa Sandersonia, the Serpent Queen 2 billion berries. Boa Marigold, the Red Witch 1.5 billion berries. Nico Robin, the Demon Child 1.5 billion berries. Sandersonia grinned. The Serpent Queen, I like it. Marigold frowned. Why am I a witch? Robin said, I don't like my title. Maybe next time I meet the Navy, I should act like a real demon. Sandersonia glanced at Hancock's bounty and said, Elder sister, they changed your title from the Gorgon Queen to the Empress. I think this title suits you better. Elder sister. Hancock didn't hear her at all, lost in a daydream about being an empress and William being her emperor. The others laughed at her daydreaming. Rayleigh chuckled as he looked at William. What do you think, kid? Your bounty is higher than Whitebeard and Rogers ever were. William shrugged. I don't care about bounties. He leaned forward, smirking. But I was thinking when we establish our kingdom, I'll issue bounties on the Navy and the world government. Let's see how they like being hunted. Hancock nodded enthusiastically. That's a brilliant idea. Rayleigh burst out laughing. You're insane, kid, but I like the way you think. Outside the bar, the group prepared to leave. Marigold concentrated, using her demon fruit to make the entire bar, along with a chunk of the land beneath it, float. William scratched his chin. I was planning to store the bar in my space dimension, but this works too. Flying in style. Robin sighed in relief. I didn't want to steal some stinky pirate ship. The others agreed, settling inside the floating bar as Marigold guided it into the sky. The last sight of Sabayati Archipelago disappeared beneath them as they soared toward Skypiea. Next stop, Skypiea. William declared. Let's build a kingdom that will shake the world. The bar floated higher, disappearing into the clouds, as their journey to greatness continued. 73, Chapter 73, Skypiea Island. After leaving Sabayati Archipelago, William and his group finally arrived at the legendary Skypiea. As the flying bar broke through the white clouds, the breathtaking sight of the floating islands, Cloud Sea, and radiant sun greeted them. Robin was the first to speak. Her voice carried awe as she gazed at the fluffy white expanse of the white sea below. Wow, this is incredible. Who would have thought there was a place like this? Although we've been to Shiki's flying island, but this feels so different. And, is that the white sea I've read about, Rayleigh? Rayleigh nodded with a small smile. Yes, and that, he said, pointing to the islands before them, is Angel Island. The one with the giant forest is Upper Yard. Sandersonia's eyes sparkled as she leaned over the railing. This place is beautiful. So, this is going to be our new home, huh? William's sharp gaze scanned the islands. And faint smirk tugged at his lips. It's perfect, he declared. The perfect place to build a kingdom. Hidden from the world government and full of potential. Rayleigh chuckled. Marigold, steer us toward Upper Yard. We're going to meet an old friend. Got it. Marigold said, taking control of the flying bar. She maneuvered it skillfully, bringing them closer to Upper Yard, where they eventually landed. As soon as they stepped off the bar, a group of Skypiea soldiers surrounded them. Gonfall, a regal-looking older man with a lance, stood at the head of the group. His soldiers glared at William's group. One of them pointed and shouted, "Invaders! How dare you set foot on our holy land, you!" Before he could finish, Hancock, growing impatient, unleashed her conqueror's haki. A wave of overwhelming energy knocked out all the soldiers instantly, leaving only Gonfall conscious. The old man collapsed onto the ground, panting and visibly shaken. William placed a firm hand around Hancock's waist and gave her a look. "Honey, we're here to take over, sure, but we're not bad people. Let me explain to this gentleman why we're here first." Hancock snorted, crossing her arms. "Why bother? Let's just toss them all from here to the Grand Line." Robin chuckled, her dark sense of humor slipping out. "If that happens, I wonder if the people below would think it's the end of the world. Raining people instead of frogs." William burst out laughing. "Robin, that's dark but hilarious." Rayleigh smacked William on the back of his head. "Enough joking. You're scaring my friend." Rayleigh approached Gonfall, offering him a hand to help him up. The older man stared at him for a moment before recognition dawned. "Rayleigh, is that really you? It's been more than 10 years. Where's Roger and the others?" Rayleigh's smile softened. "The crew disbanded long ago. As for Roger, he's dead." Gonfall's expression fell. "I'm sorry to hear that." He turned his gaze to William and the others, frowning. "Rayleigh, why are they here? They said something about taking over Skypiea. What's going on?" Rayleigh sighed and gestured for William to step forward. "Explain it yourself, but remember this man is my friend. Show some respect." William approached Gonfall with confidence, his tone firm yet calm. "I'll keep it simple, old man. I'm here to take over Skypiea because I want to build a kingdom far from the reach of the world government. But I promise I won't harm your people. Rayleigh told me about the 400-year war between Skypiea and the Shandia tribe, and I'm going to end it today." He paused, his green eyes narrowing. "So, you've got two choices: fight, knowing you can't win, or surrender and avoid unnecessary bloodshed. What's it going to be?" Gonfall hesitated, looking to Rayleigh for reassurance. Rayleigh gave him a small nod. "Trust me, Gonfall. This kid might be reckless, but he won't harm your people." Realizing he had no other option, Gonfall sighed in resignation. "Fine, I surrender. Just keep your promise." William grinned. "Smart choice. Now, I want you to go to the Shandia tribe, and call their chief here. By the way, don't call me God. I'm not one, and neither were you. How could you let people call you that, you shameless old man?" Gonfall flushed with embarrassment. "Then what should I call you?" "King William," William replied confidently. Gonfall nodded. "Understood, King William. But I don't think the Shandia chief will listen to me. We're enemies, after all." William turned to Marigold. "Marie, go with him. Show the Shandia chief that he doesn't have a choice." Marigold smirked. "On it." Gonfall summoned his bird, Pierre, who transformed into an awkward-looking winged horse. Hancock wrinkled her nose. "What an ugly horse." Robin smiled. "I think it's unique, beautiful, even." William chuckled. "Robin, I know you like weird animals. But that thing is hideous." Marigold and Gonfall flew toward the Shandia tribe. Upon their arrival, the Shandia warriors immediately tried to attack Gonfall, but Marigold stepped forward, summoning massive cloud snakes with her ability. The warriors froze in fear as she spoke. Skypiea has a new ruler, King William. He said he'll end the 400-year war and treat your people fairly. But if you don't cooperate, I'll beat you all, and drag your chief to him myself. The Shandya warriors got angry and wanted to attack her, but their chief stepped forward, his gaze steady. Is what you say true, miss? Marigold nodded. I have no reason to lie. The chief hesitated before sighing. Fine, I'll come with you. When they returned, William greeted the Shandya chief with the same confidence he'd shown Gonfall. I want to build a kingdom on Skypiea that represents freedom, equality, and dignity. I promise to improve your lives. All I ask is that you follow the laws of my kingdom. Gonfall asked, Your Majesty, what laws will those be? William replied, We'll decide after exploring this island. You and the chief will help write them. And chief, your tribe can return to Upper Yard. The chief bowed and said with excitement, Thank you, King William, thank you. With formalities out of the way, William and his group began exploring Upper Yard. Led by Robin, they eventually arrived at the golden city of Shandora, buried beneath layers of island clouds. As they uncovered the ruins, they were awestruck. The city glittered with gold, every structure a testament to ancient craftsmanship. William let out a low whistle. What a sight. Chief, tomorrow I want your people to start cleaning this place up. I'm turning it into a museum. No one lives here. This is history, and I won't let anyone ruin it. The chief looked moved. Thank you, King William. Robin looked at William and smiled. William raised an eyebrow. What? I was raised by scholars. If I let anything happen to this place, I think Old Man Clover would come back and haunt my ass. Robin laughed. Exactly. You wouldn't get a moment of peace. As they continued exploring, Robin found ancient words inscribed on Shandora's ruins. Keep thy motives in heart, with closed mouth. We are those who will weave history with the ringing of the great belfry, she read aloud. Eventually, they reached the golden bell atop Giant Jack. Marigold used her ability to bring it to the ground, revealing the poneglyph beneath. Robin read it, discovering it contained information about an ancient weapon. It's about the location of an ancient weapon, she explained. William shrugged. Not interested. Rayleigh asked. Are you really not interested in ancient weapons? William smiled. Not my thing. Shucky pointed at the bell. What about this, Robin? Robin spotted another inscription. It says, I have come here and will lead this passage to the farthest ends of the world. Gold, Roger. William grinned mischievously. Rayleigh, did you vandalize the golden bell? Robin's eyes narrowed. Did you? Rayleigh broke into a sweat as arms sprouted from his body. No. Stop, Robin. I'm just a dumb pirate. I don't know ancient writing. Then who? Robin demanded. It was Koja Ki Odin. Rayleigh blurted. His family created the poneglyphs 900 years ago. Robin withdrew her arms, and Rayleigh slumped in relief. You're hateful, kid. He muttered to William, who burst into laughter. Robin turned to the Shandya chief. Your tribe has fulfilled its duty. You're free from the promise your ancestors made centuries ago. The chief cried with relief and said, Thank you. Then he looked at William and said, King William, can I go and tell my tribe? William grinned. Before you leave, let's ring the bell. He glanced at Marigold. Marie, make it sing. Marigold smiled and rang the bell with her ability. Its resonant chime echoed across the sky, bringing tears to the eyes of Skypiea's residents. They cried out in joy, the war has ended. 74, Chapter 74, The Birth of Valeria. The next day, after their arrival in Skypiea, William gathered the Shandya chief and Gonfall in Upper Yard. They stood amidst the sprawling jungle and ancient ruins as William spoke confidently. Chief, Gonfall, I need you two to begin constructing a palace for me here. This will be the capital of our kingdom, and it needs to reflect strength and unity. Let's make it grand, but not over the top, simple yet elegant. Do you understand? Both men nodded, agreeing without hesitation. Gonfall offered. We'll use the resources of both Angel Island and Upper Yard to make it a place worthy of a king. William smirked. Good. I trust you two to handle it. Now, I have other matters to attend to. William turned to Marigold with a playful grin. Marie, I think we deserve a break. Let's go somewhere fun today. Just the two of us. Marigold's eyes lit up with excitement. Where are we going? You'll see. William said, opening a shimmering space portal with a wave of his hand. Taking her hand, they stepped through and emerged in the bustling city of Water 7. William could open a portal here because they passed above Water 7 on their way to Skypiea. The day was filled with joy and laughter. William and Marigold explored the city, visiting its famous shops and buying matching trinkets. They rode water chariots and spent hours at a water park, laughing like carefree children. As the sun set, they shared a romantic dinner by the canals, the warm glow of lanterns reflecting on the water. William looked into her eyes and said, I love you, Marie. Marigold blushed deeply, her heart racing. I love you too, William. William leaned in and kissed her gently on the lips. The world around them seemed to fade away in that moment. Later that night, they found a luxurious hotel, where they spent the night together, deepening their bond. The next morning, William woke up with Marigold nestled in his arms. He smiled and said, Good morning, sleepyhead. Let's have breakfast and head back to Skypiea. But maybe we should have some fun first. Marigold laughed and playfully screamed as William pulled her close for another round of lovemaking. Afterward, they shared a shower, enjoyed breakfast, and returned to Skypiea through William's portal. Back in Skypiea, Hancock pouted when she saw William return. To cheer her up, he kissed her, and then gave Robin a quick kiss as well. Turning to Sandersonia, he said, "Sonia, get ready. Today, I'm all yours." Sandersonia grinned, her excitement barely contained. "Where are we going?" "Let's find out." William replied with a wink, opening another portal to Water 7. Just like with Marigold, William made sure the day was unforgettable. They shopped, laughed, and explored the city, ending their evening with a candlelit dinner. Under the soft glow of the lights, William took her hand and said, "Sonia, I love you." She blinked, her cheeks turning red. "I love you too, William." William leaned in and kissed her, sealing the moment. That night, they stayed at a luxurious hotel, where they shared their love. In the morning, after a playful shower and breakfast, they returned to Skypiea. The next day, William called a meeting in Shucky's bar. Hancock, Robin, Marigold, Sandersonia, Shucky, Rayleigh, Gonfall, and the Shandia chief were all present. Hancock broke the ice. "Before we discuss the laws, what are we going to call our kingdom?" William leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. "I want to create a kingdom that stands for equality, justice, and freedom. A place where people can live with dignity. A kingdom of valor. How about we call it Valeria?" Robin smiled. "I was thinking of something like Darkhaven or Doom Kingdom, but I love the name Valeria." Hancock beamed. "As expected from my husband. I love it too." Everyone nodded in agreement, their excitement growing. William continued. "Now, about the laws. Let's keep them simple and fair. Here's what I propose. 1. Equality. Every person, regardless of race, gender or origin, is equal under the law. 2. Freedom. No slavery or oppression will be tolerated. 3. Education. Every child has the right to education. 4. Healthcare. We will care for the elderly and the sick. 5. Justice. Crimes will be punished fairly under the law. 6. Taxes. A fair tax system will be established to support the kingdom." Shucky nodded approvingly. "These are solid laws, William. They'll set a strong foundation for our kingdom." The group spent hours refining the details, discussing the economy, governance, and other aspects. By the end, Valeria's laws were complete. The following day, William summoned all the residents of Skypiea to Upper Yard, curiosity and excitement in their eyes. Standing tall on a platform, William addressed the crowd. "People of Skypiea," he began, his voice booming with confidence. "Today marks the beginning of a new era. This land will no longer be divided by war or oppression. From this day forward, we are united as one kingdom, a kingdom of freedom, equality, and justice. Welcome to Valeria." The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices echoing through the skies. William raised his hand for silence. "Upper Yard will be our capital, and I name it Valeris. Here, we will build a palace, schools, and hospitals. Everyone will have the chance to live with dignity. I promise to protect you from all threats, be they pirates or anyone else. And one day, Valeria will be so strong that it will rule the world." The crowd's cheers grew louder, tears streaming down many faces as they chanted, "Long live King William." William grinned and said, "Now, let's celebrate." The rest of the day was filled with joy and festivities. The people of Skypiea now Valeria danced, sang, and feasted in celebration of their new kingdom. Fireworks lit up the skies, and the golden bell rang out, its sound carrying the promise of a brighter future. As William watched the celebrations with his friends and loved ones by his side, he felt a deep sense of pride. Valeria was born, and it was just the beginning. 75, Chapter 75, The Brave Little Girl. It had been a week since the construction of Valeria's capital, Valeris, began. The city was coming to life, with workers bustling to create a magnificent palace in Upper Yard. William's dream was slowly becoming a reality, and everything was progressing smoothly. On a calm morning in Shucky's bar, the group gathered for breakfast as usual. Laughter filled the room as Hancock and Sandersonia playfully argued about their new responsibilities in Valeria. Robin sipped her coffee, immersed in a book, while Marigold chatted with Rayleigh about combat techniques. As the plates were cleared, Shucky leaned against the counter and said, "William, I've heard some troubling news." William tilted his head. "What kind of trouble, Shucky?" Shucky's expression grew serious. "The Navy plans to ambush Fisher Tiger today on an island in the Grand Line called Foolshout Island. They want to make an example of him after what happened with you and the Celestial Dragons." William stood abruptly, his voice firm. "How do I get there, Shucky? I'll save him, and if he's interested, he can join us." Shucky smirked and reached under the bar, pulling out an eternal pose. "Lucky for you, I've got this. Foolshout Island isn't far from here. If you fly, you'll get there in 3 hours." William took the eternal pose, a determined fire in his eyes. "Who's coming with me?" All 4 women immediately stood up. Hancock spoke first, her voice resolute. "I'm coming." Robin closed her book. "I'm coming too." Sandersonia cracked her knuckles. "Count me in." Marigold grinned. Like I'd let you go without me. William laughed. All right, let's go then. Marigold stepped outside and used her powers to make a ship float. The group boarded quickly, ready for the journey ahead. Rayleigh called out from the dock, his voice casual but meaningful. Hey, kid, if you find a silly octopus named Hatchon with Tiger, and he wants to tag along, bring him back. I want to see him. William chuckled. Got it, old man. Shucky waved them off with a smirk. Take care, kids, and don't do anything too reckless. Sandersonia smiled. Don't worry, Shucky. Bye. With Marigold steering, the ship soared through the sky toward Foolshout Island. Fisher Tiger's POV. 3 years had passed since Fisher Tiger's daring raid on Mary Gosa, freeing countless slaves and branding himself as an enemy of the world government. The Sun Pirates had become a symbol of rebellion, offering hope to the oppressed. Recently, Tiger and his crew had celebrated William's live broadcast, and the news that said the young man with his crew defeated 3 admirals and Garp had inspired them. For one night, the Sun Pirates feasted in his honor, laughing and cheering. Now, Tiger found himself on Foolshout Island, fulfilling a promise. A former slave named Koala had been entrusted to the Sun Pirates. Her home was on this island, and Tiger had vowed to return her safely. Koala, a shy 11-year-old, had clung to her submissive habits, fearing punishment even from her saviors. Arlong's temper hadn't helped, but Tiger's compassion finally broke through. He had marked her with the Sun Pirate symbol, freeing her from the shame of her slave brand. You're allowed to cry now, he told her gently. You're free. For the first time in years, Koala wept tears of joy. When they reached her village, Tiger personally escorted her home. The reunion was emotional, with Koala's family thanking him profusely. But as he bid them farewell, Tiger's instincts warned him something was wrong. Not long after departing, his fears were confirmed. The villagers had betrayed him, reporting his location to the Marines in exchange for protecting Koala's freedom. The Sun Pirates found themselves ambushed by Rear Admiral Strawberry's fleet. But this wasn't their only problem. The world government had sent 2 CP-0 agents to ensure Tiger's capture or death. One of the agents destroyed their ship with a devastating attack, while the other used Sora to appear before Tiger. The masked assassin struck swiftly, driving a finger gun into Tiger's chest. Tiger staggered, coughing blood as the CP-0 agent sneered. This is what happens when you challenge the world government, fish. Don't worry, though. After I finish you, I'll deal with your crew. Tiger gritted his teeth, struggling to stand. His vision blurred, but he refused to give up. Suddenly, a small voice broke through the chaos. Don't kill him, please. The agent looked at the little girl Koala standing between him and Tiger. Her small frame shook, but she held her ground. You can take me back if you want, but don't hurt him. The agent laughed cruelly. Little girl, you can't save him. No one can save him today. Koala's tears fell freely, but she didn't move. Her bravery was a testament to the impact Tiger had on her life. The agent sneered, enjoying her despair. But then, he noticed something strange. Koala's tear-streaked face wasn't filled with fear, it was filled with hope. Why are you smiling? He demanded. Koala didn't answer. She glanced behind the agent, her expression lighting up. The CP-0 agent turned slowly, his instinct screaming at him. Standing behind him was a young man with an easy smile, his green eyes filled with mischief. Hey there, William said casually, cracking his knuckles. Sorry to interrupt, but do you think I can save him from you if I tried? The agent stuttered, his voice trembling. T-Tyrant, why are you here? The world govern. His words were abruptly cut off as William moved in a blur, catching him by the neck and tossing him aside like a ragdoll. The agent crashed into the ground, coughing and struggling to get up. William smirked and dusted his hands. Sonia, he's all yours. Sandersonia stepped forward, an evil smile spreading across her face. Oh, how should I deal with you, scum? Oh, I got it. The agent's eyes widened in terror, and he turned to run, but it was too late. Sandersonia spat a green poison from her mouth, the venom splattering across his body. The agent screamed in agony as the poison ate away at his flesh, melting it slowly and painfully. She didn't bother looking back at him as his screams faded. Sandersonia calmly walked to William's side, brushing her hair back with a smug grin. Meanwhile, Hancock dashed toward the second CP-0 agent. He barely had time to react before she struck, her beauty stunning him momentarily. Without hesitation, Hancock used her powers to turn him into stone. She walked up to his petrified form, flicked a piece of dust off her shoulder, and shattered him with a single, disdainful kick. Then, she joined William, her expression proud. On the other side of the battlefield, Rear Admiral Strawberry watched the carnage in horror. Seeing William and his crew arrive, he knew they were hopelessly outmatched. He turned and sprinted back toward his warship, yelling for a retreat. Marigold, however, had other plans. She flew up, appearing directly in front of the panicked Rear Admiral. Before he could react, she delivered a devastating punch with her fist coated in advanced armament haki. The blow bypassed his defenses, destroying his internal organs instantly and killing him on the spot. Not finished yet, Marigold turned her attention to the remaining warships. With a smirk, she touched each one, activating her ability and lifting them into the air along with the terrified Marines aboard. Life and death depend on your luck, Marines, she said coldly. Good luck. She cancelled her ability, letting the ships plummet into the sea below. Some managed to survive the fall, others weren't so fortunate. Satisfied, Marigold turned and flew back to William. Meanwhile, Robin made quick work of the Marines attacking the Sun Pirates. Using her ability with precision, she subdued or incapacitated them all within minutes. Once the battlefield was clear, she gracefully walked back to William, a calm smile on her face. 76, Chapter 76, A Bond Forged in Blood. The battlefield had settled, and silence hung in the air, broken only by the faint sobs of a little girl. Koala was clutching her knees, tears streaming down her cheeks even as a small, silly laugh escaped her lips. William crouched down on one knee, his warm gaze meeting hers. Gently, he wiped the tears from her face with his thumb. I heard what you said, little one. He said softly. And I think you're the bravest little girl I've ever seen. Koala burst into uncontrollable sobs, this time burying her face into William's chest. He wrapped his arms around her, lifting her small frame effortlessly as she cried. When her tears began to subside, Koala looked up, noticing the wet patch her tears had left on his shirt. Her face turned pale with panic. I'm so sorry. I dirted your clothes. William laughed heartily, rubbing her head with a large, comforting hand. Don't worry about it. It's just clothes, he said with a grin. He handed Koala over to Robin, who held her gently, whispering soft reassurances. Then William turned to face Fisher Tiger, whose breathing was shallow, blood dripping from his wounds. His voice became serious. You don't look good, Tiger. Is there a doctor in your crew? Before Tiger could answer, two figures hurried over Jinbi and Aladdin. They bowed respectfully to William and his crew. Thank you for saving our captain and all of us, Jinbi said sincerely. Aladdin crouched by Fisher Tiger, examining his injuries. His face darkened with concern. This is bad. Captain, you need a blood transfusion immediately, or you won't make it. He paused before hesitatingly adding, but none of us share your blood type. Jinbi, determined, spoke up. There are humans on this island. Maybe we can find someone. No. Fisher Tiger roared, his voice filled with fury and pain. I will not survive on blood tainted with humanity's hatred for fishmen. William stepped closer, his tone calm. Your name is Aladdin, right? See if my blood is compatible. If it is, use it. Before Aladdin could respond, Hancock stepped forward. You can use mine as well. Marigold, Sandersonia, Robin, and even Koala chimed in, each offering their blood without hesitation. Jinbi and Aladdin were stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. Thank you, benefactors. Aladdin stammered, bowing deeply. Fisher Tiger, however, gritted his teeth, trying to push himself up despite his wounds. I can't accept this. I won't. William snorted, cutting him off. Spare me your nonsense pride, Tiger. Believe it or not, I'll knock you out cold and do the transfusion myself if I have to. His eyes locked onto Tiger's, unwavering. Stop being stubborn and let us save you. Aladdin quickly examined William's blood, nodding in relief. It's a match. William stripped off his shirt and lay down beside Tiger, flashing a grin. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and start. Aladdin scrambled to retrieve medical equipment from the sole-intact marine warship Marigold had spared. Within moments, the transfusion began. Nearby, Arlong's fists clenched, his sharp teeth bared in anger. His hatred for humans burned fiercely, and he muttered under his breath. We can't trust them. Humans are all the same. Enough, Jinbi interrupted, grabbing Arlong's shoulder firmly. His voice was low but commanding. Don't say something stupid. Do you realize who these people are? Each one of them could destroy us all with ease. I can tell that they don't hate fishmen, and they respect the captain. But mark my words, they won't hesitate to kill you if you anger them. Arlong bit his tongue, his rage simmering but silenced. As the transfusion continued, William turned his head to look at Fisher Tiger beside him. Hey, Tiger, you might not know this, but 3 years ago, when you raided Mariejoy, I was a slave there. You gave me the chance to escape. And I'm not saying I owe you or anything like that. What I am saying is that you're one of the few people I respect. And trust me, that list is very short. Fisher Tiger hesitated, his pride clashing with the gratitude swelling in his chest. After a moment, he asked, why did you tell the whole world that you were a slave? Aren't you ashamed? Afraid they'll look down on you? William's laugh echoed through the battlefield, bold and unrestrained. Ashamed? Believe me, Tiger, I have no shame in that. But what I do have is anger, rage, and hatred. As he spoke, a wave of conqueror's haki radiated from him, the sheer force of his will pressing down on everyone present. Fisher Tiger and his crew felt their hearts pound in fear, their breaths quickening under the oppressive aura. One day, I'll drag those pigs off their thrones, William said, his voice low and dangerous. And I'll tear down their rotten world government piece by pie. Ouch. Robin, what are you doing? William yelped as Robin smacked the back of his head. Robin rolled her eyes, unbothered by the conqueror's haki. You're scaring little Koala and your new fishmen friends. William rubbed his head sheepishly, the haki dissipating instantly. Oh, sorry about that. Got carried away. He turned back to Tiger. Tiger, come with me. Let's change this world together. Let's build a world where everyone is equal. A world with no slaves, no injustice. A world where fishmen can live on the surface without fear, where humans, giants, fishmen, longlegs, all races, can live together in peace. He extended his hand toward Tiger. So instead of dying here because of your pride, fight by my side. What do you say, Tiger? Fisher Tiger looked at William's outstretched hand, then at his crew. His lips quivered, and tears welled up in his eyes. Slowly, he bowed his head, his voice trembling as he spoke. You know, Tiger began, his tears now streaming freely, I was once a slave. His crew gasped, but he continued, his voice heavy with emotion. I told you all that I was on an adventure, but the truth is, I was so ashamed. I was scared that you'd all look down on me until. Tiger looked up, his tear-filled eyes meeting William's. Until I saw you standing tall, telling the whole world that you and the Boa sisters were slaves. I could see it in your eyes, all four of you on that screen. You didn't care if anyone looked down on you. You weren't ashamed or hiding away, like I did. You stood up to the world government and fought back. His voice cracked, his pride breaking. I was so proud of you. At that moment, all I wished was to stand next to you and fight by your side. But I was afraid. Afraid the world government would retaliate, kill my crew, and destroy Fishman Island. William placed a hand on Tiger's shoulder. It's not too late, Tiger. Join us and fight by our side. If you're worried about Fishman Island, give me a year or two. I promise you, your home will be safe. Tiger turned to his crew, his voice shaking. Do you all look down on me now that you know I was a slave? Aladine stepped forward. No, Captain. We will never look down on you. You're a hero to us and to all of Fishman Island. Jinbi nodded firmly. Yes, Brother Tiger, you are our hero. We'll never see you any differently. The rest of the crew erupted in agreement, their voices loud with praise and admiration. But Arlong stood apart, his face twisted in anger. I won't look down on you, Captain, for being a slave. But he spat, his hatred palpable. How could you take the disgusting blood of a human to survive? Tiger's expression hardened. Arlong, you. Arlong interrupted, his voice venomous. We are proud fishmen, a noble race. We should rule the world and take humans as our slaves. Before anyone could react, Hancock's conqueror's haki burst forth. The air grew heavy, and Arlong was forced to his knees, trembling under her power. Her cold, disdainful gaze pierced through him as she spoke. I don't hate fishmen, she began, her voice sharp as a blade. But I do hate people like you. Do you know what you sound like? You sound exactly like those celestial pigs. For Tiger's sake, I'll spare your life this time. But if I ever hear you talking about enslaving people again, believe me, not even Tiger can save your sorry ass. Her haki flared again, stronger this time, and Arlong collapsed unconscious. The crew stared in stunned silence as Hancock turned away, her composure calm once more. Tiger sighed deeply, rubbing his temples. I'm sorry about that. Arlong, he's extreme. And I hate to admit it, but there are many like him on Fishman Island. William shrugged, his tone light. Don't worry about it. There are plenty of humans like that, too. Like the people of this island, they betrayed you after you brought Koala here. But there are also people like Koala, who was willing to return to that hell to save you. Never forget that, Tiger. People fear what they don't understand. Once we take down the world government, we'll make laws against racism and punish anyone who discriminates against others. Tiger smiled, a flicker of hope lighting his face. That's a world I want to see one day. Aladine approached, nodding. The transfusion is done. He began bandaging Tiger's wounds with care. Tiger looked at his crew, his expression resolute. I've made my decision. I'm going with Sir William to fight for a better future. I'm sorry I can't continue to sail with you. The crew's faces fell, sadness evident in their eyes. Before the weight of the moment could sink too deeply, William grinned and stepped in. How about this? In 2 years, anyone who wants to join us will be welcome. By then, I can guarantee Fishman Island will be safe. For now, your mission is to protect your home. And here he pulled out a den mushy. If you're ever in trouble, call me. Tiger and I will come running. The crew's spirits lifted, their sadness replaced by cheers and determination. Brother Tiger, go follow your dream. In 2 years, we'll fight by your side again. Jinbi stepped forward, his voice steady. Sir William, can I come with you? William raised an eyebrow, grinning. Sure, Jinbi. By the way, where's a certain silly octopus named Hatchan? Hatchan scratched the back of his head, stepping forward nervously. Why are you looking for me? William's grin widened. An old man back home asked me to bring you to him if you want. He said he misses you and wants to see you. Hatchan tilted his head, confused. An old man? Who? His name is Rayleigh, William said simply. Hatchan's eyes widened. Oh, Rayleigh-san, can I go with you? William laughed. Of course. Tiger looked at Aladine, his expression serious. Aladine, you'll take over as captain of the Sun Pirates. Take care of them and keep an eye on Arlong. Aladine saluted. Don't worry, Brother Tiger. I'll take care of the crew and protect our home. William pointed at the Navy ship. Take that warship and leave this place quickly. You don't want to stick around here for long. Tiger nodded, his gaze lingering on his crew one last time before turning to William. Just as they were about to leave, Koala broke free from Robin's arms and ran to William, clutching his coat. Sir, can I come with you? I can clean, I can do anything, please take me with you. William knelt down, lifting her into his arms. What about your family, Koala? Her face scrunched in anger. I don't want to stay with them. They betrayed Uncle Tiger. I don't like them. William chuckled and nodded. Alright, you can come with us. But no cleaning or chores. You'll go to school, like other kids. Koala's eyes widened with joy. Really? But I want to be strong. I want to fight beside you and Uncle Tiger. William grinned. You can train if you want, but school comes first. And you can call me brother. Koala hugged him tightly. Okay, brother William. Hancock, standing nearby, smiled softly. Husband, you're so good with kids. How about we have one of our own? William laughed. Let's build Valeris first. Then we'll talk about it. Hancock smiled. Fine, then let's go back and urge those lazy idiots to hurry up. With that, William opened a swirling space portal. Together with Hancock, Robin, Sandersonia, Marigold, Koala, Tiger, Jinbei, and Hatchan, he stepped through. 77, Chapter 77, Welcoming New Allies. After stepping through the shimmering space portal, Fisher Tiger, Jinbei, Koala, and Hatchan froze in awe as they gazed at the breathtaking scene before them. The vast, endless sky stretched in every direction, vibrant and alive. Below their feet, a floating island thrived among the sea of clouds, bustling with life. Buildings were under construction, and citizens moved about purposefully. This is your kingdom? Fisher Tiger finally asked, his deep voice filled with disbelief. William grinned, clearly enjoying their reactions. Yep. Welcome to Valeria, a kingdom that'll stand as a symbol of freedom and defiance against the world government. Jinbei stared at the floating landscape, his eyes wide. A kingdom in the sky. I've heard of sky islands, but this is beyond anything I imagined. Koala, sitting on William's shoulder, clutched his collar nervously but giggled. Are we really in the sky? It's like something out of a storybook. Hatchan spun around. How is this even possible? An island floating in a sea of clouds. This is crazy. Robin stepped forward, her calm voice cutting through their amazement. This is just the beginning. Once the palace and the capital city, Valeris, are complete, we plan to add more islands to expand the kingdom. Tiger's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Add more islands? How would you even do that? Marigold stepped forward with a proud smile. With my ability. I ate the Fuwa no Mi, which lets me make objects and even land masses float. William clapped Tiger on the back, his grin widening. I told you that in 2 years, Fishman Island would be safe, didn't I? What I didn't tell you was how. Fisher Tiger blinked, stunned. You mean to bring Fishman Island here, to your kingdom? William nodded. Exactly. The fishmen and merfolk will be safe here. And for the first time, they'll get to live above the sea, under the open sky. Of course, I won't force anyone to leave their home. Only those who want to come will be brought here. Tiger's throat tightened, and he struggled to find words. That is. William cut him off with a firm yet kind tone. It's a place where they'll finally belong, Tiger. And where no one will ever look down on them again. Tiger's eyes filled with emotion as he bowed his head. Thank you, Sir William. I think my people will love living here. Jinbei and Hatchan echoed Tiger's gratitude, their voices filled with emotion. William waved them off with a grin. Don't worry about it. You're my people now. As they were speaking, a familiar voice called out from nearby. Well, looks like you've brought back some interesting company, kid. Everyone turned to see Rayleigh approaching, his usual smirk lighting up his face. His gaze immediately landed on Hatchan. Hatchan, it's been a long time. Hatchan's face lit up with recognition. Rayleigh-san. Rayleigh chuckled and looked at William. Hatchan saved me from drowning once, when he was a kid. William burst out laughing. Saved you from drowning? What were you doing, old man? Too drunk to swim. Rayleigh shot him a sharp look, but his grin betrayed his amusement. Keep talking, brat, and I'll show you why they call me the Dark King. Dark King or not, I could take you down any day. William teased. The two began their usual back-and-forth bickering, drawing laughter from the rest, but Tiger and Jinbei froze in shock. Jinbei stammered. Dark King as in Silver's Rayleigh, the vice-captain of the Pirate King's crew. Fisher Tiger's eyes widened. This man sailed with the Pirate King. William laughed and waved it off. He's just an old drunkard. Rayleigh rolled his eyes but didn't deny it. Once the laughter settled, William addressed the group. Alright, listen up. There are a few laws in Valeria you need to know. First, equality is non-negotiable. No discrimination, no slavery, no injustice. Everyone here works together to build a better future. You can read all the laws later. As he spoke, a few curious Valerian citizens approached the group. One of them, a young woman, looked at Tiger, Hatchan and Jinbei with wide eyes. Are you fishmen? One of the races Robin-sama told us about. What's it like living under the sea? Another asked, their voice filled with fascination. Another chimed in, does the bottom of the ocean have a sun? Jinbi glanced at Tiger, unsure, before answering, yes, we are fishmen. Life under the sea is peaceful. The currents, the coral, it's like another world. As for the sun, we don't have one. But the sunlight come from the roots of the sunlight tree Eve, which would absorb sunlight on the surface, and then sends it down to Fishman Island. The citizens listened intently, their curiosity genuine and free of malice. Tiger, observing this, felt a small smile tug at his lips. For the first time, he saw humans not as enemies but as people who could coexist with his kind. Meanwhile, Hancock had wandered off to the construction site where workers were busily building the palace and capital city. Standing tall with her arms crossed, she called out, "What's taking so long? Hurry up. I want to have a child with my husband as soon as possible." She started daydreaming, a soft smile spreading across her face as she imagined herself holding a baby with William's features. The workers, clearly enamored with her, straightened up. One of them shouted, "Yes, Hancock-sama. We'll work faster. Hurry up, everyone. Work harder for Hancock-sama." The workers began moving with renewed vigor, shouting her name as they worked. As night fell, a grand banquet was held to welcome Tiger, Jinbi, Hatchan, and Koala. Long tables filled with food and drink stretched across the open square, and the citizens of Valeria joined in the celebration. Laughter and music echoed under the starry sky. Koala sat beside Robin, happily eating as she listened to the others talk. Jinbi and Tiger shared tales of their adventures, while Hatchan entertained the crowd with an funny octopus dance. When the feast began to wind down, William stood, raising his glass. "To our new allies Tiger, Jinbi, Hatchan, and little Koala. Together, we'll build a world where no one has to suffer under tyranny." The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices ringing out into the night. As the celebration came to an end, William turned to Tiger, Jinbi, and Hatchan. "Alright, fun's over. Now it's time to get stronger. You all need to master advanced armament haki and observation haki. Hatchan, you'll also learn proper swordsmanship." Rayleigh groaned loudly, rubbing his temples. "Let me guess, you're dumping the training on me." William smirked. "Of course. Who better than the Dark King to teach them? Besides, you're retired. What else are you going to do?" Rayleigh sighed dramatically. "This is elder abuse. Aren't there laws about taking care of the elderly here?" William rolled his eyes. "There are laws to protect the sick and the frail, not someone like you. You're still one of the strongest people in the world." Then William turned to Shucky. "Shucky, keep an eye out for talent. We need strong and capable people to join us." Shucky smiled knowingly. "Don't worry, William. I'll keep looking." Tiger looked at William, his respect for the young leader growing. "You really believe we can change the world, don't you?" William smiled. "I don't just believe it, Tiger. I know it." 78 Chapter 78 The Thunder Fruit. 3 days after William saved Tiger. After overseeing Valeria's progress, William decided to explore the islands around his new kingdom. With his curiosity piqued, he flew into the vast skies, his dragon wings cutting through the cool air. Eventually, he arrived at an island called Birka, a place shrouded in an eerie silence. The people here moved like shadows, their expressions hollow with fear. As William wandered deeper, he noticed something strange. It was clear that someone here considered themselves far above others. His suspicions were confirmed when a man appeared before him, descending with a bolt of lightning. The man, pale with long earlobes, smirked arrogantly. "Mortal, who are you, and how did you come to this sacred place?" William crossed his arms, unfazed by the man's dramatic entrance. "Name's William. I came from Valeria, the place you used to know as Skypiea. I'm its ruler." The man laughed, a deep, mocking sound. "Valeria? Skypiea? It matters not. I am Enel, your god. Bow before me and swear loyalty, and perhaps I'll spare you and your people." William chuckled, shaking his head. "You know, I was considering recruiting you when I sensed your power. But after seeing how you treat these people and hearing you talk, you've earned yourself a death sentence." Enel's laughter died instantly, replaced by a furious glare. "You dare insult a god? I'll teach you your place." Electricity crackled as Enel unleashed a massive thunderbolt aimed at William. But before it could reach him, William's conqueror's haki erupted, filling the air with red and black lightning. The sheer force of his will knocked Enel to his knees, rendering him speechless. Walking toward him, William's voice was calm but sharp. "You're no god. You're just a human with a thunder logia." Enel trembled, summoning every ounce of willpower just to remain conscious. What are you?" William didn't bother responding. Instead, he clenched his fist, his arm glowing with the power of advanced armament haki. He struck Enel in the chest with a single devastating blow, shattering his heart and ending his life instantly. With Enel's lifeless body on the ground, William opened his space dimension and placed the corpse near some fruits. "Thanks for the thunder fruit, idiot." As he secured the fruit, a strange sensation tugged at him. He followed it and discovered a small cloud island floating nearby, covered in peculiar coconut-like trees. One tree stood out, bearing a demon fruit with a swirling pattern. "My dragon instincts never fail when it comes to treasure," William muttered, plucking the fruit. Unsure of its powers, he decided to show it to Shucky later. After flying around for a while longer, he returned to Valeria, landing gracefully near Shucky's bar. Sandersonia greeted him immediately, her arms crossed but her expression soft. "Where have you been?" she asked, though her smile betrayed her worry. William kissed her lightly on the lips and smirked. "Just exploring. Found something incredible." Her curiosity was piqued, but before she could press him further, he took her hand. "Come on, I'll tell you in the bar." As they walked to Shucky's bar, Hancock spotted him and sprinted over, throwing herself into his arms. She kissed him deeply, then pouted. "Husband, where were you? I missed you." William chuckled. "Just stretching my wings. Don't worry, I'm back now." Inside the bar, William crouched down to Koala's level. "Hey, Koala, what did you do today?" She grinned brightly. "Sister Robin taught me how to write, and Uncle Tiger showed me more fishman karate. But I'm starving. Sister Hancock said we couldn't eat until you came back." William ruffled her hair playfully. "Sorry about that. Let's fix that right now." Koala giggled and ran to the table, sitting next to Tiger, who gave William a nod. Hatchan was busy helping Shucky in the kitchen, while Jinbei and Marigold set the table. Dinner was lively, filled with chatter and laughter. After everyone had eaten their fill, William reached into his space dimension and pulled out the strange demon fruit he had found. "Shucky," he said, placing it on the table, "I found this today. I know it's a logia, but I don't know what it does." The room fell silent as everyone stared at the fruit. Shucky grabbed her demon fruit encyclopedia, flipping through the pages quickly. After a moment, she stopped and smiled. "Here it is. This is the Kumo no Mi cloud fruit. A logia." William raised an eyebrow. "Cloud logia, is it strong?" Shucky nodded. "Very. The user can create and control clouds, including thunderclouds and iron clouds for defense and offense. At its awakened stage, it can manipulate all cloud types, even the white seas and islands made of clouds." William's grin widened. "That's a powerful fruit." He turned to Koala. "What do you think, Koala? Want to eat it?" Koala shook her head firmly. "No, I want to fight with fishman karate. I don't want a demon fruit." William nodded. "Fair enough. We'll save it for someone who can use it." Then, William took the thunder fruit in his hand, its distinctive swirling pattern glinting under the light. "Everyone, look at what this is." Robin leaned forward, curious. "What kind of fruit is that, William? You look excited." William's grin widened. "This is the strongest logia ability, the thunder fruit." Gasps filled the room. Even Rayleigh, usually composed, looked surprised. "Where did you find that, kid?" William explained his encounter with Enel, describing his arrogance, cruelty, and his swift defeat. Then, William turned to Tiger and handed him the fruit. "Tiger, I think you should eat it. A fruit like this, combined with your physique, would give you the potential to become one of the strongest people in the world. The only downside is that you won't be able to swim anymore." Tiger's hands trembled as he took the fruit. "Are you sure you want to give me something this powerful?" William nodded firmly. "Of course. It's yours if you want it." Tiger looked at everyone around the table. Their smiles of encouragement bolstered his resolve. He took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, Sir William. I won't let you down. And as for swimming, I don't care about that. Even if I fall into the sea, I won't die. I am a fishman. Besides, Jim and Hatchan will save me." With that, Tiger bit into the fruit, grimacing at its infamous taste. "Ugh, it really tastes awful." He groaned, but soon his arm began to crackle with electricity. He stared at his hand in amazement as it turned into pure thunder. "I can feel it, it's like my body is overflowing with power." Rayleigh grinned. "Well, then, time to change your training. Starting tomorrow, you'll wear seastone bracelets until you can move normally again. That's how William and the girls trained before." Tiger nodded, determination in his eyes. "Yes." After the excitement settled, Shucky spoke up. "William, I've found a good doctor to join us. He's a kid named Trafalgar Law. He ate the Op no Mi, a very powerful paramecia fruit." William tilted his head, intrigued. "Where is he now?" "In the North Blue," Shucky replied. "He's a pirate." William's expression hardened. "A pirate? I hope he's not evil. If he is, I'll kill him and take the fruit." He paused, then smirked. "I'll head out tomorrow. Who's coming with me?" Robin adjusted her glasses. "I won't go. I have classes to teach tomorrow." Marigold shook her head. "I need to train my fruit ability." Hancock sighed. "Although I want to go with you, I need to supervise those idiots building the palace. I don't want them putting anything ugly in our home." Koala chimed in eagerly. "I'll go with you, Brother William." Robin frowned. "No, you won't. You have school." Koala pouted. "No." She crossed her arms and sulked. Sandersonia chuckled and said, "I've got nothing to do. I'll go with you." William laughed. "Looks like it's just me and Sonia, then." Hatchan raised a hand. "How about I go with you guys? I can cook." William smiled. "No, Hatchan. You're not leaving Valeria until you reach Vice Admiral strength." "What?" Hatchan groaned, stomping over to sit beside Koala, sulking as well. The bar erupted in laughter, the camaraderie filling the air as the day came to an end. 79, Chapter 79, Trafalgar Law. William woke up surrounded by the warmth of the four women he loved: Hancock, Robin, Marigold, and Sandersonia. He smiled, enjoying the peaceful moment before gently shaking them awake. "Rise and shine, ladies," he said playfully. Hancock stirred first, wrapping her arms around him. "Can't we stay here a little longer?" William chuckled. "Tempting, but I've got work to do." After breakfast with Shucky and Koalezinki Tiger, Jinbi, and Hatchan had left early to train with Rayleigh. William gave each of the women a goodbye kiss. He ruffled Koala's hair, making her pout, then scooped Sonia into his arms. "Let's go, Sonia," he said, spreading his dragon wings and taking off toward North Blue. Upon arriving in North Blue, William wasn't in a rush to find Trafalgar Law. Instead, he treated Sonia to a date on a quaint island, walking hand in hand through bustling markets and enjoying a quiet dinner by the sea. That evening, they had a passionate and beautiful night together. The next morning, their search for Trafalgar Law began in earnest. After 3 days of following rumors and clues, they finally found him on a remote island with his crewmates Popo, Shachi, and Penguin. William observed Law and his crew from a distance, noting their actions and demeanor. "They're not evil," he murmured to Sonia, "but I still want to test him." Wearing a mask to conceal his identity, William waited for Law and his crew to leave town. When they did, he stepped into their path, standing calmly with his arms crossed while Sonia hid nearby. Trafalgar Law stopped in his tracks, narrowing his eyes. "Who are you, and why are you blocking our way? What do you want?" William's voice was calm but firm. "Trafalgar Law, you stole the Op no Mion ability the world government desperately wants. You know why I'm here." Law's eyes widened in panic. "Are you CP0?" he muttered, gritting his teeth. Turning to his crew, he barked, "Run, you guys. This has nothing to do with you." Popo stood firm. "I'm not running, Captain. I'll fight by your side, even if it costs me my life." "Sorry." Shachi and Penguin nodded. "We're staying too, Captain." Law clenched his fists. "You guys." But before he could finish, Popo charged at William, aiming a powerful kick. William caught him effortlessly, holding him upside down. Popo mumbled, "Sorry," making William laugh. Law quickly activated his ability. Room. Shambles. Popo disappeared from William's grip and reappeared beside Law, but the effort drained Law's already limited strength. Seeing Shachi and Penguin preparing to attack, Law stopped them. "No, I'll fight him alone. If I lose, he'll take me alone. You three stay out of this." "Captain, no." They protested in unison. William sighed. "You guys are noisy." With a surge of Conqueror's haki, he knocked out Shachi, Penguin, and Popo, leaving only Law standing. "Now," William said, his tone casual but commanding, "show me what you've got, kid." Law trembled but steadied himself, realizing the immense strength of his opponent. "A world government dog, with Conqueror's haki," he muttered. Deciding to use everything he had, Law created a room and slashed at William with all his strength. However, William calmly coated his hand in haki, dissipating the attack effortlessly. Law gasped, falling to his knees. "How?" William stepped forward, towering over him. "You have a good fruit, but you're too weak." With a single strike to the back of Law's neck, he knocked him out cold. When Law woke up, he saw Popo, Shachi, and Penguin sitting beside him on the beach, their faces filled with relief. Nearby, a blond man sat on a rock, holding a green-haired woman in his arms. The man spoke. "Oh, kid, you're awake. Come here. Let's talk." Law approached cautiously, his heart sinking when he recognized them. You're the tyrant KLD, William. And you're the Serpent Queen, Boa Sonia. Why would someone as strong as you attack someone like me?" Then, realization dawned on him. "I see, even someone like you wants my fruit's ability. You're after the Eternal Youth surgery, aren't you?" Sonia tilted her head. "Eternal Youth? What's that?" Law explained, "It's the ability to grant another person eternal youth, but it costs the user their life." William's eyebrows rose. "Oh, so that's why the Op no Mi is worth 5 billion berries." Law's voice trembled. "Wait, you didn't know about that? Then why?" William laughed. "Relax, I don't care about that. I'm only 17. Plus, if I ever wanted eternal life, it wouldn't be a life without my family. A long life without them isn't a life worth living." Law stared in disbelief. "Then why are you looking for me?" "To recruit you, of course," William said, grinning. "Did you see my broadcast a few weeks ago?" Law nodded. "Then you know my goal, to take down the world government. I need talented people like you to join me. Don't tell me you want to stay a pirate forever burning and stealing. You've seen how terrible this world is. Join me, and let's change it together." Law hesitated, deep in thought. Finally, he said, "I admire you and your crew for what you did that day on Sabayati. I'll join you, but there's a man I must kill. I hope you won't stop me when the time comes." William leaned forward. "Can you tell me who he is?" Trafalgar Law's eyes darkened. "He's Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords." William frowned. "Don Quixote? Does he have anything to do with the Don Quixote family in Marie Joy?" Law nodded. "Yes. He and his family were celestial dragons, but his father gave it up and took them down from Marie Joy. Da Flamingo hated him for it. After his mother died of illness, he killed his father." William's expression turned cold. "I see. I don't know what grudge you hold against him, but I won't stop you. If you want, I can take you to him right now and kill him for you. Scum like that doesn't deserve to live. Law clenched his fists. No, I want to take my revenge with my own hands. William smiled, impressed by the young man's resolve. All right, then, let's head back to my kingdom. Law hesitated for a moment before asking, Sir, can I bring my crew with me? William chuckled. You can drop this, sir. Just call me William. As for your friends, of course they can come, but you're no longer pirates. Shachi and Penguin cheered, shouting, yes. Popo's face lit up. We can stay with the captain. But then he noticed Sandersonia staring at him and lowered his head. Sorry. Sandersonia laughed softly. What a cute bear. You're a mink, right? Because we already have the polar bear zoan fruit, so you must be from the mink tribe. Popo nodded. Yes, I'm a mink. Sorry. William raised an eyebrow. Why do you keep apologizing? And how did you end up here in North Blue? Popo scratched his head. I got lost while searching for my brother. Sorry. William shook his head, amused. You're something else. Alright, let's go home. With that, William opened a swirling space portal to Valeria. Taking Sandersonia's hand, he stepped through. Law turned to his crewmates. Let's go. The four of them followed William into the portal, stepping into a new chapter of their lives in Valeria. 80, Chapter 80, A Kingdom Celebration. 80, Chapter 80, A Kingdom Celebration. 7 months had passed since William brought Trafalgar Law and his crew to Valeria. The young surgeon and his companions had settled in, training under the Rayleigh alongside Jinbi, Fisher Tiger, Hak Chan, and other warriors of the kingdom. Law had grown significantly stronger, sharpening his powers and his mind. His crew Popo, Shachi, and Penguin had also adjusted well, becoming part of Valeria's growing community. Meanwhile, the kingdom itself had flourished. Volaris, the capital city, was now a bustling metropolis of grand architecture, lush gardens, and lively streets. The citizens of Valeria were thriving under William's rule, inspired by his vision of equality and freedom. Today, the city was alive with excitement. Colorful banners fluttered in the wind, and the streets were filled with laughter and music. Tonight marked the beginning of a 4-night royal wedding celebration, where King William would marry his 4 queens starting with Boa Hancock. The grand hall of the palace was illuminated by golden lanterns, casting a warm glow over the crowd of citizens. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as everyone awaited the arrival of their king and queen. Hancock stood at the center of attention, radiant in her flowing crimson gown adorned with intricate golden serpent designs. Her long black hair shimmered, and her blue eyes sparkled with emotion. She looked every bit the queen the people admired and loved. At the altar, William stood confidently, dressed in a sleek black suit with golden dragon embroidery. His relaxed smile and proud stance reflected his usual charm. As Hancock approached, escorted by Sandersonia and Marigold, William leaned forward slightly and whispered, "You look stunning tonight, Hancock." Hancock blushed deeply, trying to maintain her regal composure. Sandersonia and Marigold smirked behind her, clearly enjoying the moment. When the vows were exchanged, the room fell silent, captivated by the love between the couple. Sliding a ring onto Hancock's finger, William declared, "From this day on, you are my wife, my lovely queen." Hancock's voice trembled as she replied, "And you are my heart, husband." When they kissed, the crowd erupted into applause, their cheers echoing through the palace. The celebration continued with a grand feast. William danced with Hancock, spinning her around with ease and making her laugh, a rare sight for the normally composed empress. As the night wore on, William joined the citizens in their dances, ensuring everyone felt part of the joy. Later, William and Hancock retreated to his room in the palace, sharing a passionate and tender night together as husband and wife. The next evening belonged to Robin. The palace gardens were transformed into a magical scene, with glowing fairy lights strung across the trees and blooming flowers lining the pathways. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of roses and jasmine. Robin walked down the aisle in a sleek white gown that shimmered under the moonlight. Her calm and graceful demeanor was captivating. William, waiting at the altar in another stylish suit, grinned playfully as she approached. "You look gorgeous in that dress, Bookworm." Robin chuckled softly, her voice laced with affection. "And you're not bad yourself." Their ceremony was intimate, reflecting Robin's quiet and thoughtful nature. Instead of traditional vows, they exchanged personal promises. Robin spoke of how William had given her a family when she had none, and how his courage inspired her. William vowed to always protect her, her dreams, and her happiness, no matter what challenges came their way. When their vows were complete, the two sealed them with a tender kiss. The reception that followed was a serene and elegant affair. Soft music played as the guests enjoyed the finest dishes Valeria had to offer. Robin and William danced under the stars, her head resting against his shoulder as they swayed to the rhythm of the night. Later, they retreated to William's room, where they shared a quiet, intimate night together. The third night was Marigold's turn. The ceremony was held deep in the forest, surrounded by Valeria's warriors and citizens. Bonfires lit up the area, and the sound of drums filled the air. Marigold wore a bold orange dress that reflected her fiery spirit. Her hair was tied back into an intricate braid, and she looked both beautiful and fierce. William greeted her with a grin. "You look beautiful, love." Marigold smirked. You look good too. The ceremony was lively and filled with energy, much like Marigold herself. Even the wolves that roamed the forests of Valeria seemed to join the celebration, howling and dancing alongside the citizens. The reception was a wild and joyous affair, with dancing, laughter, and endless drinks. William, always the life of the party, joined in with the warriors, matching their energy and humor. As the night came to an end, William and Marigold left the festivities to enjoy a quiet, passionate night together in his room. The final night belonged to Sandersonia. The ceremony was held by the shore, the ocean waves providing a natural rhythm to the evening. Lanterns floated into the sky, their soft glow illuminating the tranquil scene. Sandersonia wore an emerald green dress that highlighted her natural beauty. Her wavy green hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her shy smile only added to her charm. William stood waiting, his usual confident smile in place. You look beautiful, Sonia. Sandersonia blushed, her cheeks tinged pink. You're handsome too. The ceremony was deeply emotional, with vows that left Sandersonia wiping tears from her eyes. She spoke of how William had always seen her as an individual, not just Boa Hancock's sister or a warrior. William promised to cherish her for who she was and ensure she always felt loved. When they kissed, the sound of waves crashing against the shore seemed to harmonize with the applause of the crowd. The reception was held on the beach, with bonfires and music creating a magical atmosphere. William danced with Sandersonia under the moonlight, the ocean breeze carrying their laughter. Later, they retreated to his room, where they shared a night of love and intimacy. The next morning, William burst into Rayleigh's quarters with a mischievous grin. All right, old man, get up. You're marrying Shucky tonight. Rayleigh sat up, startled. What? I'm not ready for that. William raised an eyebrow. And when will you be ready? When you're 100? Let's go find you a suit. Rayleigh scratched his head nervously. But William interrupted, his tone playful. This is the girl's idea. They're already getting Shucky ready. If you don't want to get married, go tell Shucky yourself. And even if she doesn't say anything, Hancock definitely will, and I'm not helping you if she comes after you. Rayleigh paled, grabbing his coat in a hurry. All right, kid, let's go. What are you waiting for? That evening, Rayleigh and Shucky were married in a simple yet heartfelt ceremony. Shucky, dressed elegantly, smiled softly at Rayleigh as she said, I know you didn't want this, but thank you for marrying me. It means a lot. Rayleigh shook his head. No, thank you for loving someone like me. I'm sorry it took so long, but I love you, Shucky. And how about we try for a child? I know you've always wanted one. Shucky's eyes filled with tears of happiness. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Rayleigh. We can try. The celebration that followed was lively, filled with laughter and joy. As the night ended, Shucky and Rayleigh retreated to their new room in the palace, now part of the family William had built. Valeria, with its king, 4 queens, and newfound happiness, continued to thrive, its future brighter than ever. 81, Chapter 81, The Journey to Shimatsuki Village. It was the year 1513, and Valeria was thriving. The once dreamed-of kingdom was now a reality. Its bustling streets, advanced schools, and well-equipped hospitals were a testament to its prosperity. William, now 18 years old, had built the foundation of a nation that will stood as a symbol of freedom and equality. Trafalgar Law, using his ability, had removed the slave marks from William's back and the Boa sisters' backs. However, when he offered the same to Koala, she refused, touching the sun tattoo that Tiger had given her. This isn't a slave mark, Koala said with pride. This is proof of my freedom. Tiger freed me, and I'll carry his mark forever. Fisher Tiger, now her adoptive father, smiled warmly, his eyes filled with pride. Meanwhile, joy filled the palace as Hancock revealed she was 3 months pregnant with her first child. Surprisingly, Shucky shared similar news, bringing tears of happiness to her and Rayleigh's eyes. One sunny morning, William and his family gathered for breakfast in the grand dining hall of the palace. The aroma of freshly baked bread and spiced tea filled the air as conversations flowed. William, Shucky began, her voice calm but intrigued, there's a samurai from Wano living in East Blue. I hear he's skilled. You might want to recruit him to train our soldiers. William, chewing on a piece of fruit, looked intrigued. Before he could respond, Rayleigh interjected, smirking. Yes, kid, go and get him. Maybe then I can finally get some rest around here. William raised an eyebrow. Rest? You just sit in a chair and bark orders at the soldiers. The room erupted in laughter. Then William turned to Shucky. Where exactly is this samurai? Shimatsuki Village, she replied. You'll need to ask for directions when you get there. William stood, grinning. Sounds like a plan. Marie, he turned to Marigold, how about a little trip? Marigold smiled, brushing her braid over her shoulder. I could use a break from training. Sure. Koala's eyes sparkled as she jumped from her seat. Can I come too? Please, I'm on vacation. William ruffled her hair. All right, you can come. After bidding farewell to the family, William opened a shimmering space portal to Logue Town, where he had been on a recent date with Hancock. Together with Marigold and Koala, he stepped through. Logue Town was lively as ever, its cobbled streets bustling with merchants and shoppers. William led Marigold and Koala on a brief tour, stopping to buy Koala every snack she wanted. She giggled and beamed with joy, carrying her loot like a treasure hoard. The trio then boarded a merchant ship bound for Shimatsuki village. The journey was peaceful until the second morning when the ship's captain burst onto the deck, panic in his voice. "Pirates! They're approaching fast." The crew scrambled to change course, but William remained calm, leaning casually on the railing. "Koala," he said, "go handle them." Koala blinked, excitement lighting her face. "Really? Okay." Marigold smirked. "Sit tight. I'll get you there." With a wave of her hand, Marigold used her ability to make Koala float on a chair, toward the pirate ship. Landing gracefully, Koala faced the ragtag crew. They laughed, mocking her size and youth, but their laughter turned to shock as she unleashed her fishman karate. Using swift movements and observation haki, Koala danced around their attacks, dispatching them one by one. The pirate captain, with a bounty of 2 million berries, fell last, defeated with a single powerful strike. Cheers erupted from the merchant ship as the crew hailed Koala as a hero. Blushing, she returned to her seat, waving off their praises with a proud smile. The next day, the trio arrived at Shimatsuki village. The peaceful settlement was surrounded by lush greenery. After asking for directions, they made their way to the Ishain dojo, where they were greeted by a green-haired boy. "Who are you, and what do you want?" he demanded, gripping a wooden sword. Before William could answer, a man and a young girl stepped out of the dojo. The man, recognizing William and Marigold, paled. "Sir, how can I help you?" William grinned. "You recognized me, didn't you?" "Yes, sir. You're KLD William, and she's Boa Marigold. Why would someone like you come to our humble village?" "I'm here for you," William said simply. Before Koshiro could respond, the green-haired boy stepped forward. "What do you want with my teacher? Are you here to challenge the dojo? Then fight me first. I've beaten all the adults here." William chuckled. "Oh, you're strong, huh?" Turning to Koala, he said, "If you can beat her, I'll fight you." The boy's face twisted in anger. "You're sending a little girl to fight me? Are you looking down on me?" Koala stepped forward, smirking. "Are you looking down on me, kid?" "Yes, I am." Koala laughed. "Then let me teach you a lesson." In the dojo, the fight began. Zoro charged with wild enthusiasm, but Koala easily sidestepped his attacks, using observation haki to anticipate his every move. After toying with him for a while, she landed a clean strike, sending him sprawling. "You lost, little boy," she said with a grin. Zoro scrambled to his feet. "Let's go again." Koshiro intervened. "Zoro, you can't beat her. She's too strong, even for Koana." The young girl, silent until now, stepped forward. "You're the tyrant William with a bounty of 6 billion, right?" Koshiro looked alarmed. "Koana, don't be rude." William waved him off. "Yes, I am. Why?" Koana hesitated. "Do you think a girl can become the world's greatest swordsman and surpass Dracula my hawk?" William smiled. "Of course. Why wouldn't you?" "Because girls aren't as strong as boys," she said, looking down. William's smile faded. "Who told you that nonsense?" She glanced at her father but said nothing. William turned to Koshiro, his eyes narrowing. "I see." Looking back at Koana, he said, "Do you know about the Yonko?" She shook her head. "They're the 4 strongest pirates in the world. They rule the seas beyond the Grand Line. One of them, Big Mom, is a woman, and she's stronger than Dracula my hawk." Koana's eyes widened with disbelief. "Really? A woman is one of the strongest people in the world?" William nodded. "Yes. And beyond her, there's my wife Hancock. She's just as strong as Big Mom. My other wives Sandersonia, Robin, and Marigold aren't far behind. Give them a few more years, and they'll reach that level too." Koana turned to Marigold, her voice filled with wonder. "Are you really that strong?" Marigold crossed her arms, her tone kind. "I suppose I am, but let me tell you something, little girl, nothing comes for free. We've fought for our lives since we were 12, trained endlessly, and endured unimaginable hardships to gain our strength. And we're still training. Can you do that?" Koana's face crumpled, and tears spilled down her cheeks. I was told that girls are weak. That we should just raise kids and cook. I almost gave up on my dream." Marigold softened, stepping forward to embrace Koana in a warm hug. She then turned a stern gaze at Koshiro. "Shame on you. How could you tell her something like that?" Koshiro looked down, guilt clear on his face. After a while, Koana pulled away from Marigold, wiping her tears. William looked at her with a smile. "Strength doesn't care about gender. It's about determination, training, and heart. If you want to be the best, don't let anyone tell you otherwise." Koana's expression shifted, a spark of hope lighting her face. "Thank you, sir." After a moment of silence, William spoke. "Master Koshiro, how about you come to my kingdom and teach my warriors swordsmanship? I mean real swordsmanship with haki, flying slashes, and all that." Shimatsuki Koshiro shook his head gently. "Sir, I'm just trying to live a peaceful life. I don't enjoy fighting anymore." William smiled faintly. "I don't need you to fight. I just need you to teach." "I'm sorry, sir," Koshiro replied firmly. "I wish to live quietly." William shrugged. "All right, then. I won't disturb your peace. He turned to Marigold and Koala. Marie, Koala, let's go. Koala hesitated, her brows furrowed. Didn't old man Rayleigh ask us to bring this guy back home? William chuckled, ruffling her hair. I can't force a man to do something he doesn't want to do. As for that stinky old man back home, he's just lazy. Let's go. As the group began to leave, Koana suddenly ran after them. Wait, take me with you, please. I want to become strong. William stopped and looked at her thoughtfully. Are you sure, little girl? Koana nodded with determination. Yes, please take me with you. William grinned. Well, if your father agrees, I have no problem. He turned to Zoro, who had been quietly observing. Hey, dumb kid, do you want to go too? When I was your age, I'd already learned haki. But look at you, claiming to be strong when you don't even know what it is. Zoro's face turned red with frustration. But I want to be the strongest swordsman in the world. And you don't even use swords. What could you teach me? William laughed. I'm not a swordsman, but my teacher is probably the strongest swordsman in the world. Zoro's eyes narrowed suspiciously. What? Your teacher is my hawk. William burst into laughter. No, of course not. My teacher is stronger than my hawk. But you'll need to convince him to train you. He's very lazy. Koshiro stepped forward, curious. Sir, who is your teacher? Silver's Rayleigh. William said with a smirk. Koshiro's eyes widened. I see. He then turned to Koana. You can go with them. If you can get that man to teach you, maybe your dream can come true. Really, Dad? Can I go? Koana's face lit up with hope. Yes, you can. And Zoro, you can go too. William clapped his hands together. You know what? Why don't you come with us as well? See my kingdom for yourself, and then decide if you want to stay. I promise you won't have to fight, just teach. You can even bring your family. It's very safe there. Koshiro hesitated, then nodded. All right, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Koana, go call your mother and bring Wado Ikemanji with you. After a short while, Koana returned with her mother and handed the sword to her father. Koshiro smiled warmly, handing it back to Koana. Take it. It's yours now. Koana hugged the sword tightly, her voice filled with gratitude. Thank you, father. With everything settled, William opened a shimmering space portal. He stepped through with Marigold and Koala, who grabbed Koana's hand and dragged her along. Zoro, Koshiro, and his wife followed, stepping into the unknown. 82 Chapter 82 New Faces in Valeria. William, Marigold, Koala, Koana, Zoro, and the Shimatsuki family stepped through the shimmering portal and emerged before the Grand Palace of Valeria. The sun bathed the white gold architecture in a warm glow, and a soft breeze carried the scent of blooming flowers from the surrounding gardens. They were greeted by Trafalgar Law, Bappo, and a young Shandian warrior, Wiper, who stood confidently with his arms crossed. Despite his serious expression, Whipper's eyes lit up upon seeing William. Welcome back. Law said with a respectful nod. William grinned. Hey, Law, how's the training going? Law stood straighter. I can walk normally now and do light workouts, even with the seastone cuffs. William nodded approvingly. Good. At this rate, you might be able to take them off in a year or so. Keep at it. He turned to Whipper and smiled. And you, Whipper? The Shandian warrior bowed slightly. Your Majesty, I'm doing well. Thank you for the polar bear zoan fruit. It's a powerful gift. Good. William replied, his tone encouraging. He then looked at Bappo. What about you, Bappo? Have you gained better control over your Silong form? Bappo's ears drooped slightly. I can manage it for 3 minutes now. Sorry. William chuckled and placed a reassuring hand on Bappo's shoulder. 3 minutes is progress, but you've got to push harder. I know you can do it. I will. Sorry. Bappo replied, his determination evident despite his constant apologies. Zoro stepped forward, his brows furrowed as he stared at Bappo. What are you? Bappo blinked. I'm a mink. Sorry. Zoro tilted his head. I see, but why do you keep apologizing? Sorry. Bappo muttered again, looking away awkwardly. Before Zoro could press further, Fisher Tiger, Jinbei, and Hakchan approached. Koala's face lit up as she ran to Tiger, throwing herself into his arms. Dad, I missed you. Koala exclaimed, hugging him tightly. Tiger chuckled warmly as he lifted her up. How was your trip, little one? It was fun. Koala replied, grinning. William's gaze shifted to Tiger. Oh, Tiger, did you finally take off the seastone bracelets? Tiger grinned. Yes. Now I'm focusing on mastering my haki and demon fruit abilities. Good. William said. And you, Jinbei? Jinbei's chest puffed up proudly. I've mastered advanced armament haki, sir. Impressive. William said before looking at Hakchan. What about you, Hakchan? Hakchan scratched his head sheepishly. I've learned both types of haki. At that moment, Hancock appeared, her commanding presence immediately drawing everyone's attention. Her gaze locked onto Hakchan, and she smirked. Hey, stupid octopus, go make me some takoyaki. I'm craving it, and you'd better hurry, or I'll turn you into takoyaki. Hakchan paled. Why yes, Hancock-sama. He stammered before running off. Hancock then turned to William. Oh, if it isn't my dear husband. William tried to hug her, but she stepped back, crossing her arms. Don't touch me. I don't like you right now. What? What did I do? William asked, genuinely confused. Shucky approached with a knowing smile. Don't worry about it, William. It's just a pregnancy thing. She'll like you again in a few days. William sighed in relief. I see. Well, Hancock, if you give birth to a boy, I'm going to whoop his ass. The stupid kid isn't even born yet, and he's already made you hate me. Rayleigh's hearty laugh echoed across the courtyard. You deserve that, you stupid brat. Look at my kid. They don't hate me. Rayleigh reached out to touch Shucky's belly, but she swatted his hand away. You'd better stay back, husband. I don't hate you right now, but I can't stand your smell. Marigold laughed. Hancock, Shucky, let's go inside. I bought a lot of baby things in Lobetown. The women headed into the palace, leaving the men behind. William turned to Law. Law, take Master Koshiro to Gonfall. Have him show the master around our kingdom. Law nodded and led Koshiro and his wife away. Meanwhile, Kuna and Zoro approached Rayleigh. Are you really stronger than my hawk in swordsmanship? Zoro asked bluntly. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow and turned to William. Who is this rude little guy? William grinned mischievously. They're the students I worked so hard to find for you. You're welcome, old man. Goodbye. Before Rayleigh could respond, William dashed away, laughing. Rayleigh shouted after him. Come back here, you stupid brat. Who said I was looking for students? With William gone, Rayleigh sighed and looked at Tiger. How about you train these two? Tiger shook his head. Sorry, Rayleigh-san. I don't use a sword, and I'm busy training myself and my daughter. Rayleigh glanced at Jinbei, who quickly excused himself. Oh, I just remembered I have something to do. See you later, teacher. Left alone with Kuna and Zoro, Rayleigh sighed heavily. Alright, follow me. But if you can't pass my test, I'm not teaching you. A few days later, Koshiro approached William. Sir, I've decided to stay and teach here. By the way, can my daughter and Zoro attend school? William's face lit up with a welcoming smile. Welcome to Valeria, Koshiro. As for Kuna and Zoro, of course they should go to school. At least 2 days a week. And tell them if they don't learn anything, I'll stop their training. William then turned to Gonfall. Gonfall, arrange a nice house for Master Koshiro and his family so he can teach our soldiers in peace. Master Koshiro, I'll open a portal for you to return to Shimatsuki village and pack. Tomorrow, I'll open it again to help you move. The next morning, William helped Koshiro and his family settle into their new home in Valeria. As they finished unpacking, Koshiro approached William. Sir, someone I know wants to talk to you. Who? William asked curiously. His name is Dragon. He's the leader of the Revolutionary Army. William's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. I see. Give me his contact information, and I'll talk to him. Later, William went to Shucky for advice. Shucky, what do you know about the Revolutionary Army and this Dragon guy? Shucky leaned back. Dragon is strong and shares the same goals as us. The only question is whether he'd be willing to become part of Valeria and become our partner. William smiled. I'll talk to him and see where it goes. 83, Chapter 83, Meeting Monkey D. Dragon. The morning sun bathed Valeria's palace in golden light as William prepared for his next move. He picked up the Den Mushi to contact the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. The line connected, and a calm but firm voice answered, This is Dragon. William leaned casually against his desk, grinning. I heard from Koshiro that you want to talk to me. You must be KLD, William, Dragon replied, his tone curious. That's me. William said. So, what's on your mind? Can we meet in person? Dragon asked. There's much to discuss. I don't see why not, William replied. How about Lobetown or Sabayati? Whichever is closer to you. Dragon hesitated. I need some time. A friend of ours is gravely ill, and we're attending to her. William's expression softened. Oh, what's wrong with her? Maybe I can help. She's suffering from sapphire scales disease, Dragon explained. It's a rare and deadly illness that spreads rapidly when exposed to natural light. William frowned. That sounds serious. Tell you what, why don't you tell me where you are, and I'll come to you. After a moment of silence, Dragon said, We're in the Sorbet Kingdom, in the South Blue. Got it. I'll be there this afternoon. See you soon, William said before hanging up. William didn't waste any time. He found Law, who was training with his sea stone bracelet still on. Hey, Law, William called out. Take those off for now. You're going to have a patient this evening with something called sapphire scales disease. Ever heard of it? Law wiped sweat from his brow. No, I haven't. Then take some rest and get ready. William said, already turning to leave. I'll bring the patient to the hospital. After informing Robin about his trip, William flew toward the South Blue. His dragon wings sliced through the sky as he searched for the Sorbet Kingdom. After a couple of hours, he found the island and used his observation haki to scan for strong presences. When he sensed several, he assumed they belonged to Dragon and his group. Landing in front of a modest palace, William folded his wings and approached. Dragon stepped out to greet him. KLD, William, Dragon said, extending his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Monkey D. Dragon. William shook his hand firmly. Likewise, Dragon. Wait, you said Monkey D. What's Old Man Garp to you? Dragon smirked faintly. He's my father. William laughed. He must be really proud of you, huh? Dragon gave a wry smile. I wish. William chuckled, clapping him on the shoulder. Let's go see the patient. Inside the palace, William saw several Revolutionary Army members. However, Dragon urged him to meet Ginny first. In a darkened room, William found Bartholomew Kuma and Emporio Ivankov standing near a bed. Kuma held an infant in his arms, his expression stoic but his eyes betraying worry. Ginny lay on the bed, her skin covered in patches of blue, crystalline growths that shimmered faintly. She's in bad shape, William observed. But I think we can help her back in Valeria. Ivankov tilted his head. Valeria? What's that? My kingdom, William said simply. Dragon's gaze sharpened. Can you really help her, William? Do you know about amber-lead disease? William asked, glancing at them. Yes. Kuma said immediately. It's similar to sapphire scales. Both are incurable and devastating. One of my people survived amber-lead disease in its final stages. William explained. He's also a doctor with the Op no Mi. If anyone can save her, it's him. Tears streamed down Kuma's face as he knelt. Thank you, sir. Please, I'll do anything. William waved a hand dismissively. No need for that. I have wives too. I understand how you feel. I'm helping because I can, not because I want anything from you. Dragon watched him intently. Thank you, William. William grinned. You're welcome. Now, how about you and your people come to Valeria? Stay for a few days, see the place, read our laws. After your friend is cured, we'll talk. I'll be honest, I want someone like you to be part of Valeria and work with me. What do you think? Dragon smiled faintly. I've been thinking the same. We share the same enemies. Let's discuss it further after Ginny is safe. Perfect. Let's get moving. When Ivankov asked how they'd travel, William smirked and created a glowing portal in the air. Follow me. Kuma carefully carried Ginny through the portal, with the rest of the group following. The portal glowed as William, Dragon, and the Revolutionary Army cadres stepped through it. When they emerged, they found themselves in a spacious hospital room in Valeria. Trafalgar Law was already there. He examined Ginny with a calm, focused expression. William approached him. How is she, Law? Can you cure her? Law glanced at Ginny. It'll take a few days, but I'm confident I can cure her. Then his gaze swept over the group. By the way, you're all in my room ability. I scanned all of you, and he paused, his tone growing serious. The little baby girl you're carrying has the same disease as Ginny. It just hasn't manifested yet. Kuma and Ivankov froze, their expressions filled with alarm. Before panic could set in, Law raised a hand. Don't worry. Curing her will be simple since the disease hasn't progressed. Here, give her to me. Ivankov hesitated, clutching the baby protectively. Dragon placed a reassuring hand on Ivankov's shoulder. Trust them. They won't hurt little Bonnie. With a reluctant nod, Ivankov handed the infant to Law, who activated his ability. In a matter of moments, the baby was cured. Law handed her back, his face calm. It's done. She's fine now. Sabo, who had been watching silently, burst out. No way. That was too fast. Law raised an eyebrow and smirked. Without warning, he used his ability to cut Sabo's head clean off and caught it in his hand. Sabo screamed, his detached head still speaking. My head. I'm dead. Wait, why am I still talking? And I can feel my body. Everyone in the room, except William, stared in shock. Dragon blinked. What a remarkable ability. William laughed, taking Sabo's head from Law and placing it back on his body. That's Law's Op no Mi. It makes him the best doctor in the world. So, kid, don't get on his bad side, or he might turn you into a little girl. Sabo frantically touched his body, making sure everything was still intact. Then he turned to Law and bowed. I'm sorry, doctor, if I was rude earlier. Law's lips twitched in a rare smile as he nodded. William clapped his hands. All right, let's leave Law to his work. Ginny's in good hands. Kuma hesitated before leaving, looking back at Law. Please take good care of her, doctor. Law nodded firmly. I promise. Outside the hospital, the group stepped into the vibrant streets of Valeria. Dragon's eyes widened as he took in the Sky Island's beauty, the lush greenery, floating cloud pathways, and grand architecture. This is a Sky Island, isn't it? Dragon asked. William grinned. Yup. Welcome to Valeria. Let's find you a place to stay. You can explore the kingdom and read our laws while Ginny recovers. Then we'll talk. Dragon nodded. Sounds fair. By the way, I didn't properly introduce everyone earlier. He gestured to the revolutionary cadres behind him. This is Karaso, Bello Betty, Hack, and the little guy is Sabo. William nodded at them. Nice to meet you all. As they headed toward Gon Fall's office, they encountered Tiger, Jinbi, and Koala. Hack's face lit up. Brother Tiger. Jinbi. It's been so long. Tiger smiled warmly. Hack. It's good to see you, old friend. Hack's gaze shifted to the small girl on Tiger's shoulders. And who's this? Tiger chuckled. This is Koala, my daughter. Hack smiled. Nice to meet you, niece Koala. I'm Hack. Koala beamed. Nice to meet you too, Uncle Hack. She slid off Tiger's shoulders and ran to William, hugging him tightly. Brother William, where did you go today? William ruffled her hair affectionately. I went to the South Blue. Koala pouted. Why didn't you take me with you? William smirked. Didn't you just finish school? Koala stuck her tongue out at William, then turned to Sabo with a curious look and said, Who's the new stupid kid? William chuckled and replied, Ask him yourself. And for the record, you're a kid too. Koala crossed her arms defiantly. No, I'm not. I'm 12. William laughed harder and said, Exactly. A 12-year-old kid. Koala pouted, her cheeks puffing out. I'll tell Sister Robin you're bullying me. Then she noticed Bello Betty. A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. Oh, I see you brought back a beautiful woman. I'm going to tell Sister Hancock. William's eyes widened. Don't you dare. Giggling, Koala darted off into the streets, yelling, Sister Hancock. Sister Hancock. William groaned. Tiger, please take Dragon and his group to Gone Fall. Ask him to arrange a place for them to stay, they're my guests. I need to catch that daughter of yours before she causes me trouble. William sprinted after Koala, yelling, Koala, come back here you brat. Dragon and the others watched, dumbfounded. Tiger chuckled. He's not what you expected, is he? Dragon shook his head, a faint smile on his lips. No, he's not. Tiger nodded. I was surprised too when I first met him, but he's a great man. Come on, I'll take you to Gone Fall. 84, Chapter 84, Ginny. Dragon and his group stepped into the house Gone Fall had arranged for them. It was spacious yet humble, offering comfort without excess. After Gone Fall bid them farewell, the group settled around a table in the living room, their expressions a mix of curiosity and thoughtfulness. Ivankov broke the silence. What do you think of William's strength, and the strength of his kingdom, Dragon-san? Dragon crossed his arms, his gaze distant. William is undeniably powerful, we already knew that. But besides him, I can sense the presence of 8 other strong individuals in this kingdom. 2 of them are extremely dangerous. Bello Betty leaned forward. So, leader, what's the plan? Are you going to join Valeria or try to recruit William to our revolutionary army? Dragon shook his head slightly. We need to understand this kingdom better first. Then I'll have a discussion with William. One thing is clear, a man like him will never follow anyone else. Ivankov nodded. That's true. William doesn't seem like the type to take orders from anyone. Hack chimed in. This kingdom feels different. Did you notice how the citizens treated Brother Tiger and Jinbi? They showed them respect, not fear or prejudice. They even looked at me with kindness. Someone like Brother Tiger wouldn't stay here if William mistreated his people. Caruso added, you can see it in the citizens' happiness. They walk freely, unburdened by fear. When William walked with us, the elderly treated him like family, the women asked about his wife's health, and the children surrounded him like he was their big brother. This place feels right. Dragon's lips curved into a faint smile. We'll see for ourselves. Tomorrow, we'll take a closer look at Valeria and learn about its laws. Several days passed since William brought Dragon and his group to Valeria. Now, William was at the hospital after Law sent for him. When William entered Ginny's room, he found Dragon and his group gathered around the bed. Ginny, holding her baby daughter Bonnie, sat near the window, basking in the warm sunlight. Her skin was clear, free of the sapphire scales that once marked her illness. Smiles lit up the room. William approached Law, who stood near Ginny's bedside. How is she doing, Law? Law nodded. She's weak right now, but she's fine, completely healed. All she needs is rest and proper nutrition to regain her strength. William clapped a hand on Law's shoulder, grinning. Good job, Law. So, what do you want as a reward? How about I set you up with someone? All the girls in Valeris love you. What's your type? Blonde? Brunette? Law's face turned crimson. I don't care about girls. I only want to train and get stronger. William burst into laughter. Are you sure? You're missing out. Law stood firm, avoiding eye contact. Yes, I'm sure. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going back to train. Before he could leave, William reached into his space dimension and pulled out a stack of books, handing them to Law. Take these. Law flipped through one of the books, his curiosity piqued. What are these, William? William smirked. I got them last month when Rayleigh and I visited an old friend of his. The guy's name is Krikushi, used to be the ship doctor for the stupid old man's crew. Law's eyes widened slightly. Thank you. I'll read them, then pass them to Robinya. Goodbye. With that, Law left the room, clutching the books tightly. Just then, Hancock entered the room, her presence commanding attention. Husband, I finally found you. William stepped back, raising his hands defensively. Why are you looking for me? Didn't you kick me out yesterday when I entered your room? Hancock's lips curled into a soft smile. I think I don't hate you anymore. William's eyes lit up as he stepped closer and scooped her into his arms. Really? Hancock nodded, and William leaned in for a kiss. Just as their lips met, a baby's cry pierced the air. Startled, William pulled back and glanced at Dragon and his group, who were all blushing and averting their gazes, clearly caught off guard by Hancock's beauty. William smirked and looked at Sabo. "Hey, stupid kid, close your mouth and stop staring at my wife." Dragon smacked the back of Sabo's head. "Stop looking at her, or you'll end up as a stone statue." Sabo yelped and ducked behind Ivankov. "What? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." The tension eased as laughter filled the room. Kuma stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Sir William, thank you for everything you've done for Ginny and Bonnie. I'll never forget your kindness. If you ever need me for anything, I'll do everything I can to help." William's smile softened. "You don't need to thank me. I'm just glad I could help your wife." Kuma and Ginny exchanged shy glances, their faces flushed. Noticing their bashfulness, William tilted his head. "Wait a second, you two are husband and wife, right? Don't tell me you're siblings." Ginny shook her head quickly, her voice trembling. "No, sir, we're not siblings." Her voice faltered as tears welled up in her eyes. William looked at the sad faces of everyone in the room and said, "What is going on? Can you guys tell me?" The group exchanged glances before Ginny said softly, "You can tell him, guys." Ivankov nodded and began. Ginny was the former East Army commander of the Revolutionary Army. She was captured by the world government and forced into being the 8th wife of a world noble. Worse, she became one of J. Garcia Saturn, one of the 5 elders' test subjects. He experimented on her, which led to the development of the sapphire scales disease after a failed experiment. She was eventually released from slavery and, with the little time she thought she had left, returned to the Sorbet Kingdom a few days ago. William's expression darkened. "I see. What about the child in Ginny's arms?" Ginny panicked and held Bonnie tighter. "Please, sir, don't hurt her. She's innocent." Dragon and the others tensed, wary of William's reaction. They knew of his intense hatred for the celestial dragons and feared he might harm Bonnie for her parentage. William looked at them. "Why are you all looking at me like that? And why would I hurt this little girl?" No one replied, so William continued, "Oh, I get it. She's the daughter of the pig you married in Mariejoy. Listen, I hate those evil pigs, but I will never hurt an innocent child. Even after I defeat the world government, I plan to spare their kids, erase their memories, and send them somewhere safe to be raised as orphans." Bello Betty raised an eyebrow. "Really? You'll spare the children of your enemies? I'm surprised, considering how much you seem to enjoy killing those 2 celestial dragons in your live broadcast. And let's not forget the video you released of what you did to that celestial dragon and his wife in Mariejoy." William smirked. "Oh, I enjoyed every second of it, and I'd do it again. I'll kill every last one of those evil pigs, but I won't harm kids. I'm not a monster." Bello Betty chuckled. "I think I like you even more now than when I first saw that broadcast." William smiled and began to say, "Well, being liked by a beautiful." Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He turned to see Hancock glaring at him. Clearing his throat, he turned to Bello Betty. "Listen, I appreciate the attention, but I'm a married man," he stated firmly. Then, shifting his focus to Hancock, he added softly, "Honey, don't get mad. You're pregnant, and I only have room in my heart for you and my other wives. How about I take you on a date tomorrow? You can pick the place." Hancock huffed. "Fine, I'll forgive you this time." She turned to Bello Betty and gave her a charming smile. "Woman, am I beautiful?" Bello Betty's face turned beet red as she fell under Hancock's charm. "Yes, Hancock-sama," she stammered, her eyes turning into hearts. Seeing the situation, William quickly stepped in. "No, Hancock. Don't petrify her. She won't do it again." Dragon wiped the sweat off his brow. "Queen Hancock, please calm down. Bello Betty has a playful personality. I'll make sure she doesn't cross the line again." The others in the room, still shaking off Hancock's charm, nodded fervently. Bello Betty stared at the ground, avoiding Hancock's gaze. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty," she mumbled. "I won't do it again." Hancock snorted, then turned to Ginny with a softer expression. "Can I hold your daughter?" Ginny hesitated but eventually handed Bonnie to Hancock. Hancock cradled the baby with a warm smile. "I can't wait to hold mine. How old is she?" Ginny smiled shyly. "She's 6 months now. She's the only reason I stayed alive until now." "What's her name?" Hancock asked. "Bonnie." Ginny replied. William crossed his arms. "You still haven't told me what's the deal with you and Kuma." Ginny blushed and looked away. "The 2 of us lived happy lives together in the Sorbet Kingdom. I even proposed to him once, but Kumashir declined." William raised an eyebrow and looked at Kuma. "Why, even a stranger like me can tell you love her." Kuma lowered his head, his face turning red. William interrupted. "You know what, Kuma? Didn't you say you'd do anything for me?" Kuma nodded. "Yes, sir." "Then I want you to marry Ginny and give little Bonnie your last name," William said with a mischievous grin. Kuma stammered. "Sir, this is no. Are you going back on your word?" William asked, raising an eyebrow. Ginny stepped in. "Please don't embarrass him, sir. I'm not worthy of him anymore." Kuma shook his head. "No, Ginny, I'm the one who's not worthy of you." William sighed and rubbed his temples. "Enough of this nonsense. Ginny, if you keep looking down on yourself because you were a slave, then the celestial dragons win." Kuma, whatever your reason is, you need to stop looking down on yourself. You're a man, so act like one. Tell the woman how you feel. And just so you know, neither of you is leaving Valeria unless you're married. Without waiting for a response, William turned and grabbed Sabo by the collar. As for you, little punk, I told you to stop staring at my wife. Let's go. I'm asking little koala to teach you a lesson. Sabo squirmed. No, not her. She's too mean. Please, sir, I swear I'll never look at your wife again. William carried him out of the room, shouting over his shoulder, Dragon, let's have that talk. Dragon chuckled and said, all right, everyone. Let's leave Ginny to rest. The group left, leaving Kuma behind with Ginny. William, Hancock, Dragon, and the others made their way to the palace. Along the way, William instructed a maid to prepare a banquet for their guests. He then sent another maid to summon his wives, Rayleigh, Shucky, Tiger, Jinbi, Hatchan, and Law. An important meeting that could shape the future of Valeria and the Revolutionary Army was about to begin. 85, Chapter 85, Sharing Visions. The banquet had ended, leaving only the sound of footsteps and faint murmurs as maids cleared the hall. William sat back in his chair, resting one arm lazily on the table while the other toyed with his cup. He looked at Dragon and smiled. Well, now that we've shared food, he said casually, let's share our ideas. Dragon gave a slight nod, leaning forward. All right. Should I start, or would you prefer to go first? William waved his hand. If you don't mind, tell me about the Revolutionary Army first. What do you stand for? Dragon's eyes darkened slightly. Our primary objective is to fight against the world government and free all people from its tight grasp. It's an oppressive regime, and we aim to topple it. William raised an eyebrow. And what have you accomplished so far? Dragon sighed. Not much, to be honest. We're still building our forces and establishing roots across the world. I understand the world government's reach is vast, with over 900 years of history backing it. I know defeating them won't be easy. William leaned back, a smirk playing on his lips. I see. So, besides building your army, what has the Revolutionary Army done to make a name for itself? Dragon folded his hands. Most of our efforts go toward liberating individual islands. These are places where the local governments, under the world government, oppress their own people to pay the heavenly tribute. We free them. Robin, sitting beside William, rested her chin on her hand. And what happens to these islands after you liberate them? Dragon hesitated. They're free to do as they wish. We don't rule them. Robin's eyes narrowed slightly. So, you overthrow the local governments, but you don't stay to enforce laws or protect the people. Dragon shook his head. No, after liberating an island, we leave. The world government usually sends agents to arrest our soldiers if we linger. Robin's tone turned sharp. So, you abandon these people? Without the world government or navy to protect them, what happens next? You leave them with no laws, no order, and no protection. Pirates, slavers, and criminals must thrive in such chaos. Civil wars might even break out. Do you realize that your so-called liberation is just another form of destruction? Dragon's cadres exchanged awkward glances, visibly uncomfortable with her words. Robin continued, her voice colder now. I understand why people around the world despise your revolutionary army. You aren't starting a revolution, you're creating chaos. Dragon's face tightened. I'm aware of the consequences of our actions. But sometimes, we have no choice. Sacrifices are necessary for change. Tell me, Nico Robin, do you hate Professor Clover and the archaeologists of O'Hara? Before Robin could respond, William spoke, his tone hard. Don't compare my family to your army, Dragon. His eyes flashed dangerously. Old Man Clover and the others didn't know the world government would destroy O'Hara. They believed the worst-case scenario was imprisonment in Impel Down. But you. William leaned forward, his voice low and fierce. You know exactly what happens after you leave an island defenseless. Yet you still do it. Dragon raised his hands in a gesture of peace. I meant no disrespect. I admired Professor Clover and what he stood for. But sometimes, doing what's necessary requires sacrifice. Now, you've made your intentions clear on that broadcast taking down the world government. How do you plan to do that? William's glare softened, replaced by a confident smirk. Glad you asked. The first step is building a force capable of standing against the world government. Quality over quantity. Numbers don't matter at our level. A single vice admiral could crush an army of ordinary soldiers. Dragon nodded slowly. And once your force is ready. William grinned. Then we go to war, starting with the weak seas. Dragon tilted his head. What do you mean by that? I'm going to take over the East Blue and South Blue first. William said. Then, I'll secure Paradise. Each territory will become part of Valeria. After that, it's a full-scale war against the world government. Dragon frowned slightly. That won't be easy. William chuckled. It won't be impossible, either. I'm not starting until I'm sure we can win. For now, controlling the news is a priority, and I know just the man to recruit. Dragon raised an eyebrow. You're talking about Morgans. William smirked. Exactly. He's already on the world government's bad side, which makes him the perfect ally for us. Beyond that, we need resources, and the heavenly tribute is a good place to start. After that, who knows? Maybe I'll take over the Marines too. Dragon's expression turned serious. That will be difficult. Most of them are fiercely loyal to the world government. William chuckled. Not all of them. Men like your father exist in the Navy, people with their own sense of justice. I've fought Garp before. I know he's not a mindless puppet. When the time comes, I'll bring him to our side. Dragon let out a sigh and leaned forward. Now, the most important question, what will you do after you win the war against the world government? William tilted his head. Have you seen my kingdom, Dragon? Read its laws. Dragon nodded. I have. And what's your honest opinion about Valeria? William asked, his tone calm but expectant. Dragon gave a small smile. It's a good kingdom, actually, it's perfect. A model for what the world should be. William's grin widened. That's exactly what I plan to turn the world into after taking down the world government. I'll create a world where everyone is equal. A world without slaves, without injustice. A world where all races can live together in peace, just like here in Valeria. Dragon's voice softened. That's the kind of world I want to live in. William said with a confident smile. Then join us. Be our partner, Dragon. With your revolutionary army and our shared goal, we can make this world better together. Dragon hesitated for a moment, but then a determined smile spread across his face. I've been thinking about this during my time here. And after seeing what you've built, after hearing your vision, not just me, but all of us want to be part of Valeria. William laughed, standing to shake Dragon's hand. Then from now on, you'll be Valeria's supreme commander. You'll oversee all military forces. Dragon stood as well, shaking William's hand firmly. I'm honored. Let's change the world together. William grinned. First, bring all your commanders here. They'll train under Rayleigh. Hand over your intelligence network to Shucky, she's our director of intelligence. As for the rest of your army, arrange them however you see fit. After the handshake, William turned his attention to Sabo, who was trying to sneak away. He caught the boy by the ear. And you, little punk, are going to school. Sabo flailed. No, I want to train, not sit in some boring classroom. William laughed. You can train with Koala and the others, but every kid in Valeria has to go to school. Koala, make sure he gets there tomorrow. Koala smirked. Leave it to me, brother William. I'll drag him there myself. Sabo panicked. Not her. Please, I'll go willingly, just keep her away from me. Everyone in the room burst into laughter, the tension lightened by the boy's antics. Actually, I have a son too. I think I should bring him here to live in Valeria. Dragon said. Ivankov clutched his chest dramatically. Dragon-san, you have a son. I'm shocked. I think I'm having a heart attack. Then he paused and grinned. Or maybe not. Hee-ha. Koala gave Ivankov a strange look. You're weird. Dragon turned to William. Can you open a portal to the East Blue? I'd like to bring my son here as soon as possible. William nodded. Of course. Let's go now. Before leaving, he looked at Shucky. Keep an eye on the heavenly gold, will you? I'll need it soon. Shucky gave a knowing smile. Got it. Turning to Hancock, William added. Hancock, can you help with Ginny and Kuma's wedding? Make it special for them. Hancock smiled warmly. Of course, husband. As soon as Ginny is ready, we'll arrange everything. William nodded. Perfect. I'll be back soon. If you need anything, just call. With that, William and Dragon stepped through the space portal William created, disappearing into the shimmering doorway. 86, Chapter 86, A Family Reunion in Fusha Village. Dragon and William emerged in the quiet streets of Shimatsuki Village. Dragon turned to William and said, Follow me. We need to head to Fusha Village, a small port village on Dawn Island, part of the Goa Kingdom. It's my hometown, and the place where I left my son. Let's just hope my old man isn't there. William smirked. Alright, lead the way. Dragon manipulated the air around him, lifting off gracefully, while William spread his dragon wings and followed. The two soared through the skies. After some time, they landed in the peaceful Fusha village. Dragon pulled a green cloak over his head, hiding his face, while William donned a pair of sunglasses. Dragon led him to a cozy establishment with a wooden sign that read, Party's Bar. It was the afternoon, and the bar was empty except for the bartender and an older man sitting at the counter. The bartender, a young woman with a warm smile, greeted them. Welcome, guests. What can I get you? Dragon's lips curled into a nostalgic smile. Nothing, little Makino. Look at you, all grown up and a beautiful woman now. Makino tilted her head curiously. Do I know you? Dragon pulled back his hood. You probably don't remember me. You were just a kid when I left. Before Makino could respond, the older man, Whoop Slap, slammed his glass down and approached. You little punk, why are you here? I haven't seen you in years. Dragon chuckled. It's been a long time, Uncle Whoop Slap. You look as healthy as ever. How's the village? The village is fine. Whoop Slap grumbled. With your father keeping watch, no pirate dares cause trouble here. But if the world government finds out you're here, we'll all be in trouble. Don't worry too much. Dragon assured him. I'm only here for my son. I'll leave as soon as I get him. Whoop Slap scowled. What do you want with that kid? You haven't asked about him since he was a baby. And let me tell you, he's trouble. Always talking about being a pirate. Dragon sighed. I want to take Luffy with me. He needs to go to school, make friends, and be under my care. Whoop Slap scoffed. Garp's not going to like that. He wants Luffy to become a marine. And just so you know, your old man is here on the island. Dragon froze. Damn it, is he with Luffy? Maybe I can avoid him and take Luffy without crossing paths. Whoop Slap chuckled. Unfortunately for you, Garp's with Luffy in the mountains, staying with Dodden. Dragon groaned, rubbing his temples. He looked at William. Now that you've seen the island, you can open your portal here anytime. Let's leave and come back another day. William laughed heartily. The world's most wanted criminal, second only to me, still scared of his dad. Is old man Garp really that bad? Dragon sighed. He's not a bad father, but his training methods were, let's just say, extreme. And don't get me started on his fist of love. William's curiosity piqued. What's that? Dragon shuddered. He coats his fist with haki and smacks me on the head. He did it almost every day when I was a kid. I'd rather not relive those memories. Whoop Slap eyed William suspiciously. And who might you be? William took off his sunglasses and said with a grin. KLD, William. Nice to meet you both. Whoop Slap and Makino gasped in unison. Whoop Slap jabbed a finger at Dragon. As if you weren't bad enough. Now you're hanging out with him. You know he's the most wanted man in the world, right? William laughed as he put his glasses back on. Dragon said calmly, I know exactly who he is, uncle. Don't worry, we're not here to cause trouble. After bidding farewell to Whoop Slap and Makino, Dragon led William into the mountains, following the unmistakable presence of Garp's haki. They arrived at Dodden's hideout to find Garp standing outside with Ace and Luffy. The old man crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing as he noticed Dragon and William approaching. Dragon approached cautiously, nodding. Father. In a blur, Garp used Sora to appear in front of Dragon and slammed his fist down on his head. Dragon yelped, squatting down to clutch his head. You little punk. Garp roared. Is that how you greet your father after 8 years? The last time I saw you was when you handed Luffy over to me. Dragon muttered. Every time we meet, you hit me. Maybe that's why I don't visit you. Don't give me that. Garp grinned wickedly and delivered another blow to Dragon's head. That's my way of showing love. William laughed as he watched the father and son bicker. Stepping forward, he grinned. Good to see you again, old man. Garp turned, casually picking his nose. Kid, what are you doing here? And why are you with my son? William grinned. We're partners. Garp snorted. Partners, huh? Sengoku and the world government won't like that. Did you join the Revolutionary Army? William shook his head. No, Dragon and his army joined my kingdom. Garp's eyes widened for a moment before he nodded. I see, and where is your kingdom? William smirked. I can't tell you that, old man. You just tell Sengoku and he will tell the world government. My kingdom isn't ready for an all-out war yet. Garp crossed his arms and huffed. Alright, by the way, I heard about what you did on Fullshout Island from Sengoku. He was pissed and wanted to end my vacation. William laughed. Yeah, the world government didn't let that incident be reported in the newspapers, did they? Garp shook his head with a wry grin. Nope, they had to save face as usual. What happened to Fisher Tiger? William's grin grew wider. He's fine. In fact, he's one of my partners now. Garp let out a deep sigh. The Marines can't win against you anymore, especially since my stupid son has joined you. William laughed heartily, pride shining in his eyes. Yes, and give me a few years, old man. I'll take those pigs down from their throne. 87, Chapter 87, A Donut-Filled Offer. William placed a friendly arm around Garp's shoulder and grinned. So, old man, how about you join us and help take down those pigs? Garp snorted. No way, I'm a Marine. Someday, I'm going to catch you two troublemakers and toss you into Impel Down. William chuckled. Too bad. I heard you like donuts, and I just happen to have the best donuts you'll ever taste. Garp's eyebrows lifted in interest. What kind of donuts are we talking about here? William smirked mischievously. The kind you've probably never tasted. Glazed, jelly-filled, cream-filled, chocolate-frosted, cake donuts and... Garp swallowed audibly. And what, kid, what else? William's smirk widened. Donut holes, bite-sized perfection. Now, reconsider my offer, and I'll give you an unlimited supply of these heavenly treats. Garp's eyes narrowed, and he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Your offer is very, very tempting, but I'm still going to refuse. William laughed and removed his arm. No rush, think it over. In the meantime, how about I share some donuts with you? But you have to provide the tea. Garp waved him inside. Let's go, Dodden, make us some tea. The group entered the bandits' hideout, where Dodden grumbled but complied, bringing a steaming pot of tea. As the tea brewed, William reached into his space dimension and pulled out an impressive array of donuts, placing them on the table. As Garp took a bite of a jelly-filled donut, his eyes widened in delight. What's this one called? Jelly-filled, William replied with a grin. Garp eagerly grabbed a chocolate-frosted donut next. And this? Chocolate-frosted. Dragon sighed, shaking his head as Garp devoured donut after donut, asking questions about each one like an excited child. Soon, little Luffy and Ace joined the table, drawn by the sweet aroma. William handed them a lot of donuts, and their faces lit up with joy. "This is awesome!" Luffy exclaimed, crumbs falling from his mouth. "Eat properly, you brat!" Garp barked, throwing a donut hole at Luffy's head. Ace leaned over to Luffy and whispered, "Let's have a donut eating contest." Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly nodding as he grabbed another donut, determined to finish more than his brother. Ace, however, began to slow down, his eyes drooping as he struggled to keep eating. Before long, he slumped forward, snoring softly with a half-eaten donut in his hand. Luffy grinned triumphantly, his cheeks stuffed with donuts. "I win," he declared, crumbs flying everywhere. Meanwhile, Garp, who had been munching contentedly, suddenly dozed off mid-bite, his head tilting back as he snored loudly. Spotting an opportunity, Luffy tried to sneak one of Garp's donuts. Just as Luffy's fingers touched the prized treat, Garp's eyes snapped open. Without missing a beat, he delivered a solid punch to Luffy's head. Luffy yelped and rubbed his head. The laughter around the table was infectious, and soon even Dragon joined in, sipping his tea with a faint smile. After the meal, Garp leaned back in his chair, patting his stomach. "Dragon, since you've joined William's kingdom, as your father, I demand you send me a monthly supply of these donuts." William smirked. "Hey, that's cheating, old man. You only get my kingdom's donuts if you join us." Garp scowled. "Don't be stingy, you stupid kid." Garp turned to Dragon, his tone more serious. "So, why are you here, Dragon?" Dragon straightened. "I'm here to take Luffy to Valeria." "Valeria?" Garp asked. "It's our kingdom," Dragon explained. "There are schools, children his age, and someone who can train him to be strong." Ace, sitting nearby, scowled and jumped to his feet. "Who are you, and why do you want to take my brother?" Before Dragon could respond, William stepped forward. "Kid, do you know who I am?" Ace's eyes narrowed. "Yeah, you're the tyrant, the worst criminal in the world." William chuckled. "Well, I'm here to take Luffy with me. Can a weak kid like you stop me?" Ace grabbed a metal pipe, placing himself protectively in front of Luffy, who was still licking frosting from his fingers. "I'm not weak. I won't let you take my brother." William grinned and released a small wave of Conqueror's haki, directing it toward Ace. To everyone's surprise, Ace responded instinctively, unleashing his own Conqueror's haki. William laughed. "Dragon, it seems we've found a gem." Turning back to Ace, William asked, "What's your name, kid?" "Portgas D. Ace." The boy replied defiantly. William nodded, intrigued. "I see. Do you want to come with me and see the real world? You think you're strong, but do you know that I, this old man Garp, and Dragon could destroy this entire island with a single attack?" Luffy, now standing and holding his own pipe, shouted, "That's awesome." Ace glared. "Impossible. You're lying." William's grin widened. "Nothing is impossible, kid. Come with me, and I'll make you strong." Garp frowned. "Hey, William, that's my grandson. He and Luffy are going to be excellent Marines." Ace scowled. "Stinky old man. I'm not going to be a Marine. I want to be a pirate and make my name famous." Luffy chimed in. "Me too. I'm going to be the Pirate King." Garp's fists shot out, bonking both boys on their heads. "Brats. Stop saying such stupid things." William turned back to Ace, his tone serious. "Kid, do you want to kill, steal, and destroy islands? Because that's what pirates do. Believe me, I've seen it with my own eyes." Ace hesitated, gripping his pipe tightly. "No, I just want to be free. I don't want to hurt people. I want to find the reason for my existence. I want to earn the right to live and prove that I'm better than him." William tilted his head, his curiosity piqued. "Him who?" Ace clenched his fists, anger flashing in his eyes. "Roger, the Pirate King." William raised an eyebrow. "You seem to hate him a lot. Why?" Ace's lips pressed into a thin line, refusing to answer. Garp let out a heavy sigh, his expression softening. "Ace is Roger's son." 88, Chapter 88, The Worth of a Life. William looked at Garp and said, "I see, but why tell me this about Ace, old man?" Garp leaned back, crossing his arms. "Because I know you're not someone who would hurt him." William nodded. "You're right, I wouldn't hurt him." He then turned to Ace, his expression softening. "Although I'm not fond of what your father started, I've heard he was a good man. So, Ace, tell me, do you hate him? He's your father, after all." Ace's fists clenched, and he shouted, "No, he's not my father. And I hate him because everyone I've ever asked says Roger's son shouldn't live." William frowned, his tone turning sharp. "I see. So, you asked a bunch of drunks and cowards who don't even know the man, and you took their words as truth. You decided to be angry and hate someone without understanding who he really was. And worse, you let these people decide if you're worthy of living. That's just dumb, kid. Listen up, no one gets to decide whether you're worthy of life except you. You don't have to prove anything to anyone. Besides, if you really want to ask someone, then ask your brother." Ace's anger faltered as William turned to Luffy and asked, "Luffy, do you think your brother should live?" Without hesitation, Luffy puffed out his chest and said, Of course, he should live. He's my brother, and if anyone says Ace shouldn't live, I'll kick their ass. William smirked and looked back at Ace. See that? Your little brother already knows your worth. He glanced at Garp. And let's not forget this stinky old man. He chased Roger across the world, knew exactly who he was, and still chose to raise you, the son of his so-called enemy. Do you think Garp hates you? Do you think he believes you shouldn't live? Ace didn't respond, but tears welled up in his eyes. William's voice softened. If you want to know who Roger really was and if you want to be something greater than just a pirate, then come with me. Help me make this world better. Luffy, who had been listening intently, suddenly exclaimed. What? No, Ace is going to be part of my crew and help me become the Pirate King. Dragon, who had been quietly observing, grabbed Luffy by the collar and lifted him off the ground. No, you little punk. You're not going to be a pirate. You're coming with me to Valeria. Luffy tilted his head, eyeing Dragon curiously. Who are you, weird man with the shoe print on his face? William and Garp burst into laughter as Dragon's face darkened. It's not a shoe print, it's a tattoo. And I'm your father. Luffy blinked, sticking a finger in his nose. Tattoo? What's that? Wait, you said you're my dad. Do I even have a dad? Dragon sighed, his patience wearing thin. No, you fell out of a tree. Luffy's face lit up with excitement. What? That's awesome. What kind of tree? Dragon groaned. No, you didn't actually fall out of a tree. Forget the tree. I'm your father. Luffy shrugged, resuming his nose picking. Oh, I see. So, the tree's my mom, right? William, who had been laughing so hard he had to lean against the wall for support, fell to the ground, rolling in laughter. Between gasps, he choked out. Dragon, ha 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 ha. I didn't know, ha 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 ha, you married a tree. Garp was on the floor, clutching his sides as tears of laughter streamed down his face. Even Ace, despite himself, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Dragon's face turned crimson as he glared at Garp. Father, stop laughing. This is your fault. You hit him on the head too many times. Garp wiped his tears, still chuckling. What? Don't blame my fist of love. Dragon turned to William, exasperated. Do you think Law can heal Luffy and make him smart? William, still laughing, shook his head. I don't think there's a cure for that, Dragon. But I have to say, your son is a treasure. Ha ha ha. As the laughter finally died down, Luffy crossed his arms. I'm not going with you. I'm going to be the Pirate King. William crouched down, meeting Luffy's eyes. You know, Luffy, Roger was the first Pirate King. Even if you become Pirate King, you'll only be the second. How about you aim for something even better? Become the first Adventurer King. Luffy tilted his head, his curiosity piqued. What's that? William smiled. It means you'll go on adventures, explore the world, and find the One Piece with your crew. Isn't that what pirates do? Luffy asked. No, pirates kill, burn and destroy. Is that what you want to do, Luffy? Luffy shook his head. No, I want to be a pirate like Shanks. I want to be the freest man on the sea. William smiled thoughtfully. I don't know Shanks, Luffy, but most pirates on the sea aren't like what you think. They steal, kill, and destroy without a second thought. But after me, your dad, and our people take down the world government, there won't be any more pirates at sea, only adventurers. And you don't have to decide now. I'll take you, Ace, Koala, and the other kids back home to see what real pirates do. Then, you can decide. Deal. Luffy looked conflicted and opened his mouth to protest, but Ace cut in, his voice firm. Fine, we'll go with you and see. But if we don't want to stay after that, you have to promise not to force us. William grinned, his tone reassuring. I never force anyone to do something they don't want to do, so don't worry. It's a deal. Dragon turned to Garp. Father, what do you think? Can we take Luffy and Ace? Garp sighed, his gaze heavy with thought, before finally nodding. Fine, you can take them. Just make sure you make them strong enough to protect themselves. I don't want to hear they've gotten themselves into trouble they can't handle. Dragon bowed his head slightly. Thank you, father. William turned back to Ace and Luffy, his voice full of encouragement. Alright, do you want to take anything or say goodbye to anyone? Because I don't think you'd want to come back here anytime soon. Ace glanced toward the door, hesitating. Standing there, peeking in timidly, was Dodden. His lips tightened, and he said nothing. William noticed the exchange and smiled knowingly. He stepped toward Dodden. Hey, you raised Ace and Luffy. That makes you their mother, right? I can take you with us to my kingdom. You can live there and still take care of them. Dodden's eyes widened in surprise before she rushed into the room, her voice hurried. Really? You'd let me go with them? I mean not because I care or anything. I just want to make sure they behave themselves. William chuckled, crossing his arms. Well, if you don't care about them, there's no need for you to come. Dodden panicked, flailing her arms. No, that's not what I meant. What I meant is. William broke into laughter. Relax, I'm just messing with you. Go get your things, and let's go. Dodden sighed in relief before hurrying off. A short while later, she returned with Dogra and Magra, along with a small bag of her belongings. William nodded. Alright, is everyone ready? Dodden adjusted her bag, standing tall. Yes, sir, we're ready. William gave a nod and opened a portal. He stepped through, followed by Ace, Luffy, Dodden, Dogra, and Magra. As Dragon prepared to step into the portal, Garp grabbed his arm. Don't forget my donuts, boy. Dragon chuckled. Don't worry, father. I won't. With that, he stepped into the portal, following the others. 89, Chapter 89, Brothers Reunited. As the shimmering gates of Valeria's palace loomed ahead, William, Dragon, Luffy, Ace, Dodden, Dogra, and Magra materialized on the floating island. Luffy and Ace immediately froze in awe, their heads tilting back to take in the endless blue sky and the majestic floating kingdom around them. This place is amazing. Luffy exclaimed, practically bouncing in place. Ace smirked but couldn't hide his amazement. This is in the sky. How does it even stay up here? William chuckled, his voice full of pride. Welcome to Valeria, my kingdom. Before the group could proceed further, a familiar figure appeared, strolling casually or perhaps aimlessly toward them. It was Zoro, looking slightly dazed. Zoro. William called out, raising an eyebrow. What are you doing here? Zoro scratched his head, avoiding eye contact. I'm just walking around. William smirked knowingly. You're lost, aren't you? Zoro's face turned red. No, I'm not. He shouted defensively. At that moment, Kuina, Koala, and Sabo approached. Kuina sighed, placing her hands on her hips. Zoro, we finally found you. All you had to do was follow us. We've been here for 2 weeks, how do you still get lost? Shut up, Kuina. I'm not lost. Zoro shouted, though his fiery tone didn't mask his embarrassment. William burst out laughing. Yeah, sure, Zoro. Ha ha ha. As the banter continued, Koala walked up to William, her expression curious. Brother William, you're back. But what's wrong with them? She pointed toward Ace, Luffy, and Dodden, whose faces were now wet with tears as they stared at Sabo. William tilted his head. I have no idea. They were laughing a second ago. Ace suddenly stepped forward, his voice trembling. Sabo, is that you? I'm Ace, your brother. Sabo blinked in confusion. Ace, brother. Before he could fully process it, Luffy bolted toward him, tears streaming down his face. Sabo. I thought you were dead. He flung his arms around Sabo, holding him tightly. Sabo instinctively muttered, Luffy, stop being a crybaby. Wait, how do I know? His eyes widened as fragments of memories began flooding back. His breathing hitched, and tears rolled down his cheeks. Ace, Luffy, my brothers, and your Dodden. The reunion turned into a tearful embrace as the brothers clung to one another. Dodden tried to act tough but sniffled loudly, wiping her eyes. William stood back, watching the emotional scene with a soft smile. After they calmed down, William, still curious, asked, Ace, what's going on? Ace sniffed and turned to William, his voice unsteady. Sabo is our brother. Last year, we thought he died when a celestial dragon blew up his boat when he set out to sea. Dragon interjected, his expression calm. I saved Sabo near Dawn Island, but he lost his memory. William nodded thoughtfully. I see. Well, Dragon, take them to Gonfall and have him find a place for you all to live. Ace, come find me tomorrow, there's someone you need to meet. Dragon gave a small nod and led his reunited family away. Kuina turned to Zoro, grabbing his arm. Let's go home, too. Goodbye, brother William. William smirked. Goodbye. And Kuina, maybe tie a rope around Zoro so he doesn't fall off Valeria and land in the Grand Line below. Zoro glared at him. Damn you, William. One day, I'm going to cut you down. William laughed heartily as Kuina dragged Zoro away. Koala stretched her arms. I need to head home too. Goodbye, brother William. Goodbye, Koala. With everyone gone, William stepped into the palace, where his family waited in the large living room. Hancock, Sandersonia, Marigold, and Robin were seated alongside Rayleigh and Shucky. William greeted them warmly, kissing his wives one by one before sitting beside Hancock. Placing a hand gently on her swollen belly, he leaned close and whispered, Hey, little one, can you hear me? I'm your dad, and I can't wait to meet you. The moment was tender, filled with love. William turned to Rayleigh. By the way, old man, I brought a kid today along with Dragon's son. I think you'll find him very interesting. Rayleigh waved him off. I'm not interested, and stop finding students for me. William smirked. Oh, he's not just a student. This one's special. Rayleigh's curiosity was piqued. Special how? His name is Portgas D. Ace. He's 11 years old, raised by Garp. And William paused for effect. He's Roger's son. Rayleigh's eyes widened, and he leaned forward. Are you sure? William nodded. No doubt about it. Robin asked. You mean you brought the son of the Pirate King, William? Exactly. William confirmed. Sandersonia frowned. Why would Roger give his son to a Marine? William shrugged. Who knows? But I do know Garp is a good man. He'd never hurt an innocent child, no matter who the father is. What do you think, Rayleigh? Rayleigh sighed. I didn't even know Roger had a wife, let alone a son. And why he gave him to Garp I don't know. Well, you'll meet Ace tomorrow. William said. Though I should warn you, he hates Roger. Rayleigh frowned. Why? He didn't even know the man. William explained. Everyone on his island told him Roger was evil and that his son didn't deserve to live. It filled Ace with hatred and anger. Shucky shook her head sadly. What a terrible thing to say to a child. William nodded. It is, but that's why he needs guidance. And he's your problem now, old man. Rayleigh sighed deeply but didn't argue. The conversation shifted as William turned to Marigold. How's your training going, Marie? Marigold smiled proudly. It's going well. Give me another year, and I'll be able to make an island float. William grinned. Well, when you master that, we'll move Amazon Lily and Rusukina to Valeria, and move our kingdom from here. The next day, Ace, Luffy, and Sabo arrived at the palace, joining the other kids Koala, Kuina, Zoro, Law, Bappo, and Whipper. Rayleigh gathered them all, sharing stories of his adventures with Roger and the truth about the Pirate King's surrender, dispelling the myths about their capture. Later, he took Ace aside for a private conversation. William joined the group after their conversation and announced, "Today is a special day. Kuma and Ginny are getting married. After the celebration, we'll set sail tomorrow. You'll get to see what pirates are really like." Koala grinned. "Can we fight some pirates?" William laughed. "Sure. Except Luffy, he's too weak." Luffy pouted. "I'm not weak. I'll prove it tomorrow." William smirked. "We'll see." By evening, the entire island celebrated the wedding of Ginny and Kuma. Laughter, music, and joy filled Valeria as everyone joined the festivities.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.